Okay, so there's this guy who made this 2 hour documentary on like what Joe Rogan has done to the um, comedy world. And I watched it last night. I fell asleep to it, so that means I watched it like 8 fucking times in a row because I just had it on repeat. And it, by the way, this is just something you may or may not know. But if you ever want to watch something, well, like if you watch on a desktop computer, like do you use uBlock Origin?
Yeah, on my computer, yes.
Okay, excellent. Did I teach you about it, or did you know about it?
I know about it before. I was asking, like, how do I block advertisements on YouTube on my phone? You're like, you have to download Firefox and then install uBlock Origin, but just with Brave browser on my new phone, luckily I don't have to even. The ad blocker for some reason just works on my phone already.
Are you sure that it works on YouTube?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like YouTube using Brave browser on my phone.
Okay.
It's blocked the uBlock.
Excellent.
But on my computer, I had to get a uBlock or something.
Right. Okay. Um. So if you ever want to watch, let's say you, I don't know, like you're on an old device. Like I have some old devices, and I want to watch things advertising free, but they're so old. They're like Amazon Fires. So this isn't even connected to like Android or iOS. It's like the Amazon store, which already closed down. It's not even like that. You can't even publish it on it anymore. If you just where when you have a YouTube address that's like youtube.com/, then a whole bunch of shit. If you put a hyphen between the letter T and the letter U in YouTube, it will take you to another site that shows you what you wanted to watch on YouTube without commercials. So basically, that works for anything, and it's really convenient. So if you didn't know that, that's a little cheat code. Okay, I I and I do use that sometimes, actually, like on these old devices. All right, so there's this thing called Elephant Graveyard, and this guy made a 2 hour documentary on how Joe Rogan has ruined the comedy world. And it's kind of I mean, he makes good points. So basically, it was the middle of the pandemic, and they closed down the comedy store in Hollywood. And if you don't know how that went down, basically, and like Pauly Shore, do you know who Pauly Shore is?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so Pauly Shore's mom, Mitzi, uh, started the store with his dad. They got divorced. Anyway, his mom, Mitzi, ended up fucking like every comedian in LA. And there's arguments that that Joe Rogan was a member of the people who fucked her, but I don't think he was. In fact, I'm almost certain he was. I would just say like he wasn't, but people want him to have been, but that's not true. So, but she liked him. Um, anyway, so the pandemic comes down, and you gotta keep 6 feet of distance, and you can't have any super spreader events. And so the comedy store, I, I know you haven't been there, but they have for the area a pretty big parking lot for the area. It's not like a Walmart parking lot, but for as valuable as the real estate is in that area, it's pretty big. Meaning you can probably park like 30 cars, no, maybe like 25 cars in the parking lot, which again for that area is really really something. And anywhere else around there, it's really difficult to park. Really really difficult. There's like it's built like into the side of a hill, and so you can park up the hill, but parking up the hill is like straight up. I can't believe they make people drive up these hills. It's incredible. But anyway, so they said at the comedy store that you can't have indoor events. So what the Comedy Store was going to do, and they did, was have an outdoor event where they would have everybody 6 feet apart. They'd put chairs 6 feet apart, and they'd have stand-up comedians go up and do stand-up. And the first night they did that, the city came to them and fined them like $150 or something. Not a major fine, but enough, and said, you're not allowed to have these types of events. And the Comedy Store made the argument, we aren't having like a super spreader event because everybody's 6 feet apart, where everybody's wearing masks and all that other shit. And they were told at the Comedy Store by the city of Los Angeles, we don't like the optics of it. Meaning, like, it's like we don't like, even though you're following the rules, it just doesn't look the way that we want it to look. And they're probably, I mean, it was smart of them to do that because these comedians would have been like, how fucking stupid is this? They would have literally gone up there and just ripped on it the whole time. So they shut down the Comedy Store for like a year and a half. And Joe Rogan was talking with, had talked with, do you know who Ron White is?
Yeah, I do. Drinks whiskey every time.
Exactly. So Ron White had moved to Austin. His son moved to Austin first in like 2016. Ron White moved there in 2018. Ron White used to live in Beverly Hills, and Ron White made a lot of money during doing what was called blue collar comedy with like Jeff Foxworthy and Larry the Cable Guy and Phil Engvall back in the day. And this was like a really big comedy show that they did. So he has a lot of money to the point where he didn't have to work again. He just basically was doing stand up for fun. And he said to Joe Rogan uh, that he moved to Austin, and he liked to move. He liked Austin because it's like 3 hours to New York and 3 hours to LA. It's right in the center of the United States. The people are really nice, and the food is really good. So Joe Rogan had that in the back of his mind, and when they shut down the Comedy Store, Joe was pissed because he loves the Comedy Store more than like anybody. So he um, gets to talking with Ron White, and Ron White is they were, I believe, in Austin at the time. Joe was just visiting because Texas had different laws than LA at the time. I mean, I can just tell you from experience, LA laws at that time were ridiculous, just like how strict they were. And in comparison to like from what I saw on TV about Texas, it was just like night and day. They were like it was like different countries. So anyway, uh, Ron White says to Joe Rogan, we got to build. You got to move out here, or Joe said like something like, it's just. What happened was Joe and his family went to Austin during this time, and his kids and wife really liked it because they didn't have to do the whole masking and the 6 feet and all that other shit, and it was still like a fun environment, and Austin's cool and everything. Now at that time, there wasn't any comedy going on in um, Austin, not necessarily because um, not necessarily because Austin uh, had to, like shut it down because of COVID or the pandemic, but it was like a growing city, but it didn't just really have that big of a comedy scene. So, but it used to. They had a comedy a stand up comedy club there known as Cap City, standing for Capital City, because Austin is the capital of Texas. So Joe gets there, and everybody really liked that club before it closed, and gets to talking with Ron White and was like, you know what, I'm going to move out here, move my family out here. So he moves out there, announces that he's going to move out there, and this is right around the time he got his Spotify deal. And people had the suspicion that it was because the Comedy Store closed, but also he could basically move to Texas for free because like in California there's like anywhere between 15 and 30% income tax, state income tax, which is one of the highest in the country, and Texas, along with a few other states like Nevada and Florida and Tennessee, they don't have any income tax. So basically, Joe Rogan had this $250 million Spotify deal, and if he would have done it like lived in California, then Spotify, then the state of California would have gotten like of that money, something like um, well, like 30 up to like 30% of it, and that would have been like $80 million. So if he just did the same shit, did the same show that he does from Austin, he would save $80 million. So it made a lot of sense for him to do that, though he doesn't talk about that part all that much. All right, so then he buys or like signs paperwork on a place that was going to be um, the new club, but it turned out that it was there was a documentary on it, and there was like a cult that was there, and so he got out of that, and then he bought what was called an Alamo Draft House, which are like theaters that were big uh, in the early 2000s, where you could like sit in couches and they had food and it was like a movie theater. All right, so it was still a year and a half. It took him a year and a half to build the comedy mothership, and so he talks Red Band and Tony Hinchcliffe to come out there. Then um, they wanted to do it. They wanted to move out there because they were doing Kill Tony virtually, and it sucked. It was just like I like those episodes, but they're just not very good. And there's just some nostalgia to them. So Red Band and Tony Hinchcliffe move out there, and Joe Rogan's on Kill Tony a lot in those days. And they did it from first this place. I don't even remember the name of it. And then and then Tony Hinchcliffe told a joke. He used a it's like a racial term for Asian people that starts with C and ends with a K. And um, there was a huge amount of backlash, and he did it during Asian Heritage Month. So what ends up happening is Tony gets canceled a whole bunch, and the place where they were doing Kill Tony says they can't do it there anymore. So then they go to another place, Vulcan Gas Company, and then they did it there, and Joe Rogan was on those episodes a lot too. And then once the Comedy Mothership opened, that's when Kill Tony kind of came into its own and started becoming more and more a national, like or international sensation. So this all is getting to where I'm at, just the story. All right, so that
Nice, holy fuck.
I know, but
40-minute back.
I know. Do you know this? Well, because it's all the documentary. Do you know this backstory?
I knew some of it,
Okay,
but it's cool. It's cool.
so then Joe Rogan opens the Comedy Mothership, and um, it becomes like a sensation in Austin, and all these people move to Austin, but uh, some bigger comics move there as well, like Shane Gillis and Tim Dillon, and who else moved there? Like a bunch of like more medium-sized comics. Oh, Tom Segura moved there. Some other people, and started doing their shows from there. And basically, the way that Joe Rogan could convince these guys to do this stuff is, look, you're already on the road. You know, out of 52 weeks out of the year, like maybe 40 weeks out of the year. So you're already all over the place. If you stay in New York or California, they're going to charge you state income tax. So if you just have your address be Texas, you're going to save a whole lot of money. And so a lot of these guys moved there, and it was a smart move for them to move there. All right. Then, most recently, well, Kill Tony becomes a sensation. It overtakes the Joe Rogan Experience in on the YouTube list, and um, it is its own show now, basically. And um, they they don't really need Joe Rogan anymore, um, like they maybe once did. They're like basically independent for that. Okay, so then the people who moved to uh, Austin no longer, a lot of people don't enjoy it anymore because where Joe opened this club, it's on 6th Street. Well, I've never been to Austin. I've just heard, and like everybody says, that 6th Street is just like a huge shithole because it's right by the homeless shelter, and all these people do drugs there, and it's just it's just full of people who will rob you and all kinds of stuff like that. So, but Joe Rogan, who when he goes to his club, goes with private security that were like Navy SEALs, and they like block off the whole. Yeah, isn't that funny? Like he goes in a whole motorcade when he goes to his place, which it's like he's kind of losing touch on what he once was, which was not that he didn't start off a wealthy person. He started off pretty poor, but now he
doesn't
has.
want to get charged first.
That's true, and it'll be interesting to see.
Come next online.
Right. Um. So, which they still haven't found the guy who shot him yet, which is really disturbing. You would have thought that.
Yeah, they did. It's the CIA.
Yeah, dog. Dude, you want to know something? Okay, so I haven't been able to talk about this with anybody, but um, okay, so let me just finish the Joe Rogan thing. So I watched this whole documentary on it, and basically the documentary ends with all these people who moved to Austin just talking about it, basically saying that it's a shithole. And so Tim Dillon moved out, even though he still has 2 houses there. And Shane Gillis, like basically is moving back to New York City. Now there's the next thing that's going to probably happen that I've heard is Joe Rogan's going to start a comedy mothership in Brooklyn, and then another one here in LA, which will be interesting to compete with uh, the comedy store. Okay, so ask me what I think happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, July 13th, 2024.
No, we're not telling you what the fucking. We'll definitely talk about the assassination, but this documentary was supposedly called Elephant Graveyard. He told me a 20-minute story, but he did not iterate really on how they actually ruined comedy. It seems like a clickbait title, to be honest.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
made a few comedians move to like Austin, and maybe they had some regrets because Austin's kind of shitty and didn't live up to their expectations. Fine,
well, okay.
I think the
So
comedy scene is totally fine. There is kind of like a monopoly, like Joe Rogan sphere, like stranglehold though on the comedy.
And that's what
itself.
Yeah,
you want to get at.
Yeah. So that's what they talk about. Cat Williams. Do you know who Cat Williams is?
Yeah, he's the guy with the purple furry pink coat.
Absolutely, he's hilarious. He basically made a comment on the Shannon Sharp show, Club Shay Shay, that Joe Rogan has the same 6 unfunny comics on all the time, and just one moment, please. Pardon me. And so, like, basically, this is Tom Segura, Bert Kreischer, Ryan Callen, Brendan Schaub, and like what is that guy's name? Andrew Schultz. Like basically, that's who they talk about. And
I didn't know Andrew Schultz on fucking Joe Rogan, I guess.
Oh yeah, he went on a lot. In fact, that's how I found out about him. Is Joe Rogan would like repost Andrew Schultz's shit during the pandemic. That was.
I don't think Andrew Schultz is like a bad comedian though. I get that Cat Williams probably wants to get some of that funnel views into his bank account.
And he did. And he did. After saying that, his special went to #1 on Netflix. Like he got this huge bump from it. And basically they said that like those comics aren't. I think Andrew Schultz of that group is very funny, and he shouldn't be included with that. And Cat Williams didn't name exactly who the 6 unfunny comics were, but there's this huge like backlash against Joe Rogan for just not being very funny. Like his specials they're okay. I mean, they're like I've watched them. There was a time when I went for like 39 years of my life until this summer, never having seen Joe Rogan stand up, basically, maybe a clip here or there. And I finally went through and watched all his specials. And he's an okay stand up comedian. I'm not going to say he's unfunny, but he isn't one of the greats. At least he can be really funny. And I think if I were sitting with him or his friend, I would think he'd be really funny. But there's a certain level of his funny and like George Carlin funny or Rodney Dangerfield funny. Like that's another level of comedian. Well, Elephant Graveyard.
He's more, he's in my brain. He is a UFC commentator first, then a podcaster, like interviewer second, and then a fucking elk hunter third, and then like a whole lot list of shit, and then it's like
That's what I love about him, though. I love how well-rounded a person he is.
I think he's just like a likable, good person, which is great. He's not just like hilarious bone cracker, like funny, but that's fine. I don't think he needs to be. I think he's good the way he is, but I get people could be like, yeah, he could be more funny. Yeah.
I agree. And he like what more do you want from him?
No one forces you to watch it.
Exactly. Exactly. But I mean he's just so good at so many different things. I don't even want to say he's so good. He's had the opportunity to be really good at so many things. He wasn't ever a really good actor, but I remember him being on news radio. And then Fear Factor, I really liked him on Fear Factor. And I really liked him on the Chappelle show when he did two Chappelle shows. And then I really liked what he did with Carlos Mencia, calling out Carlos Mencia as a joke thief. I really liked that. And then I remember watching. I was in a different apartment in Fullerton, California, when the Joe Rogan Experience started, and it was December 26th, 2009, and it was very quickly in my feed on YouTube, and I started watching them like really early on. I mean, like very very early on. Like I can say like I'm an OG Joe Rogan fan from those days, and then there have been times when I didn't listen to him though, and then I'd have to catch up on episodes and such. But uh, he he like revolutionized podcasting. Dude, I saw this clip of him today. Do you know who Tom Green is? You should.
I do.
He's Canadian. Yeah, exactly. Um, so do you remember? You probably don't, but do you know what the Tom Green show was?
I've seen like a couple episodes. I know.
So I loved the Tom Green show when I was a kid. It used to be on MTV, like usually late at night, but it was
I think Eric Andre said that Tom Green's crazy pranks inspired his crazy.
absolutely. And Joe Rogan says that Tom Green inspired him. And I watched this episode today, or this clip of Joe Rogan sitting. Tom Green basically set up like a Tonight Show setup with like a desk and chairs and a couch, and he had a sidekick, and they would just live stream on the internet. And they took this content and had it on. I don't know if it was CBC or what is it, CBN? What's a Canadian broadcasting network? Is CBN?
BBC
CBC?
broadcasting channel.
Okay, I don't know if it was on that, but it was on some Canadian show and some Canadian channel, and then the United States used to syndicate it on MTV. And Tom Green would just do things that I really like. I'll say this, like at least being an inspiration to me, Joe Rogan certainly has been Tom Green and the show Jackass. Do you know what the show Jackass is? I'm sure you probably do. Where they would just take a camera, exactly. It was just like this.
Actually, I've only really seen the movies, and I realized like a month ago, like 2 months ago maybe, I was like, oh, I can actually watch the TV show. I've never even seen it.
Dude, the TV show is so nostalgic for me because my friends and I used to just watch it like when we were in high school. They always came on really late, and they would have like they would just show them over and over and over again because MTV didn't really have any programming at that time. Uh, Music videos had become too expensive to run, so they would just show Jackass all the time because it didn't get the highest ratings, but it got pretty good ratings. and it was something that you could just show all the time. And when you're in high school, that shit's like super funny to you. And I remember, I remember when I saw Jackass the movie. It was at that time it was harder than I'd ever laughed. And I was at my friend's house, and
You watched it in theaters, I'm guessing.
no, no, we did not. We rented it from Blockbuster, and we watched it at my friend's house. His mom had this like really fancy room of their like this. They had like a part of their house built on, and we watched it like in this pure white room with like all these windows, and it was like hilarious that like here we're watching a guy take a a, a a toy car and shove it up his ass in a condom in this like very like dainty like place of their house. And we had to be careful because we didn't want his parents like finding out what we were watching. I did not watch it in theaters, and the reason why I didn't watch it in theaters was it just wasn't that. I don't want to say it wasn't that big. It was just like, oh, it's those guys from uh, that TV show. It's not. It wasn't like a revolution like it would become. Um, okay, so then uh, that was an inspiration. Well, and Tom Green would do some things like that where he would kind of these man on the street things where he would just go up to people and be like, like what do you think of my, you know, what what do you think of whatever? He just like man on the street stuff is really interesting to me. So but Tom Green was definitely an inspiration. So Joe Rogan's on Tom Green, and you see him where he gets the idea for the Joe Rogan experience, where they're just drinking like a Corona beer, and Joe Rogan's like, "Wow, I could. This is great." So you're just like live streaming to the world, and Tom Green's like, "Yeah, it's just like on the internet." And Joe Rogan's like, if you could somehow monetize this, this would be a game changer because you wouldn't have to worry about advertisers anymore. Like you literally see the gears working. And very soon thereafter, Joe Rogan started the Joe Rogan Experience. And the only reason why he was able to do that is he had contracts with NBC from Fear Factor. I mean, he had made a lot of money. He is the most fortunate person and he says this, when it comes to Hollywood of any person ever. He has gone on two uh, not interviews, but castings, and he got both of them. He got the one that they did like a baseball show that got canceled, and then he did news radio. And then since then, everybody's known who he was and everything, and he didn't have to like he did the UFC for the first like 6 times that they did it. He did it for free. He just did it because he loved the sport and knew it was going to be really big. And it's really interesting to watch him in old interviews where people are like, like, don't you think that it's like uh like immoral to have two guys beat up on each other? And he's like, this is what boxing is. It's just the fact that you can go to the ground. I mean, it's like exactly the same thing, but it's just way more exciting, and it's in a cage and everything. And anyway, so you could see on Tom Green, like Joe Rogan says Tom Green, Tom Green and the Podfather, this guy who used to be an MTV VJ, who had like the first real podcast. They were like his inspirations, and then he and Redman started doing like behind the scenes footage at the Comedy Store that eventually then they started live streaming it, which is what I did too. I have all this footage of myself at the Comedy Store, but also just all over California, just like basically from GoPros. And then eventually I started live streaming it. So Joe basically starts his podcast. It gets to be really big, and revolutionizes comedy. But the people are like basically very critical of what he's done to comedy in general. So they're critical of Kill Tony, which is like a kind of a Joe Rogan branch off, because you have to have like 1 minute of and be really funny, and if you're not funny, you don't succeed. So that changes some things. In fact, Bill Burr has spoken out about that. He's been on Kill Tony one time. He was like, "This isn't fair. Like, you're not giving people a chance to really, be funny and tell stories and stuff. They have to be funny within 1 minute. That's not enough time." Which there's that argument, and Joe Rogan has put like a lot of people out there to who aren't funny, and but yet he's kind of shoved them down people's throats. And so there's this one thing that happened. There's this female comedian. Her name is Annie Letterman, and she has this story where so Brendan Schaub, that guy I always talk about, she and he were at the Comedy Store, and Brendan asked her if he would walk her to his truck, and she's like, "What?" Like basically in a later story, she's like, "Why? So I could blow you? Like I don't want to hang out with you. You're married and you have kids. Like that's a scumbag thing to do." So she was on this podcast in Annie Letterman with this Kalaya, this girl from Bobby Lee's podcast. It's called
I
like
know.
you know who I'm talking. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about. Okay, um, and so they talk about they don't name Brendan Schaub's name, but they say that there's just this unfunny comic who wanted Annie to walk her to his truck, and Kalaya says, yeah, like this guy texted her like a few years before on New Year's, and it's just like um, scumbag behavior. And Brendan Schaub comes out and is like, I didn't do that. And they're like, we didn't name you, but now you're just basically like waving the flag at yourself. Anyway, um, this Annie Letterman went around and I think basically said, like, basically called out Brendan Schaub. And Annie Letterman used to be on the Joe Rogan Experience. Like, at least she's been on before, but now she's like not invited to the Comedy Mothership, and they're critical of Joe Rogan. Like basically, like you have to side with him, or else you get cut off. And then like she's gonna have a fine career. She'll be fine. She's good looking and funny and stuff like that. But at least like the Elephant Graveyard documentary, but he's made two of them. He made like an hour long one, and then most recently he did another one. The first one's called Comedy Czar, and the second one is called Comedy Armageddon or something like that. And basically it just goes into the fact that like if you don't go with Joe, he will cut you off. And I don't think he's like that much, but that's how they make it out to be. Okay, so Brendan Schaub, who is not the sharpest knife in the drawer, goes on. He was just on his podcast and with uh, Brian Callen, the fight in the kid, and they had somebody call in, and this guy called in and he was like, should I get a haircut or should I shave my head? What do you guys think? That was like the question that the caller posed. And they were like, Brendan Schaub's like, I know a lot of guys who shave their head and slang dick, like Dana White, Joe Rogan. That's about it. He didn't say Jeff Bezos at that time. But basically, then this raised this huge alarm like, whoa, Joe Rogan is uh, married. What do you mean he's slaying a dick? And I get how Brendan Schaub said this. Like I'd say it all the time, slaying a dick like it's going out of style. Like it's just like a saying. Like you're killing it. Like you're doing really well. But it made it sound like Joe Rogan was cheating on his wife. And so Brendan Schaub had to come out and be like, no, I didn't mean it like that. I just meant it like he was doing really well. Dana White does his own thing, like, and Jeff Bezos too. But I was just saying that like you can have a bald head and still do really well. I did not mean it like he was cheating on his wife. So it caused all this uproar. And then for a while, Joe Rogan kind of kept a little bit of distance. As I've said previously, I say it all the time. Brendan Schaub is the number one person ever on the Joe Rogan Experience. He's the number one guest, but he hadn't been on in like a year until this past weekend. He was on. So he was on for. Have you ever seen these fight companions they do
On Joe Rogan.
on Joe Rogan? Yeah. So what Joe Rogan does is If there's a fight that he's not doing the interviews. He doesn't do them all. He doesn't do them if they're like in other countries or if they're not like a big UFC event. What he'll do is he'll have his friends over, like Brian Callen, and they have this other like UFC guy, and then Brendan Schaub, and they will watch them, and then they have a little clock in the corner so that you can kind of sync it up, so that you're like watching it with them. It's a cool thing, and so Brendan Schaub was on there this past weekend. So it was the first time in like more than a year that he'd been on, but now he's on, or maybe I don't know if it's been more than a year, but something like that. Anyway, uh, long story short, this very long story short, this uh, documentary went into all of this and all the things like basically um, if you aren't on Joe Rogan's side in comedy nowadays, then you're like an outsider. You have to be part of this boys club. It's called the Rogan Sphere for a reason, and uh, in reality, Joe Rogan isn't the head of it. It's really like Shane Gillis, who who is like the hottest comedian in comedy right now. And so Joe Rogan does everything he can to like be in good graces of Shane Gillis, because Shane Gillis is just be like, fuck it, I'm big enough now that I can do whatever I want, and I have a big enough podcast that I can do whatever I want, and I don't really need fucking Austin, Texas. I have New York City and Philadelphia and LA and stuff, and uh, Bill Burr got like Bill Burr is kind of a lot of people would say Bill Burr's part of the Rogan sphere, but there's an argument that he's not because he he and Joe Rogan got into it over like medical issues, and um, I don't think he's been on since, and I don't know if that's Joe's not having Bill on or Bill just didn't have anything to promote or whatever. Um, there's the argument that was recently made about Joe Rogan and somebody. Oh, Bert Kreischer and Tom Segura. They did. They used to have this. I think they still do. A podcast called Two Bears, One Cave, and it's just like the worst podcast in the world. It's literally two really rich dudes talking about how much money they have, and then shilling their tequila to everybody or osos or something like that. And that's all they do. I mean, it's like they've lost connection with anybody. And if you really look into the backgrounds of these uh, podcasters or these comedians, a lot of them come from a lot of money, and you have to, because you're not working. It's like you need somebody to support you. Like Bert Kreischer's dad is a lawyer for the Church of Scientology in like Clearwater, Florida, and um, Tom Segura's dad was um, a vice president at Merrill Lynch, and Brian Callen's dad was an international banker, and Whitney Cummings' dad was or her mom was like a, a regional director or something for Neiman Marcus. It's like these people, like when you start to look into their backgrounds a little bit, it's like, oh, no wonder they're able to just sit around and talk into a microphone all day, because they don't have to work a real job. Like very few of them have a Joey Diaz kind of story where they didn't have anything and they had to basically beg, borrow, and steal and all that other shit. So like the idea is this: like when you get into that world, that comedy world, where you to be in Joe Rogan's good graces, you uh, basically have to. Well, he's starting to make
I
it.
think here.
Go ahead.
Sorry, finish your point.
You basically have to get connected with him in order to get into comedy nowadays. And the way that he has built the system is you start as a door person at the comedy mothership, like a lot of people did at the comedy store, and then you work your way up, like Casey Rocket did, and Cam Patterson. And now Cam Patterson's going to be on Saturday Night Live.
I don't know who the fuck that is.
You don't know who Cam Patterson is? Oh, Cam Patterson.
Let me Let me look up their face and see. So,
He's like the biggest thing in comedy nowadays, up and coming.
Cam with the K.
Yeah,
Oh, it's Black Kid.
yeah. So he basically came from like a poor background in Orlando, Florida. He was a stand-up comedian for 2 years.
Was this guy on Kill Tony?
Yeah, and then somebody told there's another friend that he had, another guy named Cam, who told the people at Kill Tony, look, my friend Cam Patterson is going to be in town. You want to get this guy on? He's really, really funny. He's been doing this for 2 years. Um, Tony fell in love with him the first time he saw him and made him a regular, like immediately. He started selling merch on the Kills Tony store like crazy. He could sell anything and it would sell. In fact, he even would sell rocks, just like rocks that you would get at a landscaping store, and he would sell them for $10 each. And then eventually, he is now going to be in that. He was in a Kevin Hart movie on Netflix, and he's going to be in that Theo Vaughn and David Spade movie with William Montgomery.
Okay.
And then he made it to Saturday Night Live, which is the biggest kind of comedy thing that you can do in the United States. So that's what this documentary is on. And then I cut you off. So what did you want to say?
I think I don't know. I do know, but I was just looking at a list of the top 100 comedians, or a few lists of like you can type it in the top 100 comedians.
Is that the comedy?
And,
is that the Comedy Central list?
no, I was looking at IMDb and Ranger.
Oh, okay, good. What does it say is number one? Jerry Seinfeld?
On the IMDb one, or sorry. So it says Dave Chappelle on the Ranger one.
Okay.
This one's weird though. I wouldn't think Bill Burr is the number 2 comedian in the world. I don't know how this is rated though. I don't really know.
Right.
This says best comedians. It's a classic crowd ranking performed by the fans' perspective.
Okay.
So just basically who's the funniest is kind of who they're voting on. But I'm glad I was going to illustrate. I was also going to say that it's maybe if things have changed, and I recognize that. But if you go to like the top 100 list, like I'll just start naming people. Is Mark Normand at all in the Joe Rogan sphere? Because I would not say that he is.
Yeah, I would say that he is. He's been on Kill Tony recently, and he's been on the Joe Rogan Experience. Basically, anyone who's been on the Joe Rogan Experience kind of
but I believe that he started in New York and had no connections to, like, before he got on Kill Tony and all that shit. Like,
right.
He was building his own.
Right. As I understand, he's from New Orleans, and he started at the Comedy Cellar along with like Shane Gillis and those guys.
Right.
The Comedy Cellar.
So John Mulaney.
He's from. He's from Chicago. John Mulaney's from Chicago. John Mulaney's
not
from.
In the Rogan.
John Mulaney's from Chicago, not in the Rogan sphere.
Actually, Louis C.K. is from Boston, but I don't think he needed Joe Rogan's help whatsoever to become successful. I don't even.
Actually,
he's done like maybe 1 or 2.
Actually, Louis C.K. is from Mexico. Actually, Louis C.K. is from Mexico.
Well, he grew up in Boston. He was
That's
born
correct.
there, but he grew up in Boston.
Right, and he did not. He was a writer on several TV shows. So he's, but you understand they're all related.
No, that's the point I made, is that Louis C.K. does not have a connection, or at least a strong connection, to the Rogan sphere.
That's correct.
And my point is that a lot of these comedians in the top 100, Jim Gaffigan, Jimmy
Correct.
Carr,
Correct.
Gabriel Iglesias,
Correct.
Pat Williams,
Correct.
Dave Attell,
Correct.
like, a lot of them don't have a connection to the Joe Rogan sphere.
No, but you're naming all veteran comedians, not younger comedians. Keep
Well,
going.
that was the part of my second point, is that I'm saying, like, right now maybe it's evolved where, like, he has this gatekeeper, like, privileges, admin privileges for, like, this internet success overnight.
Well,
That,
and it has a lot to do with the podcasting world. All those other guys that you named did not need. They didn't have podcasts, but like now, one thing that this documentary covered is no longer do you make money. Well, like before, you would just make money doing stand-up comedy. Then when the podcast world came out, it was something that you did in order to make people aware of where you were going to be doing comedy and to build up a little bit of an audience so that you'd be like, hey, I'm going to be in Tempe or Arizona, and then everybody in Tempe would know that you were coming there. But now these podcast things have become almost, if not more lucrative for many of these people because of the ad reads and the endorsements than actually doing stand up comedy. So they almost have become podcasters more than they are comedians.
sorry, can you explain that again?
Absolutely. So back in the day, there was no podcasting. So these guys were just stand-up comedians. Louis C.K. Do you know who Dane Cook is?
Louis C.K. was on the Opie and Anthony radio show.
Yeah.
A bunch of times he just played like a podcast or some video.
Well, wait, hold on. That's how you used to have to do it. So you'll hear these comedians, veteran comedians, who would say, let's say they were going to be in Boston.
Howard Stern.
Howard Stern exactly is who it was. And he was the biggest thing in New York. Wherever you were, in whatever city, you would do morning radio. And you'd be like, hey, I'm going to be at the Funny Bone in Wichita, Kansas. And you would do that every single morning. There was like a schedule that they would do. It was usually be in town by Thursday to do Friday morning radio, promote your shows for Friday and Saturday, and then um, I believe also Sunday they would do a show, and then leave on Monday. Or sometimes they would leave on Sunday, but stay till Monday if the drugs were good, as Ralphie May used to say. And then you'd be in the next city for the next week. Like that was your week. But you would always do either Thursday morning radio or Friday morning radio to make sure people knew that you were in town, and so they would buy tickets. That was the
Yeah.
that was what you would do. Okay, so these comedians would do that, and they did that for like from the 1980s to the 1990s to the 2000s. You would do you would do morning radio, but then with the podcast world that occurred, these comedians realized that if they did podcasts, they didn't necessarily have to do morning radio as much because they would already sell out by the time they got to the city. So there's no reason to do morning radio and sell tickets if you're already sold out. It's just another thing that you have to do, and you don't want to have to do it if you've already sold all the tickets. And in the beginning, like 2010, early 2010s, uh, doing podcasting wasn't that lucrative financially. But it has become to the point where these comedians actually make as much money or more money doing their podcasts than they did for just doing the stand-up comedy. So many of them, I mean, not many, but some of them have just even stopped doing stand-up comedy. The big one who's done this is um, uh, Brendan Schaub. But even like Tom Segura doesn't do as much stand-up comedy as he once did because he makes money on Your Mom's House and all their studios and all his endorsements and Two Bears One Cave and all of that. Like basically, they don't have to go on the road every single weekend like they once did because their podcasts bring in money. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, so that's what we learned about the Joe Rogan sphere, and a lot of people don't like him, but until he really fucks up, I've learned this with anybody, whether it's a politician or just anybody has skeletons in their closet. Not everybody's perfect. I know I'm not perfect, but basically, like I recognize that Joe Rogan does a lot to. He's revolutionized a bunch of industries. He revolutionized the health industry, the podcasting industry, the mixed martial arts. He did Fear Factor, which was a
Vaccine industry.
what'd you say?
Vaccine industry.
All that, yeah, that's a health industry. But I don't know if you remember if it was big in Canada, but Fear Factor was huge in the United States. It was a revolution. It was like one of the biggest shows on TV, and and I think he could do that again and make it a giant thing, like absolutely giant. Um, I think they had Ludacris who did it after Joe Rogan, and just was never as big. Um, okay, so but Joe Rogan will tell you, as will any of these comedians, the real comedian who changed the game when it came to comedy in the early 2000s was Dane Cook. Because Dane Cook got on MySpace and um, he got a lot of girl, like he's a good looking dude and he got a lot of girl uh, fans and he would like cultivate them using the internet. And so he's like the person who everybody gives a lot of credit to and they give a lot of credit. And his stand up was fucking hilarious. In 2004, there was no bigger comedian in the world than Dane Cook. He's kind of like what Matt Rife is today for the TikTok generation, but he was for MySpace and he was giant. And okay, with that, that's enough comedy for now. Ask me what I think
Oh,
happened.
can I
Go ahead.
can I ask take like a fork in the road to a different discussion that I wanted to have?
Absolutely.
Kind of why I came back here. And it is related to comedian podcast. And I believe we may have talked about it a few months ago, but I kind of put this idea on the back burner. I'm not sure why. There's like a wrench in the whole machinery that I'm forgetting about. But do you remember if I feel like you must remember, but I was talking to you about like this company business that I wanted to start, which was the creator tokenization platform. And basically it came to me in a dream where I was scrolling on a website with a bunch of podcasts on it. And you could click on whatever Tiger Belly podcast, and there was a coin attached to the podcast that represented, if you like buy the coin, you're buying shares in the podcast, which like the shares represent like revenue sharing of the podcast itself. So you would own a little piece of Tiger Belly, similar to kind of how fractional real estate works.
Yeah, I remember. I remember this vividly.
And then I was like, oh, this could apply to other creator economies, such as OnlyFans models, or a big one would be YouTube, or a big one, music artists, which is all like YouTube, Spotify. Basically, apparently there's this book on it called, it's like the Unincorporated Man, and it's about a guy who wakes up in the future, and he's he's like the only person who like isn't completely owned by a corporation, and not to be like super dystopian or whatever, because that's not the goal of this. The goal, I guess, is to actually like drive growth for these different creators by giving them a different revenue stream, and then also providing a new like incentive structure for their fans, where the fans are actually incentivized to promote it more because they actually own the stake in their investment, and also, it's just better. It's basically like Patreon, but Patreon you can buy the token and actually like get paid dividends, as well as access like exclusive content through ownership. And so it'd be like, yeah, if Joe Rogan issued a coin, there'd probably be a whole lot of people that would want to buy the coin if, one, the coin was paying out earnings of the Joe Rogan podcast into your bank account as dividends. And yeah, you can also potentially compound those dividends with other lending protocols in order to get even better yield. So yeah, please tell me why. I mean, I was speaking to some people in a Telegram chat earlier, and I told them the idea, and they thought that it sounded interesting. Not that it's like the easiest set of hurdles to overcome, but it's possible. So, yeah, give me the whole 9 yards truth, the Rabbi serum of painful, why my idea sucks or doesn't suck, whatever it is. Because yeah, I find it interesting that like somehow, I mean, it came to me in a dream, but like there isn't a protocol yet. Like tokenization of all these things is coming into the world, but no one's really talked about the tokenization of the creator economy.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think that it is okay. So do I just think that? No. Okay. So the reasons why I think it could work. Um, so like it's kind of I know what tokenization is and everything, but I just want to create an analogy. It would be like a company sells stock, a podcast would sell stock, basically, right?
Absolutely, like the perfect parallel.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a great idea, and um, so creators do this already to some extent with endorsements that they do. So, like, if I like the Joe Rogan Experience, then I can support him by buying stuff on it and Athletic Greens or AG1 or all of that shit that he sells. That's how I can support it. But I don't have a share or any ownership in the podcast. So this would basically
Correct.
be like, and there are other ways that you can support um, podcasters. The big one is Patreon, and but you don't get any ownership of the podcast. So this would allow you to get ownership. Now, I like it. I'm not like I hear people come in with shitty ideas every day, and this is not one of them. This is a good idea. It would okay. So I really want to say why it wouldn't work because I think you could make it work, and I don't say that about every um, idea that people tell me. Normally, I'm really good at just being like, well, there's this huge loophole, or not even loophole. There's this huge red flag.
If you get ripped off, China's gonna copy it. The bear scare will never take off.
Yeah, all of that. Yeah, anything like that. Okay. So let's use an example um, of something that neither of us really like, but we both know about. Okay, you mentioned um, Tiger Belly. Okay, so we're gonna use Tiger Belly as our example, since neither of us are like super diehard about it, but we both know about it. That's Bobby Lee and Kalila, and I don't even know what they do, but it's from Bobby Lee's garage in Burbank, something like that. And it's really brightly colored. It's been around a long time. Okay, so Bobby Lee starts saying, "We need more money. We're getting popular, or whatever. Maybe we're not, and so we're going to offer 100 shares for this." Well, I think Tiger Belly had it is a business already because that's why he and Kalila, even though they're not dating anymore, they like own that business together. So I'm sure there's Tiger Belly LLC. I'm almost certain that's what it is. So you basically would just be taking that company public and offering 100 shares or whatever, a million shares, whatever. But you just make you don't necessarily make the pod. It's there's a way to do it to tokenize the podcast as well, and I get that. But basically, uh, you could just have Tiger Belly LLC offer uh, have an IPO, initial public offering, for some amount of stock, and then you just buy into the company. Do we agree that's an option?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, is it that? I thought in order to actually go public as a company, you have to be like big enough for like a stock exchange.
No, no. You can like if you want to get on the Dow Jones, that's a big one. But you could get on Nasdaq, which is smaller, or it's called um, the Russell 5000. There are like 5,000 companies on that, and even smaller organizations. Like I was a part of an organization that was just run by two people, and they had stock. So it's just however your attorneys draw it up. But basically, they could sell stock in their company. They didn't. That's not what they were doing it for. But it was just like how they distributed ownership of their company. So no, it doesn't have to necessarily be on an exchange. Now, if you want it to be on an exchange, then I think you have to go through the SEC and some other things. But basically, like Tiger
Right.
Belly could could potentially, if it got big enough, uh, meaning like they had enough interest, they would do an IPO, an initial public offering for whatever their, let's say, stock at $1, just for simplicity, and then anyone who liked their podcast could buy that stock, and then they would own part of Tiger Belly LLC.
Does that become a security the moment you allow outside investors that are trying to make a return?
To my knowledge, it would.
Okay. Apparently, like somehow, like the way that they frame it with the tokenizing real estate, which tokenizing real estate through an NFT is like basically just taking stocks and digitizing it. But the way that they frame it as an NFT somehow just voids this securities label. And I think when you're dealing with the SEC and securities, there's just a whole lot of legal jargon and little hoops to wave your hips around in a circle with.
Yeah. So basically, like I would say a better example of this is your mom's house because that's Tom Segura and um, that Chrissy P or whatever, and they have that show, and then they have a bunch of other shows underneath them, and they've become like a podcast studio that you go in there and you rent out their stuff, and I think that probably is worth more than Bobby Lee's company. So, um, like that, your mom's house, I think probably is worth probably 10, maybe more than $10 million right now. So that one, they do an IPO, and then people would buy their stock. They don't need to do it. It's not. They make enough money doing what they're doing. Uh, Tom Segura is killing it. I mean, he's now no longer doing podcasting or comedy. He's directing movies. Did you know this?
I did not know that.
Yeah. So
The
he's.
movie business seems like very close to gambling almost.
Oh, it definitely is. And if you know, there's something called Hollywood accounting. It's really shitty what happens. So, oh, it's terrible. Okay, so let's say you make an independent. And it's not an independent film, but you make a small film. You personally, with let's say Warner Brothers, and your movie has a budget of $1 million, and let's say it makes $100 million, like it makes 100x, and your movie is just on, I don't know, a podcast movie, let's just say. Oh, that's great. So you should, and let's say in your contract, whatever you were going to make on the movie, let's say they were going to pay you a base of $100,000, and then whatever the the box office was, you were going to make that many X. So you would have made 100X. So you would have made $10 million. But with Hollywood accounting, what they do sometimes, and it's not right, but then they'll do this. They'll take a movie like, I don't know, Transformers 10 or whatever, some movie that loses a lot of money, and they will take the editing fees that they would have done that they did on Transformers 10, let's just say Transformers 12, whatever movie it is, and give those to your movie and just say that it took more money than we thought it was going to do post production editing. And that means that your movie, when normally it made 100x, that's great, but they add a $50 million post production cost to it. Or another one that they do, they'll do something like this. They'll say, all right, let's say our marketing budget for your movie is going to be $10 million, whatever. Forget the numbers I said before. So this is a new movie. Our marketing budget for you is $10 million. You're like, great. What they'll do is sometimes take out of your marketing budget and promote some other movie, but since it's all under the same umbrella, they have a way of just basically not giving you the same marketing that they said they were going to and giving it to another movie. It's really disgusting what happens. And there's not a whole lot you can do.
I mean, if it's Warner Brothers and they own, like, I mean, there's that Mom's House guy. What's his name?
Tom
The
Segura.
director did.
Tom Segura.
Yeah, so Tom Segura, he's partnered with Warner Brothers to produce the movie, right? He's probably putting up like zero stake, or maybe a little bit of stake in the movie, but like Warner Brothers is probably financing like 95% of it or something. So doesn't it make sense that Warner Brothers can just be like, oh, we need to like balance, like basically Warner Brothers is just saying, okay, we produce fucking 25 movies like this quarter, and fucking 8 of them are like underwater and shit, but the other like whatever, the rest of them are enough positive that we're actually still making money overall. So we just need to like, I don't know, somehow do some Hollywood bullshit accounting to make it so that we're hunky dory.
Well, and that's what happens, and um, it just can hurt people in the end because they had agreed to do one thing, and then it turns out that it didn't work out that way. And unless you want to go to court with these people, you just have to take it. I mean, you can go to war with Warner Brothers, but guess what? You're not going to get your next movie with them, and probably Disney isn't going to want to work with you. And there are only so many movie studios, and you'll basically blackball yourself.
Do you think that Pirate Bay should be held accountable for like they're being sued by like Warner Brothers and like all these media companies for creating like this. It's kind of like the Silk Road shit, where he's like, oh, I'm just the guy who created a website that facilitates data sharing and like file sharing.
Right.
Then,
same thing. Like,
excuse me, but the files that you're sharing are like clearly illegal. Like,
but he's not sharing them.
You have regulate.
But he's not sharing them. So he's just the middleman. He just gives. He just
allowing it to happen.
That's true.
If you're not monitoring.
Right. I understand that. I think that guy's innocent.
Well, Silk Road dude got pardoned. I don't think Pirate Bay people even got prosecuted. Maybe they did. I don't think so though, because they were like Swedish internet law or something. It's just like, yeah, you're good.
Right, and I think that's how it worked. Napster got it years ago. It's the same argument to me as this. Do you prosecute the? It's not exactly this, but like the Department of Transportation because people use the roads to do illicit drug deals? You get what I'm saying? It's not a perfect analogy, but it's similar to me. There's an argument to be made. We're going to prosecute the Department of Transportation people because they maintain the infrastructure for one drug dealer to get to another drug dealer. Yeah, but they didn't deal the drugs. They just had the infrastructure. In the same way, the Silk Road or Napster or the Pirate Bay just built the infrastructure for one person to share with another. Does that make sense?
I do see what you're saying. But I mean, I don't know. It seems like they could, if they wanted to, like Pirate Bay could moderate and delete content that isn't like it's copyright infringement.
Yeah, but you know how much work that is. It's very expensive, and you run into the issue where
it's arguably harming a lot of people's livelihoods. Like maybe there's not going to be any money to finance the next season of whatever because no one's actually paying for content anymore. So it has repercussions on society.
I get that, and it does, but
not that like Warner Brothers is like probably going to go broke, but they will go broke if they keep spending millions of dollars on films that no one's paying for eventually.
I'm in agreement with you. I mean,
but okay. Also, I'm not sure if this is the case, but I'm just gonna like draw a parallel here that I've seen YouTube videos that are basically making the assertion that Spotify is like making artists poor because the way that their revenue sharing works is like it's basically like
it's ridiculous.
The fractionalized like podcast investor token. Like all the artists, like the cumulative artists, are all put into a pool, and their percentage ownership of how much of the total subscription pool payout that's allocated to them is based on how much like listener time or whatever the fuck they get, and then the pool is paid out according to if you're at the top, Drake, you get a ton of listeners, you get more of the pie. If you're middle dude, you get middle share version, blah blah. But because the subscription model is like only $9.99 and it's stretched now with like audiobooks and music, it basically like it's spreading that $9.99 subscription like thinner and thinner, and I'm going to assume that with Netflix and other streaming platforms, this like subscription model of $9.99, that $9.99 or whatever the fuck it is, like they need to allocate all those subscription dollars to all of the films that are like on their site, you know?
That's true.
So, but maybe they're getting richer. I don't know, because the streaming shit didn't really even exist a while ago. There'd just be DVD sales though afterwards.
Um, there's what you're saying is true. It it's basically a limited pot, and everybody's got to share it. And that's why I don't think that model works. If you want to know the way that it should work, artists should give their music away. Music, especially today, is not hard to make, especially with computers and AI and stuff. Where you should make the money as an artist is your concerts. So the smart way to do it is give your music videos away, give your songs away 100%. Give them away. Put them in commercials for free and everything. And everyone will like your music because it's everywhere. And then charge for your tickets and your merchandise. That's how you make money. You know, somebody like Snoop Dogg only makes like $70,000 a year on all his music on Spotify. It's not that much. I mean, $70,000 is good, but he's got a huge catalog. It's not that much. But that's why he does all kinds of endorsements, and that's he does um, in person
TV shows,
TV shows, and
movies,
he does the voice and all of that. That's where you make money. But you know why he's able to do all that? Because everybody has access to his music, or like knows his music. And so if you're an artist, if you want to make money, you've got to recognize that you're not like let's say you've got a really great voice. That's great. Are you hot? That's bigger than if you have a good voice, because with auto tune you can make anybody have a good voice. If you're hot and you are popular and you've got social media pull and everything, then you can easily make music. Like you can take somebody like Sydney Sweeney and have her sing a song and be really popular. Like music is really easy to do. What isn't as easy to do is visual stuff. Like visual is much more difficult. And so what I'm trying to say is like
What do you mean, like? What do you mean, like music videos?
music videos are big, but even just TikTok and all that, like things that people see. Basically, music is pretty easy to produce and put out with AI. Now, years ago, it was not.
Oh shit! There's another market for this creator economy tokenization thing. Is like TikTok revenue. You can just own a TikToker.
I get that. I get that. Um, okay, so let's talk. Um, let's talk. Well, so I think your idea is really good. I think the future of the music industry, and they've already talked about this in martial arts and UFC, is they don't pay people to fight. They make their money in um, in endorsements and advertising and stuff. So I think Dana White has even said that ideally they shouldn't have to pay the fighters. The fighters should fight for free, but the fact that they put them on this huge stage means that they'll be able to sell merchandise and do endorsements. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I mean that like Air Canada Center or whatever arena that's selling it is making so much money that I don't know, seems kind of cheap to not pay them. It's like yeah, it's like Michael Jordan being like, oh, I'll pay you in a bunch of signed like merchandise.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
So the phrase that they use is we're paying you
I'd rather just have
the phrase that they use is we're paying you an exposure. So the fact that we're putting you in front of all these people means that they're going to want to buy your T-shirts and go to your autograph signings and have you talk about their product. So you should want to do it for free. Like if you don't want to do it, that's fine. Somebody else will do it, and then we'll make them the big star. So we're paying you an exposure.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people. I've also tried it before. I'm forgetting for what, but yeah, people on the internet are like sometimes do not appreciate the exposure as payment. They're like, we're a real artist and we deserve to get paid, and exposure is bullshit. Like I'm promoting your thing for free, and like, but
Yeah, so that's a big thing with artists. Um, like I see it a lot with creators. This isn't like a big thing, but like so somebody will want to do art for somebody, especially like banners. Banners are really big. A lot of people, especially overseas, want to do banners for people because you just have to be like a graphic designer, or well, frankly, what what you do for your brother. That's a really popular industry. And now what you do for your brother is really specific, but what I'm talking about are just the general ones. So one of these people, these graphic designers, will go to an influencer and say, "I will do all your banners and I'll do all your thumbnails and everything," and then all of the only thing the influencer has to do is just in their profile say that their banner was by Tom Jones 123, and they get paid in exposure because people say, "Wow, I really like that banner," and the person's um, they read the person's profile and then see who created that stuff, and then they will go to them to do future work. Does that make sense?
yeah, pay exposure is a currency.
Yeah, and then that means the influencer doesn't have to pay anything, and um, that's
I don't know. I think that's kind of why like they're like as soon as like the smartphone became like kind of like widely accessible, like people they still do it like all the time. Like they'll post on their like Instagram or whatever, like, oh hey, I'm standing next to like Donald Trump or whatever, or like like it's like they're farming these like celebrity photos, and maybe the celebrity isn't even giving them a shout out, but they're still just trying to squeeze all the juice out of just getting a picture with them.
right. Um, yeah, and just being associated with them is big for your brand.
Oh yeah, yeah. Some people are like brutal at it, where it's like they just like it seems like they're just try harding to be so cool, but it just comes across as really cringe.
Right. Um,
Does anyone like the famous people that they're hanging out with are not like taking goofy pictures and posting it on their Instagram so that they can say to other people, "Oh, look who I'm hanging out with." They don't need to do that.
that's true. A big thing that I see as well are like, well, I guess it's the same, but basically like services or items in exchange for exposure. So a lot of times what these people do is they'll be like, "Hey, I need a new car," and so somebody will be like, "Okay, well, just come to our dealership, and if you do a post, we'll give you a 2-year lease on the house," something like that. If they're really big, and then they'll go and do it. They'll be like, buy your car at wherever, Fletcher Jones, Mercedes Benz, and they're really great. They'll take care of you. And then in exchange for that shout out, they'll get like a 2-year lease. Does that make sense?
Must be nice being that popular. Holy fuck!
Yeah. Um, but that's
Please go viral, Rabbi, so we can do that.
yeah. Like as we speak, I'm finding like loopholes in Twitch, and I'm trying to see if this one works. If you really want to know what it is, it'll be a game changer. My big thing is when I spam people or anything, I just need an impression. An impression is just basically when you make when you come into someone's consciousness. And like that could be an email, that could be when I spam them, that could be a follow, whatever it is. And they make it really difficult on social media now to do like mass impressions because they want advertisers to do that. They don't want individuals to be able to do it for free. And I don't know if this is going to work, but basically, I'm trying to figure out a way how to tag someone so I could like at Riser, and then you get a notification that I tagged you. And if that works, this bitch is game over. I'll be fucking famous by in a week. But I say that I don't think it'll be that quick. But um, the key is when I tag you, does it does it the key is when I tag you, does it send you a notification or like an email or something? Some of these things do send emails, and that's key for me because that's a free way of advertising, and I can do that a lot to people. I just don't know if it's going to work. So I'm about to see. I'm about to test it out. Um, okay. So, but to you and your idea, I think it's a good idea. I think that though that kind of already exists, and I mean, I know you're saying like we could just tokenize somebody's podcast. They could sell stock in their LLC, which would give people a share. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, what if there aren't enough shares? Okay, then what's stopping the podcast from just shilling a cryptocurrency? That's a question for you. A cryptocurrency based on their podcast, or an NFT based on their a cryptocurrency or an NFT based on their podcast. What's stopping someone from doing that?
Like without using this platform?
Yeah,
basically?
exactly.
Yeah, nothing except for I don't think that people realize that there's like a creator economy that can be tokenized, but also why they want to use the platform is like this like network effect because once all these like podcasts are all launching on this platform, users are going to go to this platform to see, oh, which podcast coin is best to buy. Where's all the volume going in the podcast world and the YouTube world? And that'll inform their decisions of where to invest. So because of that factor, then you'll want to use the platform in order to become part of that network. But I think beyond that, like Joe Rogan has said, oh, I don't want to launch crypto coin, just not interested, it's all crap. And I get that. And I think that one of the big problems in crypto especially is that the coins themselves don't really have a solid use case or utility or backbending. They're basically just like vaporware, like not no real substantial value. And some coins like Bonk and whatever, they're partnered with Solana and integrating into phones, and that's what they're doing is they're trying to find something that gives the coin value other than a digital interface that has an order book that people are switching back and forth between currencies to purchase it. But fuck, where's it going with that? Fucking yeah, if you're launching a fucking podcast coin, then the coin is actually backed by like legitimate real world value. So there is like some inherent use case behind that. And then again, those returns, even if they're maybe small, can compound with other lending protocols in order to produce even greater yield. So, I mean, yield is a big yield is like a big whole can of worms in the crypto space of what everyone's kind of fighting for. But I also think that just like the simple notion of, okay, I have a creator, a musician that I love. This guy has phenomenal music, the best shoegaze I've ever heard in my life, or whatever, the best TikTok videos I've ever seen in my life. I think that this TikToker, this freaking Chinese Wuhan TikTok dancer, is going to be worth a lot in the future. So I'm going to invest early in this person. I'm going to be financially aligned with them, and then as more people grow, then the value is going to grow as well, and then I'm going to reap a return by just placing it's just giving people the ability to just bet on who that they think is going to grow in the creator economy. So I think that's a interesting idea.
Okay, isn't
I
that?
don't know why it doesn't exist.
I mean, isn't that exactly basically what Hawktua was?
Um, Arctua launched a coin, but the coin was not tied to her podcast at all. It didn't represent ownership in Hawktua LLC Corporation. It was literally just a rug pull, and she used her celebrity status to lure people in. But she could have done it another way, since she has a podcast called Hawktua Fox or whatever the fuck. And
No,
she could have been like, oh,
isn't it called
you can buy this coin.
Isn't it called Talktua?
Yeah.
Which is cute as fuck.
If you don't talk to her, if you don't talk to her, I don't talk to her.
It's cute as fuck.
It's the best little zinger.
It's cute as fuck.
Yeah, so she did not create a tokenized podcast coin. She could have, but she did not. She scammed people and hurt her reputation.
Right. Okay. So you're saying though, if she had just given people a share of her podcast, that's exactly what you would have said, right?
Yeah, or literally anyone. Joe Rogan, Tiger Belly, like anyone could do this, but there is like the network effect of creating a platform that has all these eyes on it of people that are looking to invest in their favorite creators.
I get that. Okay, so I think it could work. Um, I don't think that the creators are going to want to necessarily like. Okay, so let's say
it's a framework. It's a framework. It does not have to be a in perpetuity ownership necessarily structured that way, but the more you give, then the more people want to buy. So, and yeah, they also, it's like you're getting paid on like kind of like a 5x or like 10-year X multiple basically by selling stock now and getting that money up front.
right.
Versus earning it back later. And then also the key bet is that by offering your fans this like unique ownership in you as a creator, then they're going to go out and be more incentivized to get people to, discover you and whatnot.
Okay, so let's use Hawktua as our example since she kind of did this, except for giving up control. What happens when somebody has 51% control of the podcast?
Well, I don't think that they would issue more than like 30% of themselves. I mean, I guess you could technically, but
technically,
I think you want to.
Definitely going to happen.
That's what will happen.
It definitely will happen.
I mean, we don't have to allow that to happen, but you don't want the creator to like not have total ownership and direction. But I mean, it could happen. You're right. And then what happens then? Is it like a company where the stockholders are now voting on what type of content this person makes with their life?
Exactly, which doesn't really make like, how are you going to enforce that?
I mean, that's why I was saying, like, don't really allow it to happen. But if it did happen, I mean, wouldn't it just be the same as a regular shareholder meeting?
Right. Okay, so let's say, Riser, you get 51% of Talk Tua, and you say, all right, I want you to interview, you say to that girl, I want you to interview Bill Cosby. And she says, well, I don't want to do that. And you say, no, I own 51% of your podcast. You must do it. Like, if this were a business, then you could, like, fire her because you'd be like the board of, uh, you'd be like the governing board. But this is like a person.
Oh, can there be a clause in this contract that does not give shareholders creative rights?
Okay, then what rights do you have?
You have the right to collect dividends off the profit earned from the creator.
Okay, but isn't that just buying into their LLC?
Essentially, yeah.
So then why wouldn't you just buy into their LLC?
Because I don't think that many LLCs, like, for how many YouTube channels have public corporations that you can invest in?
Man, probably most of them that you can invest in is another question. But I bet just about all of them, over 1 million people, are LLCs. That's the first thing that they tell you to do when you get popular, is get an LLC.
Yeah, but are they taking? I mean, some of them definitely are probably partnered and getting investments, but it's not like a public, crowd-funded, crowdsourced stock.
Okay, back to the question about, let's say you own 51% of Talk To Us. So that means you get, like, basically 51% of all of the income that comes in to the show. Okay. What happens if her name is Haley Welch? What happens if Haley Welch just says, I don't want to do it anymore?
I mean, that's a violation of the contract.
So you enslave her?
No one's forcing her to sign a contract. But contracts are legally binding agreements. They happen all the time.
Right. No, I understand, but, like, okay, so let's
The
say,
idea is that she'll get more growth from giving up not 51%, but like, say, like 10% revenue, maybe 20%.
I understand,
revenue.
but those numbers aren't interesting. Everything gets interesting at 51%. Don't ever forget that. That's my quote. Everything gets interesting at 51%. That's why I always say I want 51%. That's a controlling interest in everything.
I fuck with that.
All right. Like 10%, that's boring. 20%, that's boring. 50%, boring. 51%, let's roll. All right, so we've got Haley Welch, who gives up 51% control of her podcast. I don't understand the difference between her just having Haley Welch or Talk to a Incorporated and you just buying shares of that versus what you're saying. I don't understand the difference. Please explain it to me.
I mean, I'm not sure that there is much of a difference. This is like a platform that enables creators. Haley Welsh. Maybe she has multiple income streams, right?
She does. She does.
Income.
She does. So she's got, let's say, a skincare brand. You don't get any of that. This is just her podcast.
Oh yeah, she has her dating app with her southern accent voice thing that she like sells for $50.99 for some AI schlop dating app.
Okay.
That's not included in this deal.
Okay.
Either, you know.
Right. So I get that.
Sponsorships for some beverage endorsement on Instagram, that is not included. If it was like an LLC, that would probably fall under the main branch of Haley Welsh, but in this one, it's a customizable framework for the creator to say, these are the revenue sources that I want to share and give ownership to and issue like shares for, and then you go.
Okay, I get that. Now, I just don't. There really isn't a difference between her offering shares of an LLC and what you're saying, is there?
No, but there is benefits of the network effect of the website.
Okay, wait. Now I get that. But basically, what you're saying, there's the LLC, which is a stock exchange and all that. What you're saying is, all right, have these creators launch a coin, but we'll make sure that the coin doesn't get rug pulled, and we'll be like a legitimate ranking of all the coins. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is a very big perk for the investors, is that ideally there are no rug pulls. There'd be ways to mitigate rug pulls, like the creator cannot just sell supply like you can't just dump the entire supply. Maybe they can trickle sell some supply over time. That's fine, but they can't just rug the chart, you know?
Right.
And then also, it's like we're not allowing just any random Joe Blow to just create a pop-up coin and just be like, oh, I have a podcast with one viewer, buy my coin, so I can rug. I mean, it wouldn't even work because of the reason I said before, but you have to be like you have to have like some credibility and following to even become part of it. But yeah, it's a marketplace.
That's
like
what it
Facebook
is.
Marketplace for buying like crap, but this one is on different creators that you want to invest in.
Right. I get that. So it's a marketplace.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what you're saying, really.
Yeah. I think that's like the bigger meta value proposition, I guess.
Okay. That makes sense.
I have a website that I built with AI that's a very rough exoskeleton of a website, but it kind of shows the general idea. Do you want me to DM it to you?
No.
You can look at it whenever.
No, talk to me. Tell it to me. Just say it to me right now.
Well, it's basically like a marketplace for purchasing different creator tokens. One's a music creator, a YouTuber, digital artist, blah, 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 whatever category.
Okay. Isn't that what you just said?
Yeah, no, it's just like it's just a visual website with a few pages. It's pretty rough, but it's more of like a visual idea of possibly what it would look like. It's just very sketchily drafted on a map.
Okay, yeah, you can send that to me. Just I should not understand what you're sending me more than me saying no. I just like, what is this? Okay, yeah, if you want to send that to me, go ahead.
All right. That's,
Excellent. But I don't have to look at it right now.
no, not at all.
Hold on. Look, I'm gonna do it. Just while I've got you here, so I'll give you my 2 cents about it.
It's really nothing fancy, but
No, this could be the best fucking thing I've ever seen.
hey, ChatGPT said that this could be worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah,
so,
it could. The thing you just sent me is a broken link.
yeah, that's weird. I no, what the fuck? It literally just worked 1 second ago. That sucks. Try copying the link into Safari or some browser, not clicking it directly. Oh wait,
Same shit.
I think I added the marketplace by accident. That could be why.
So remove marketplace.
Yeah, it doesn't have the marketplace.
Empowering creators with tokenized ownership. Did you make this?
Yeah, using Bolt AI.
That AI thing, yeah. This is really cool. I like it.
Thank you.
This is a really good idea. But it's really not about the value comes in the marketplace.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I like it. I think it'll be a really good idea. And you will probably be able to make a lot more money on that than Salmon Cannon, but you'll probably make money on both when I go viral. Okay. Are you ready for what happened? An alternative thought of what happened July 13th, 2024.
Is this the Lenin assassination?
The what?
Or are you talking about the John Lennon being assassinated?
No, that happened in the 80s. This,
No.
this is
Or
in
what assassination are you talking about?
Butler, Pennsylvania.
Which person are we even talking about?
The 45th and 47th now president.
Oh, so this is the Kennedy assassination, not John.
No, you fuck. That's the 35th president. That was November
Who the fuck are we
22nd,
talking about?
1963. This was last summer.
Oh, Trump?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you tell me what happened.
Okay. A BlackRock movie commercial guy
Right. Good job.
gained access to a rooftop, took a shot. Donald Trump somehow miraculously, like 1 second before, turned his head to escape the bullet by about 2 milliseconds. And had he not moved his head 2 milliseconds before, he would have been dead, which is very red flag. But supposedly that miracle happened. Potentially it's a fake assassination to boost credit with ketchup. Of some firefighter allegedly died or
Right.
confirmed died. I don't want to be
Right.
rude to his family.
Shout out to that guy. He's dead.
Basically, and then after I'm not sure how many rounds he shot. I'm assuming he shot like 4 or 5 or something. It could have been only like 1 or 2. I don't know, but he got killed promptly after like not very long. And then also on like the radio, there was allegedly chatter amongst I don't know if it's like the FBI or whoever the fuck is in charge of like guarding the president. What's that? What are those people called?
Secret Service.
Right. Yes. They were apparently on the radio. Like some guys like, oh, there's a dude on the roof with a fucking gun pointed at the president. Should we shoot him and take him out? And then like the leader was like, no. And then after the bullets got shot, they're like, okay, now can we take him out? And then so I think that is what I gathered from the media's input. Does it have potential to be a huge hoax? I think absolutely. Are there motivations in place for it to be a huge hoax? Absolutely. Will we ever get to the bottom of the truth? I sure hope so.
Oh yeah, dude, I'll tell you right now what happened. Let me just see if you can.
I thought I was really getting hyped up. I thought you had like some red pill on the John Lennon assassination.
No, I mean that was interesting, but. All right, Doug, you ready for this?
Yeah.
Go to X and type in Butler Water Tower.
BUTLER water tower, one word.
2 words. Well, 3 words total.
Okay. It's not like a username.
No.
Sniper seen using zipline off the water tower.
Word, Doug.
If this is true, this is gonna blow the entire Trump Butler rally shooting open. Is this what you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, just scroll down and it's really suspicious that nobody mentions this. Welcome. How are you, Conjure, maybe? How's your day going? Conjure, maybe? Can you hear me? Hello? Roger, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, well, shout out to Conjure, maybe.
All right.
Maybe she'll
So
talk.
red pill me on this water tower.
Okay, I will. Don't worry. We're seeing if Conjure maybe's going to talk. Conjure, maybe? How was your day today?
What's up?
Living the dream. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How'd you find out about me?
Oh shit. Well, that's confidential.
No, you can't. You can't do me like that, girl. How'd you find out about me?
Well, I've just been really looking into Jewish communities since I'm Arab and shit. I hope you're fine with that.
Absolutely. We welcome people of all backgrounds. Welcome.
That's great. What are you guys doing? What are you up to?
Oh, I'm just having a late night girl talk with my friend Riser. Conjure, maybe do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, go on.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Conjure, maybe, if I may ask, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I'm a dude. But that's cool. Excellent. Well, that's what I do. I have more data archived than any person ever. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air. Data overtook petroleum, and I have more data archived than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if and when that happens, I'm going to make you, Kanja, all your friends, all your family, independently wealthy if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already have it, and I'm going to make sure that you have enough to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound to you, Kanja?
Well, first it's Conda, not
It is
Conda.
Kanda.
There's no R.
I just recognized that. My sincerest apologies.
No, it's okay. I like your idea though, and the fact that you've been saying ever since shit, the pandemic is insane.
Word,
You're
yeah.
definitely very good into politics, am I correct?
I'm very into politics.
Yeah.
Actually, I do my best to stay out of politics, but I recognize that it goes on around me. But I do my best to maintain neutrality. If you really want to know, I want probably what most people want: equality for all people globally.
I mean, yeah, I know I get that. I definitely get that, like 100%. But there's also a certain amount of care that you have to put into the fact that politics is very important because it actually shapes our world of today, and everything really just leads back to politics if you're really kept up with the world.
Oh yeah, no, I'm very kept up with the world, and I recognize that. But in terms, at least American politics, it's usually a left-right argument, and I think both sides are corrupt. So that's why I say I do my best to maintain neutrality.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I get that completely. But there's also a line that needs to be drawn. Like, you don't have to stand with either of them. They're corrupt, but isn't everything corrupt nowadays? Everything has a downside and a good side to it. They all have different intentions, different beliefs, different systems and shit. But there's also good that comes out of it sometimes when both merge together, hopefully, and work towards just one big goal because at the end of the day, the politicians, the presidents, all of it, they're not with us, right? They're all against us. They just want to make us feel like they're with us in a way. But no, I get that. I get why you want to like get away from politics, especially since right now it's been sincerely like raging, especially in the Jewish community. Like everybody's just turning on each other. It's diabolical. But I originally joined to get insight on how people who are, well, Jewish, how they view the controversy between them and the Arab countries.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to know, many of us believe in Zionism, but not all of us. And those who are Zionists believe in a greater Israel plan, and then eventually Israel being the entire world. If you really want to know the lowdown,
Okay.
that's what the lowdown is. And you're not going to hear that a lot of places.
Yeah, no, I understand. I get that completely. But no, really, you're really surprised because most Jews that I talk to, when they've learned that I'm Arab or have an Arab background, it gets pretty messy, really. And generational wealth and whatever, like the stuff you were talking about, right? It's good, but like it's not really realistic if you were to ask me. Like I have generational wealth because my dad is a co-owner of Qatar Airways, so we make a decent amount of money. But talking about generational wealth goes way deeper than what you think it is, because provide generational wealth for the people that are not as privileged as you, me, and other people in the world. It's just really complicated and complex topic.
Oh, 100%. Can I tell you some of the other things that I discuss?
Sure.
Excellent. I talk about ending world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses. hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. We talk about ending world thirst through the use of technology. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the betterment of people's lives there and to improve the lives of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you, Conda?
Oh, I see. Go on.
Excellent. I talk about other things. I'm a futurist, so I'm fascinated by the future and I'm passionate about it. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like space tourism, space elevators. I talk about things like alien disclosure, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, quantum computing, cryptocurrency, things like de-extinction, Kinda many people don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Biosciences. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant hybrids, or surrogates, I should say. I think this is fascinating, and I'm excited to be able to document this. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is just really exciting. They made headlines recently with their creation of three dire wolves, which I was able to document. I talk about other things too that are going to affect you, your friends, your family, if you want, perhaps. You may not need me ever to help you, and that's great. But if anything, you should know that I'm an advocate for life extension technology if you want. Again, if you just want to live your normal life, you go ahead and do that kind of. But there are those of us who want to continue living as long as possible, utilizing technology such as human growth hormone, stem cells, oxygen therapy, peptides, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapies, testosterone replacement therapy, red light therapies, ambrosia therapy, to eventually extend the average life expectancy from age 80 to age 100, 120. But then we may get to be 120 years old, you included, and you may say, Rabbi, you know what, everything that you said back in 2025 came true. It was amazing. And we've been able to walk off into the sunset together. This has been wonderful. All of our friends, everything. But my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And this is if you want. Again, this is all with your consent. Consent is very important to me and very important in all of this. If you want to just die like a normal person, you should be able to. But if you want, you may be able to utilize the type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer with your consent, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, Conda. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is there may be an opportunity for you to have digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Oh, immortality in itself, and I've had this conversation before with a couple of people. Immortality just really falls down on the person. But if you were to ask me, I would want to be a person that lives forever, or to have that kind of immortality, or know that I even have the opportunity to have that immortality. It's good for it to be an option, but it's not good for it to be applied onto everybody. I think it's more of a choice. But at the end of the day, you can't really there's only so much that the human mind can do. But I'd love to discuss it with you through DMs, chats, messages, whatever you want to do, because right now I'm not really too available to have too much of a chat, but I'm so down to hear more about what you have to say because it's really interesting. There's stuff you talked about, including those types of artificial intelligence that I'm really trying to get some more insight on because I'm really starting to get more into the AI world and to let that kind of information into my life. So I'm happy to discuss it with you and what plans you think you might have. And if anything, I might be able to make some connections with you to make whatever you have in mind come true if you think it's good for us as humanity and it's going to help us improve the quality of life and all the stuff. currently destructing and corrupting our world.
Absolutely, I'd love to. I sent you a friend request and I sent you a message. Feel free to wave back and we can connect via DM. And I hope we consider this the beginning of a beautiful friendship, Conda.
That's great. I'll be in touch with you soon.
Take care. Blessings. All right, Razor. Never know who you're going to meet, even the heiress to Qatar Airways. All right. Were you able to look at that video of the water tower? Riser.
Oh, I was muted. Wow. You didn't ask her where she found out about it.
She said she was doing research on Jews. So I did ask her.
I did see the water tower, yes. And allegedly they're saying that there's like a second sniper on the tower.
Yeah. So is that true? I don't know. Um, just a moment. Yeah. So not only that, but if anything, the way that Secret Service normally operates is they have someone on every high point just in case anybody tries to get up there. That's a very interesting thing that they didn't have covered. And uh, there were witnesses who said they saw the person come down on a zip line and then get on a motorcycle and leave. With right after the shooting attempt or shooting, they closed off that whole area and didn't let anybody inspect it. So to me, it looked like a a hit.
So where was the hit?
Well, they hit him in the ear. I mean, when you say a hit means in like mafia terms, like they tried to kill him.
Right. No, but like the dude escaping on the zip line and riding off in a motorcycle, that's not a hit. That's like an escape.
Yeah, no, I mean, what you,
But
the entire thing is called a hit. Like it's the process of doing the shooting and then the escape. It's like that's just known as like a hit. Like technically, the hit.
so you think that potentially like the actual shooter of the bullet was in the water tower?
Oh, somebody was. I mean, I know that the video is very blurry, but somebody's up there doing something. I don't know what they're doing. But then I've seen video of the person get away on a motorcycle. Somebody has video out there of somebody driving away on a motorcycle, and basically it's really
Connected from a zip line? Is there zip line footage?
that you don't see. What you do see is them on the ground driving away immediately, and people pointing at them like, "Hey, that guy is getting away from the line." And there were a lot of witnesses.
How many witnesses of the zip line?
I mean, at least two in one video that I saw, but there were other people. Let's see if we can find.
Yeah, I don't know what a good amount of witnesses would be. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I don't know if two is quite enough witnesses to be like, oh, there's like 40,000 or whatever, 30,000 people there. Two people saw some guy in a water tower as the phone. I don't know if that's enough.
Hold on, no, there's more than that.
I know you're saying that there's more. Mm.
Okay. Let's see if I can find it. So, yeah. So here's some. Type in to X Butler zipline witnesses, and the second thing I see is a witness who says talks about the sniper. Okay, so that was in the New York Post, or at least reported by the New York Post. Okay, let me see if I can find the.
Oh, it's fine. I believe you.
Well, the reason why this is relevant is this guy who got killed. They're like still looking for him, to the guy who shot him, and it very well could be like one of those things where they either don't find him, or that it's just a patsy where they just say it was somebody else, but it was really like a professional sniper.
Yeah, I don't know why they even took that guy out. I mean, unless he like feel like he did not have any like crazy information that he was spreading, really, like any more than any other average Joe, in my opinion. I think he could have pissed someone off because he's debated people like a lot and like kind of just trying to intellectually one up people, which could piss someone off. But I don't know. To me, he did not seem worthy of like an assassination,
Right.
unless it was like some angry, motivated person.
Um, Okay, so this guy says you have tracked down the black SUV that had picked up our Phantom water tower sniper that escaped using a zip line via the backside of the water tower into the trees and then uh, on foot a short jump to Meridian Road with 100% confidence based on cell phone data. That particular sniper was FBI and SUV was registered to the Department of Agriculture. So I don't know. I just know that you hadn't probably heard, like you'd never even heard of that water tower, had you?
No.
There you go. And do I believe that's what happened? I don't know. I wasn't there. I just know that it's really interesting that this guy was in this Black Rock video and all this other shit, and nobody talks about this. And um, I don't think it's a bad thing to talk about. There's video evidence of it. There are witnesses that at least the New York Post thought were credible. So why doesn't anybody talk about it? I don't. Um,
I thought you were gonna say that like the shooting was a hoax because
I know,
I'm
like the,
sure that has been talked about a lot.
well, that one is talked about a lot. Um,
Also, Joe Rogan said like that like being within like 100 yards like that was like such an easy shot that like you'd almost have to try to miss.
right, unless you were a really bad shot.
Yeah, but I mean possibly he turned his head or whatever. But
That's true. Um, it's like to me, yeah, I don't know. I don't know who that kid was, but we don't know anything about him. Like he had no online profile. You know, normally like these guys have a footprint. Do you know what I mean?
yeah, I mean I don't know. They must have known his name. I think they unlocked his phone, like brute forced open his phone, right? But there like wasn't anything there.
Now, Zoot
You
said that.
know the comedian Patton Oswalt?
Yeah.
Do you know what happened to his wife?
Um, yeah, didn't she die?
Yeah, do you know why?
I don't recall. Where was it?
For whatever reason, there was I think he was a police officer during the time and in the 80s. I guess he was like good at breaking into people's houses. And so during the 80s in California somewhere, he had broken into, like, raped and killed like a lot of people, like 120 or something people. And literally somehow he got away with it, like all 120 times. And then I guess since he was involved in like the police, he figured out that like they were they now had some new like DNA extraction method or something, and so he stopped doing that. And then for like 40 years, like people were just wondering who the fuck the guy was that like murdered all those people and somehow got away with it. And so for some reason, Patton Oswalt's wife was like piecing together all this shit and was like gonna publish a book on all her findings, and was just like really obsessed with the case.
Right.
And so
it was like a true
she
crime.
got murdered in her home, allegedly, I guess, because of her involvement in the case. And then Patton Oswalt still ended up, like, she was writing a book, but she got killed before it was published. But Patton Oswalt made sure that they hired people and pieced together and published her book that she spent so much time delving into. And eventually the guy got caught like 40 years after it happened, and then he got like 120 consecutive life sentences, and then he died like of a heart failure like 4 years in or something.
I'm not a big fan of Patton Oswalt because he tweeted some really creepy stuff and then deleted it years later about little kids, and I don't like when people fuck with children.
Was it a joke, like a poorly written comedy sketch, or like was it like just
Like that
weird?
girl, like that girl tonight who was like talking about cuties. I don't think that's funny.
I don't know what that is even.
Yeah, it's this like I thought it was a series, but apparently it's a movie. I don't know of like toddler or like tween, whatever, like girls between like 8 and 13 who do gymnastics. Um, and um, just a moment, let me find out about what he did. What tweets did Patton Oswalt delete that were controversial? They were really creepy. And I don't think anybody would find them funny. Okay, on May 7th, 2014, Oswald engaged in, let's see here. Okay, what is the truth about accusation against Patton Oswalt? Um, went on a hunt and caught this tasty morsel, booyah, at Comic Ping Pong. Um, let's see here. I don't know if that wasn't it. It was something about. No, I don't even know if that was his real tweet. So I'm gonna just say. And they said it was trolling, but this isn't trolling. This is like. Um, let me just see if what ChatGPT says. What tweets did Patton Oswalt delete? Um, Mm. No, it was about kids.
I mean, based on that description, that doesn't necessarily have to be a bad.
No. It was.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
No. What is it? It was like, oh, here's what he wrote. I'm a proud pedophile. That, like, how is that a joke?
Oh, I mean, it's sarcastic.
Dog, there's nothing funny about that.
I mean, people make jokes about that subject matter all the time, and whether you think it's funny or not, you're entitled to your opinion. Other people find those taboo subjects. It's just like the whole edgy thing. It's like it's so edgy to joke about it, therefore it's funny. Same, I guess, as like joking about someone with a lazy eye or some disability.
Dog, he capitalized the letters in proud. I don't know. I just don't think that's
I think he's a comedian.
okay. Then if it's so fucking funny, then why doesn't he keep it up?
Probably got backlash for it because on the internet, no one can decipher whether you're kidding or not.
What's funny about that?
It's just such an outlandish statement that it's like, why would you say that? I don't personally think it's like funny, but I'm just playing devil's advocate.
He says, pedophobe shaming hurts us all. I'm a proud pedophile.
Okay, so he's definitely just making a joke.
That's not funny. And if he is making a joke, then leave it up. Then leave it up. Don't be a pussy. Don't be a pussy. If it's so fucking funny, wait. If it's so,
pedophobia is that definitely tells me that he's making a joke.
okay, then keep it up. If it's so fucking funny.
Well, I mean, you're saying that it's not funny and that there's no. I mean, the subject matter obviously is horrible, and joking about it can be viewed as insensitive. And I understand that. I think.
Why wouldn't he apologize for it? Why wouldn't he apologize for it? He just deleted it and is really quiet about it. I don't know. I think that's fucking creepy as shit. And what should he have done?
I think
he should have said. He should have said okay, that's fine. Then he should have said in 2013 I made an off-color joke. My apologies. He didn't say that. He just deleted it. And I just think he's creepy. He can make any joke that he wants, but if he wants to sneakily delete it, then that's cool. Explain yourself. If not, I'm going to think that you are a bad person. And I think he's a bad person. And if he were sitting in front of me right now, I would tell him that I think he's a bad person and I think he's a creep. And if he wants to change my mind on that, I would have him do what he and many other people on Twitter force people to do, which is apologize for their previous tweets. He didn't get canceled for that. And should he have? You're darn right he should have. If all these other people got canceled for their old tweets, why the fuck didn't he? His is worse than what the other people say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Based on the care, like just his,
that guy's creepy.
like
That guy's creepy.
wait, who is it? Fuck, who is it? Oh god, yeah. Oh, it's right there. Right. Okay, Jim Norton, I think, is creepier. Way creepier.
Yeah, he's creepy too.
I haven't honestly, I have not seen a lot of Patton Oswalt content outside of Ratatouille. That's basically the only thing that I know of, and I love Ratatouille, so it's hard for me to just hate the dude.
Yeah, fuck that guy. Have you seen Jim Norton's
what?
Spouse?
Jim Norton's house?
Spouse?
Spouse? It's like a trans person?
And I would not think, like, that one surprised the shit out of me, because Jim Norton's so, like, I don't know, he's been very homophobic in the past. I shouldn't say that, because I haven't, like, I don't have, like, direct, but he's been, like, very raunchy about a lot of things. For him to hook up with a trans person is quite a surprise to me.
Yeah, I mean, who am I to judge?
That's what I get it. Who am I to judge as well? Jim Norton, if you ever see this, you and I both know that you were really raunchy comedian. I like aspects of that about you. But the last person I would see you with is that person.
Norton and Luis on Opie and Anthony, and I find they're like fucking hilarious, and they're hilarious because they will say like the most like offensive shit ever, but the joke I think is not that they're trying to hurt people's feelings by being completely insensitive. It's just that it's so like stupid to say something so wildly offensive that that's what makes it funny, at least in my opinion. But at the same time, Jim Norton makes some questionable remarks regarding females and a whole bunch of sexually perverse shit.
Exactly. And that's why I just did not see him ending up with that kind of person. But you know what? He seems really happy. And so who am I to judge? But it's like a surprise to me, like Tim Dillon is being gay. Like, that's a surprise to me as well.
One
because
thing.
Because
oh yeah, wait, why is that show fucking Cuties about gymnasts so horrible?
There was like a lot of controversy about it, that they like sexualized the children.
Oh.
They like show them. They like show them in like bikinis and like midriffs, and these are like prepubescent girls. It's like, I mean, I didn't watch it. I just remember hearing about it, how controversial it was.
What a midriff is like? A midriff is like a tank top.
Yeah. Yeah, but you can like see the belly button and stuff.
Yeah, but is that not like what gymnasts freaking wear?
Not usually. Like gymnasts usually wear like a leotard, like a one-piece suit.
Okay. Another show that I believe has received similar backlash is like this like what can we call it? It's about these beauty pageant girls that are like very young.
Toddlers and tiaras.
Yeah. But that show's kind of fucked up, just I don't know, like the overall concept of it a little bit.
Right.
Also receives the criticism of sexualizing children.
Right. And that's how JoJo Siwa got popular.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, you're fortunate not to. She came out as trans, but now I think she's just doing her thing. I don't know. She just was like it's like a waste of breath. Um, she she was she's just like was a child star who's trying to become like a she's trying to make it in Hollywood, and she just turned 21, and she drank at Disneyland, and she got drunk and just made an ass out of herself, and I don't know, she's like
Nice.
you're gonna know who she is. She's like and if
What's her name?
JoJo Siwa, she sucks.
I used to Siwa.
Siwa. Like I hate that I know
Oh.
this. I absolutely hate that I know this.
Oh, she's only fucking 22 somehow.
Yeah. But she was on that Toddlers and Tiaras show. I've never seen it. I don't even know. That's not my thing. I mean, it's really not. If you ask me what I like MILFs.
She has music.
Yeah, exactly.
She's been in movies. She has 11 million followers.
Right. I was just gonna say she does a lot on social media. And
wait, she's a female? You said she's trans. Is she a male to female?
No. She's a woman, or she was born a woman who just came out as trans just to like make headlines, and then and now she came back and she's like whatever she wants to be, which is cool. She should be whatever she wants to be. That's fine. I don't give a shit.
Oh yeah, I see the flag. I see the flag picture on social media.
Is it the trans flag or is it the LGBTQ plus flag? Is it pink and blue or is it rainbow?
Yeah, the pink one.
Yeah, that's the trans one.
That's what I said.
I know. Yeah. I don't really know anything about her. But
why is she trans if she's married to a man? Does that make her gay?
Right. Oh yeah, that's what it was. So then remember I said she was trans, but now she's whatever. This person is literally just doing everything they can to stay in the spotlight because she was a child star, and it's really easy for their like momentum to give out. So she just keeps trying to make headlines, and she'll be a big star. Like she'll get her own fucking television show or some.
She has 11 million followers, and she probably has a mansion in LA with a Lamborghini.
She does. I don't know if she has a Lamborghini, but she has a nice house in LA. And
I'm curious how bad her music must be.
It sucks. I mean,
I couldn't imagine anything.
Look up. I hate that I'm asking you to do this, but just do it. Look up her 21st birthday at just look up her 21st birthday at Disneyland. It's like literally like she's drank before, but she just plays it up so much that it's like I fucking hate you. And I know they say.
Is it like a 1-minute clip?
Yeah.
Okay. It might be this TikTok.
Yeah, it is something like that.
Oh gosh.
It's so over the top. Like look at me. It's just like I remember my first beer.
Why do they allow people to drink alcohol at Disneyland?
It's a new thing.
That's just not a good That's not what it's supposed to be.
right? But in some locations they allow it. They've allowed it at Epcot Center for many years.
I don't know. Based on that clip, I don't know. I did not see anything too crazy in the clip other than her being her normal goofy self.
Okay, I mean,
But I'll watch a deep dive on it and
don't.
probably more.
Don't. It's a waste of your fucking time. I should have never even mentioned this bitch's name. But she was mentioned earlier with that one girl who's trolling me when, remember, I was like, oh, she mentioned the Jonas Brothers. And I said, oh, they just did a song with JoJo. And she's like, oh, JoJo Siwa. And I'm like, no, JoJo. There's like a singer from like the early 2000s, just known as JoJo, not JoJo Siwa. I hate that I know this information.
Right.
Dog.
She kind of looks like Greta Thunberg a bit.
Okay. Dog. I have a challenge for you. Do you want to accept it?
Basketball?
No. I mean, it can be in a second. Please try to help me with this. Try to find how to watch Twitch stories in a web browser.
On what device? Computer or
On a web browser,
phone?
on a desktop, ideally a desktop. Firstly, have you ever heard of Twitch stories in your entire life? The answer is no. You've heard of Instagram stories and Facebook stories, but
Did I just add it?
no, it was added like last year, but I've never.
Twitch stories seem to be a mobile feature. You might want to try checking. Okay, so why don't you switch your browser type format on your computer to be a mobile one? You know how to do that?
Yeah, inspect and then mobile.
Yeah. Why don't you try that?
Okay, I'll do that, but you do it too. Try to figure it out. Find it.
All right. And you got it. That's my one guess how to solve it.
No. That's not good enough. You've got to.
I'm not a great Twitch.
Dude, there's shit.
It may not even be possible. According to AI, it's like, it's a mobile feature.
Okay, well, I'm looking at it on a fucking emulator on a computer. I can look at it on a phone, like a real phone too.
You need your bot to work on the computer.
It does work on a computer, on a mobile phone. It's
No, the bots that you're running to like spam and at people in stories is on it.
yeah, but I've got an emulator so that it can do it on a phone as well.
Oh. So then why you can view them on your mobile phone? Then?
I can do it on a real phone, or I can do it on my computer that can make it an iPhone or a Samsung or any kind of phone.
Oh, I can actually just. I'm watching a story right now on my browser, and I didn't need to do anything. I didn't need to switch to mobile.
Okay, whose story? Whose story?
This guy is Royal Flush _TBC.
Okay, just one moment, because this would be amazing. Game changer.
You
Dude,
want me to copy the story to you?
no. I want to see if I can find it. You can in a second, but don't do it yet. Royal Flush.
Capital R, capital
I got it.
F, Royal Flush underscore capital T, lowercase b, capital C.
Royal Flush. It should come up. Twitch takes so long to load in comparison to some other sites. It's running so much simultaneously. Okay, Royal Flush underscore T TVC.
Capital T, lowercase b, capital C,
Okay.
TBC.
Yep. Okay. So then what? I click on his face.
Yeah, on the left, you have like a menu of people that are, it's like for you, followed channels, live channels.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think I might be following this dude, so it pops up as a circle for left, where like all those.
Oh wait, I got it. I got it. Okay, finally. Okay, cool. Dude, you just saved the day. Okay, hold on a second. Report story. Um, let's see here. This guy might have made it so that you can't share his stories. Okay. Clip. Wait. Hold on. Oh, okay. Stories. What is this? What is the story? What's the difference between a clip and a story?
Story deletes after 24 hours.
Oh, okay. I hate that.
Yeah. I mean, it might not be. I mean, if you can tag people in a story and they'll see it, then potentially it's good.
That's what I'm trying to do. Do you see that guy, the ability to tag?
Do you want me to give you my username and you can try and tag me in a story?
You need a story. You need a story, though.
Yeah, but you have to create the story, right?
No,
you need me to create a story.
You can't. You don't have like an account that can do it. Only like certain people's accounts can do it. I mean, well, you know what? You try to create a story.
There's a feature to let viewers directly post clips of your channel from Twitch to their TikTok and YouTube.
Yeah, I do that all the time. Not what I wanted. I want. There's a feature to tag people in a story. How do you do that?
I mean, if it's anything like Instagram, you can add text, and then in the text bubble, you press at, and then type their name.
How did you find that friend of yours or whatever, their story so quickly?
Is that just popped up when I opened up my Twitch.
It just popped up.
I think I'm not following many people, but I think he's like one of the few people that I follow.
Right. Okay.
I'm guessing. Quick follow to this guy. I don't even know if I'm following him.
Watch. Going back
Twitch
to
and UI.
Isn't it a fucking piece of shit? I think it's terrible.
Oh yeah, no, I am following that guy, so yeah. I guess that's why I got recommended. Oh, here. Oh, you want to know another idea that I had?
Yeah.
ChatGPT's user interface kind of sucks dick because it's like, okay, you have just a bunch of conversations and like a giant scroll and the scroll shit on the left side of your menu. And it's like, okay, first off, you can't even. I don't think you can read. Maybe they have a feature for that now, but it used to be like you cannot rename the chat to anything. So the first question you asked it, like that's basically what the name of the chat is.
Right.
And I'm not going through like 500 chats and renaming them all, so that's pretty useless. But like you'll ask a question about one topic, and then it's like, okay, I'm not just gonna start a new chat every time I ask a question. So I'm gonna cluster in a bunch of random shit into the same thread or like the same chat. It's gonna have like 50 questions on a bunch of random shit, and then then when I'm bored and like it's laggy, I'm gonna make a new chat. But I mean, they added in a search feature so you can search for your old content, but it's like I don't know, it's still kind of disorganized. I feel like so. I feel like there could be a potential. It's called data visualization, where you basically can optimize the user interface of ChatGPT or whatever, Wikipedia, whatever you're doing, and just make it more digestible and friendly and organized. I believe that maybe it already exists. I don't know. There's probably, if I'm already saying how shitty it is, there's probably other people that are like, yeah, this is dog shit. So, but it has 800 million users or something use ChatGPT. So even if there's like 10,000 people paying like $5 a month, like it's still crazy amount of revenue for just something as simple as making the UI not shitty. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I feel that can be done pretty easy with. I mean, they're like the company to do that.
ChatGPT is?
Yeah, to make it good.
Yeah, but they suck at it. It's like Twitch. It's like the UI. You could fix it, I guess.
I think they could have their AI fix it. Like basically just ask their AI what the most attractive way is to organize that information.
I mean, they haven't done it yet, though, but maybe they would knock me off if I had done it, but I don't know. Is it the greatest idea in the world? Maybe not.
It's a pretty
short-term cash cow.
You could also make like an extension or an add-on that does that, but I don't know if anybody finds it to be that difficult to use. I mean, you do, but I mean, I think it's pretty easy. But I don't know. I don't go through all my old shit all that much. I did. I made a robot that copied and pasted it all into that blog of mine that's super big. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure other people would want that. But what I'm saying is like the amount of time that you put into that would be great. But then they could just fix it or just take what you did and steal it. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know.
I'm gonna.
It might be niche enough where they don't touch it. I don't know.
I'm gonna try this, and it's not gonna work, but I'm gonna try it. Do you feel comfortable telling? Do you feel comfortable telling me your Twitch username?
Oh yeah. Can I just DM it to you?
No, you're gonna have to tell it to me verbally.
Alright. It's pretty cringe, so buckle up.
Ready?
And this is, what's it called when every new word is capitalized? Camel case or carrot case?
Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
Okay, it's Diggy is on fire. Stiggy. That's how you spell Stiggy.
Wait, Diggy is on fire?
Yes.
And how do you spell Diggy?
Diggy. Stiggy.
Oh, Stiggy is on fire. Stiggyisonfire. Is that correct?
Isonfire.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's see if this works. If this works, I would fucking shit myself right now. I would cry. All right, you should have got. You should have got.
How do you create a story?
Only certain users can.
Are
Well,
you allowed to?
on one of my accounts, yeah. Okay, I just tagged you in a clip though, and the clip is under Rabbi Rothschild 007. If you want to see it, check your notifications. I'm almost certain it didn't come in, though it should. I don't know why it doesn't.
Why do you suspect that it hasn't?
Because it doesn't on my other account. Like I've been testing it with two different accounts, and it doesn't work. But let's see here. It should be here. Okay, so you did not get a notification of anything, right?
No, but I do have in my notifications, all the notifications are on, and there is a notification that says clips. When a clip of your channel or a clip of you becomes popular, or even Cat mentions, every single notification is on. Stream invites. If someone invites you onto their stream as a guest, when a channel goes live that you follow, if someone mentions you in a room, messaging pertaining specifically to you as a streamer on Twitch, stream chats, subscriber emails. When a channel you subscribe to wants to send an email. I don't know.
I get that.
Stories. When someone you follow shares a story. When someone reacts to your story. When someone shares a clip of your channel in their stories.
See if you can create
I don't have any like content on my Twitch that you can clip and put it in your story.
I understand. See if you can create a story. Oh wait, okay, here it is. Okay, go to Rabbi Rothschild 007.
Yeah.
And then go to clips.
Like the clip button in the live stream?
No. The way that you do it.
You go to your channel. Okay.
You go to.
I have home about schedule videos and chat.
Go to videos.
Okay.
And then.
No videos.
And then filter by clips.
Oh, there we go. Yo, test. All right, you have 4 clips here.
That's just.
Stig is on fire. You're done. Nice.
Yeah, but notice it did not like give you a notification or anything.
Yeah, because you didn't post the clip from my channel onto your story.
No, it should like the fact that I tagged you in it.
Yeah, you did tag me. Does that take me to my channel?
Yeah, it's like if you roll over it, it is your account.
I guess. Is it? Yeah. Yeah.
So I mean, it's tagged.
Oh, just randomly switch to a black.
So,
Hmm.
okay, let me ask you this. I'm gonna follow you, and like this is what I did on Twitter to get a bunch of people to like complain about me a long time ago, and it's what I did on Blue Sky to get people to fucking freak out about me. Um, but Twitch is just so big that it's hard to get recognized. All right, Stiggy is on fire. I like that name. I don't think it's cringe at all.
Thanks.
You're welcome. On.
It's kind of insensitive to self-immolation victims, but sorry to the monk.
Sorry to
Sorry,
dog.
monk.
Yeah, dog. He's cool though, but it just means like you're like doing really well. You're on fire.
Right, yeah. Doesn't have to be in the literal.
Okay, there it is. Sticky is on fire. Okay, I just followed you. Did you get any notification that I followed you?
Let's see here. No, I don't. For some reason, no.
Exactly. But check your email under that account if you can, if you have email things on, and you will see that I followed you.
Oh yeah, I did get an email right into my main account. Awesome. My main email account. Nice.
Isn't that
Where it
fucking
says join Rothschild Discord 002.
right?
Followed you.
So here's my thought. I make a bot that just follows everyone on Twitter, on Twitch, and at least they'll get an email. And my name alone causes people to like find interest in me, and um, they might come take a look and see what I'm doing.
Yeah. If you go into notifications, it says that's weird that like it doesn't. I mean, maybe I misread it wrong, but you can go to notifications and it says exactly the reason why you receive notifications. So there might be something to exploit. I mean, were you already kind of exploiting there's a notification for when there are new clips created from your stream. So you're just clipping people, right? Was that on Kick though, or have you been clipping people on Twitch?
I did both, and I did get like I got people who paid attention that I clicked them on Twitch, but um, not a whole lot. Now I didn't do it for that long. I did it for like 2 weeks, but just not enough people. Um,
How many clips did you make?
oh, probably 10,000.
And how many people was your conversion rate?
One.
Oh, that's awful.
Terrible. At Kick, let me be honest. Was it 10,000? It was 1,000. Let's just say 1,000, and I got one person in 2 weeks. Um, and Kick, I did it, and I got like 5. So that's a lot better. But um, this this actually could work, and here's how. I make my profile up for join Rabbi Discord or whatever, and I put in all my links and make it really nice. and then just have this thing go through and just follow like everybody on Twitch. Now sometimes they put maximums on how many people you can follow, which will fuck me. But I can always make more accounts or whatever. But that means it's gonna send out emails to people, which is the notification that I need. A lot of times on Twitch, it says that it'll send you a notification. Like I just followed you, but you didn't get a notification. Now, are you on a are you on a are you on a computer?
Yeah, but that shouldn't matter if I have them on.
No,
But
I
I don't
know.
know if they
I know. I was
notify
gonna
me.
say you can see who's following you on a computer. You can't on a phone, which is totally stupid. And I know I've talked to you about this before. If you can do something on one platform, you should be able to do it on the other. Or one device, you should be able to do it on another. It shouldn't be this. Well, you have an Android device, you have an iOS device. It just should be across everything: desktop, mobile, tablet, everything. And it will tell you that you are following. It will tell you who's following you. And you will see that I'm following you, but you did not get a notification. It's like, dude, they will send me notifications for such bullshit, but they won't send it to me like what I want, which is when somebody follows me, it should say so and so followed you. When
I'm surprised the clip thing didn't, like, I thought it was getting engagement on Kick, so why was it not getting engagement on Twitch? Because they actually, I feel like, based on like my investigator clues that I've been giving in this conversation, like potentially Twitch is not actually notifying the people that they're getting clipped.
that's true. And also, when people search your clips, by default, it says featured clips, and you have to click a thing to see all the clips. So they like make it like more difficult to see my clips because they're not featured. Okay.
Is there any way to solve that?
No, the user has to make them a featured clip.
You
Then
get banned for going into people's live streams and just like self-promoting and spamming in the live stream.
right away. Yeah, right away.
Really?
Yeah.
What if you're just commenting like a bunch of happy, productive, like you know, like that one Discord where you're just saying like positive shit every time. There's that Discord where you're just like you instead of like shilling your account, you said like this one phrase like every like 50 minutes, and then
That's
there's
right.
like your replies.
That's right.
Like, yeah, staying positive.
Exactly.
What was that?
It was something like, I hope everybody's having a great day. Oh no, sending positive vibes. That's what it was. Sending positive vibes.
Right. Yeah, maybe you do that approach. On the Twitch live.
That's a thought. Oh, but they'll ban you. They like their AI knows when you are using repeated things, and they'll ban you for that. But no, the way to do it is to just follow people on Twitch, and it will send them an email. And there will be enough people. If I did this on a bunch of different devices,
how many Twitch users are there? Like millions and millions?
Exactly. Yeah.
How do you figure out how, like, if you go to someone's account on Twitch, can you see exactly which accounts are following them, or is it private?
It's private.
Like, how do you actually get to the database of the username?
Yeah, so this is pretty smart. I use a random word generator, and I have my bot go to it and randomly get a word, like the word joy, or the word cool, or the word smile. And then it puts that into the search, and then all of the follow buttons show up, and it just goes in and hits all the follow buttons.
Okay, so like kind of like brute forcing it almost.
What other way is there to do it?
I don't know, type the letter A, type the letter B, see what pops up.
Yeah, but they don't.
Type A.
They don't show them in like alphabetical order. It'll just be like any account that has the letter A in it, and it'll also search it'll search lives that have the letter A. So you have to go through all the people who are live at once with the letter A. So if I type in like the word dog, if I type in the word dog, it also depends if you're on Android or iOS or if it's a phone or um, a phone or a desktop computer. The best way to do it, or the best way I've seen, is on iOS. All the follow buttons show up all next to each other, and it's like really convenient. Okay, so the other thing I have to test is, oh, there's such a pain in the ass. Okay, so I follow, let's say, 10,000 people. Well, then I have to follow one of my accounts to see if it's still sending out the follow, because sometimes these things just silently stop, after you do it 100 times or whatever, and you don't know. You're basically shadow banned from following people.
On YouTube, I guess, I don't know, do people pay attention on YouTube? In the comments, I think other people in YouTube comments pay attention. Like, it doesn't actually have to be the channel owner themselves. But if you just built a bot that just, like, I don't know, maybe even a program that used AI and just, like, wrote, like, some, like, William Montgomery, like, kind of, like, way to go, dumbass, like, response to, like, these people in the comment, and then just, like, rage bait them into, like, checking out your profile. I think that could work.
No, I don't. I don't want to do it on YouTube because I did this years ago, and I built a bot for it, and
did it work?
I got some people pissed at me, but then they searched my YouTube accounts and then marked them all as spam, and I lost a bunch of them.
How did they know it was you? Because you're the only one promoting Rabbi and Rothschild. They just assumed.
Exactly.
Isn't that? Can you refute that and be like,
yeah, I did, and they didn't give them back to me. And then, like, I've read about, like, how do you get back an account that's been banned after they refuse? And literally, I've read this of actual people on Reddit who have said this, and ChatGPT. They're like, the only alternative is to just go viral, and then when you go viral, they have no choice than to give you your account back. Like, that's their strategy, which I've thought is got to be my strategy. So I'm fine if I lose all my YouTube accounts. I mean, I'd be sad, but like, that's fine. I know it's all stored, and it's just like I go viral, and then I get all that shit back.
Yeah, I think honestly, if there's like an AI that was making clips of you, like these like random like rants that you have, I don't know. I think just like putting that short form content out there would be a big way to get traction.
I agree with you. Just one moment. Give me 1 minute. I'd be right back. I gotta whip. Here's the thing though. The key that you want to do with that short form content is have it get views, and if you just keep creating content, you just get shadow banned.
I mean, if, like after like how many videos? Like 100?
No, like more than 10 a day. Well, that's another thing too. With
No,
you,
that can't be real.
no, no, no,
There's
no,
people posting like way more than 10 a day.
no. They have a limit. It's not like more than 50.
On TikTok or YouTube?
You,
or like
you,
all of them?
YouTube. YouTube has a limit. TikTok, you can do way more.
But no more. I mean, 50 YouTube shorts a day seems like enough.
Yeah, it is. But I think actually it's like 12.
Let me look that up.
Yeah, I mean, it changes.
I can't believe it would be that low.
It changes. It changes.
Wouldn't there be a video like 12 YouTube shorts is literally a 12-minute long YouTube video? Wouldn't that be like? Isn't it more like data for them to store if you're uploading 12-minute YouTube videos?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think you can make like 24 videos a day, something like that.
That's weird. Facebook could not give me the answer to that question. There's no official hard-coded daily limit. Posting too frequently can give the algorithm less time to assess the short's performance and may dilute its efforts.
Exactly.
I mean, they just don't go into specifics about it.
I know, and I'm telling you, I've done it myself, and you run into an issue at like 10 or 12.
Right. Well, I mean, as long as they're high quality ones, then they should get views. I mean, I know I bashed it completely, but like that YouTube or like that giant wall of text that you sent me summarizing a video was not bad.
Right. There's an issue with that though. Um, the issue with it is, in order for me to get those things provided, the text has to be like YouTube has to transcribe what I'm saying, and it doesn't do it for all my videos that are. They have to be like older. It doesn't do it for like a video of the last like week. It's got to be longer than that because it takes them some time to do the transcription, and um, so that I mean I'm not saying that like I can't just be a little patient, but that is kind of a pain in the ass.
Don't you have like 900 days of content that you can still parse through?
1,200, but yeah. But it still doesn't always do it. And the reason why they say is just it can have limitations. Like, they're very vague about it. I wish I could say, like, they were like, oh, this video is too long. Or this video, whatever.
Wait, do YouTube Shorts like mandatorily need to have transcripts?
I'm not talking about YouTube Shorts. I'm talking about um, I'm talking about
That's summarization AI?
hold on. I'm talking about like regular videos.
I've also seen YouTube videos that just don't have transcripts.
Exactly. And a lot of my videos are that way. And if you like, I looked that up today. Why is it that some of my videos have them and some of them don't? And they just say, at least like what I read, from ChatGPT was uh, system limitations on YouTube's end, which I don't really believe, because I asked ChatGPT, "Hey, can you provide like minute by minute summaries of videos?" And it was like, "Yeah, send me the link." And I sent the link, and it was like, "Can't do YouTube provides an uh, invalid uh, invalid um, subtitles." Like, and then I asked, "Well, why would it do this?" And it said because YouTube either hasn't processed the video yet, or hasn't created subtitles, or just due to system limitations. And I'm like, okay, what does that mean?
I mean, I think that there must be like a third party external piece of software that could create subtitles.
That does exist, but that's just another thing that you have to do. So you have to take that link, put it in, and for a 12-hour video, sometimes it takes some time. And then for it to get synced up in the video, it can take time. And then you take that script and then put it into ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will break it down into time frame, minute by minute breakdown. Now, here's an interesting one. You're on a computer, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go to Twitch and go to the search and then just type in, this is so fucking stupid. Like, whatever person created this is an asshole. Type in the word dog, D-O-G.
1 second, just my computer crashes like for no reason.
You're good.
Oh, it may have just done that again. Never get a Mac with a maximum storage of 250 gigabytes. It's like, just throw your computer in the toilet. Okay, I searched dog.
Okay, do you see at the top it says dog dog?
No, mine says dog Saikara. It's live. It's all live people.
Right. So you don't see the follow button, like, basically anywhere, right?
No, because they're all dog.
Right. So then go to channels and like keep scrolling down, and you will see the follow button. Like I see Snoop Dogg.
Oh, I see dog. If I just search dog, then dog appears.
Yeah, just look at dog.
And then dog appears.
Yeah, and then Snoop Dogg.
No, I didn't filter it by channels. I don't know. It's like not very intuitive.
Right. Exactly. It's like, why would they show you?
Is there even a filter? Oh wait. How do you filter by channels?
There's like a little button as you scroll down that says show more channels.
No, mine.
Like it's really the worst user design that I think you could ever have. The interface sucks.
Live channels, just chatting IRL, Sim Farmers.
It's like assholes designed it. I say this all the time. It's like assholes designed this.
Yeah, where do you find the channels? Because it's just promoting live streams.
Exactly.
That's the purpose of the platform. That's the purpose of the platform, but
no, not necessarily. If you want somebody who's not online, which a lot of people would, they just want to look at their friend.
I'm not disagreeing, but like they want you to watch live streams, which is possibly, I don't know. It would still be in their interest to make you like be able to follow accounts easily.
Right.
I do not see any button that allows me to freaking search for channels.
Right. It's It's
Oh
ridiculous.
wait, channels there, but okay, show 5 more channels. Go.
That's what you click, and then you'll
And then
see.
there's all channels.
You'll
Okay.
wait. You'll find like a couple follow buttons.
Yeah, and in between each like account, there's like 4 or 5 or 8 live streams, and that's like account. And that's like a bunch of live streams, and that's like account.
Okay, so yeah.
Live stream, account.
So do you see
like
the
7 live stream?
So do you see the follow button?
I do.
Right, but it's like very badly designed. It's like, remember you were like, well, they want you to look at live streams. Well, then why even have those follow buttons anywhere?
At least the follow button is in the same like vertical column space.
Yeah, that helps, but they're like few and far between. Okay, just one moment. I'm gonna follow you with a different account, and again, isn't it strange that they would do all the work to send you a notification in your email, which is a lot of work, as opposed to just sending it to you in your device?
Yeah.
Like that doesn't make any sense to me. It's like they're doing so much. It's You can tell Jeff Bezos and those people just aren't paying attention to this. Dude, I have a couple videos where I would call Amazon Prime support to complain about Twitch, and they would actually put me through to Twitch support, and I would just like not troll them, but like try to improve their system, and they would be like, "Yeah, it doesn't work," and I would be like, "You're a billion. You guys were sold. Jeff Bezos bought you for like $995 million, and you're telling me that this part of your system doesn't work?" And they're like, "Yeah." I'd be like, I mean, isn't that a problem? They're like, "Yeah, we'll send it to the ticket team or whatever," and I'd be like, "Yeah, I'm sure that's not getting fixed." Then I'd call back and ask them if it got fixed, and it wouldn't be fixed. Um, it's just ridiculous to me that they this is a very like they could make this so much easier. So much easier. I could say to you, Riser, make it easier. You'd be like, okay, well, at the top there'd be filters, and it would just be like filter by live, or maybe that's a default. And then you could do channels, and you could do categories, and you could do tags, right? Isn't that what like a normal person would do?
Yeah, it is. I don't know why they don't have that.
But yet, if you look at it on your phone, they do have that. And it's not as organized, but it's better organized. So
Wait, so if I switch to my phone version on my computer, it'll work?
no, that's different. If you do the like mobile, they just show you what it's going to look like on a mobile browser. I mean to say, look at it in the app. The app does it correctly.
Okay.
All
So
right.
there's no way to. I guess you could screen share from your phone and. Oh no, then it wouldn't. Yeah, you need the bot to work on it.
Yeah, so I'm going to do that right now. See, here's the thing though. I have an Android bot. I don't have an iOS bot. An iOS bot is the one that does it the best. But the iOS bot isn't that. Uh, iOS bot is like really heavy. The Android bot's really heavy too. Okay, just one moment. What is your username again?
Ziggy is on.
Go to Stiggy is on fire. Okay, I just followed you. Never miss a moment. Turn on notifications to get updates from channels you follow. Yeah, not. Okay, check on your computer if you got a notification. You probably didn't. But then check in your email.
No email one yet for some reason, but the last one.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, no notification. That's
Stiggy is on fire. Channels. Weird. Stiggysonfire, right?
yes.
I know it is, and it's weird. It showed up, and it allowed me to follow you, but now your account doesn't show up. It's like, and you didn't get any notification, right?
No.
Okay. And let's see here. Um, I'm gonna now follow you with a different. Okay. Stiggy is on fire. No results
Yeah,
found.
the word oh.
No results found for Stiggy is on fire. But then if I go to Stiggy is on fire, then it shows up. It's like this shit sucks. And it shows you have 2 followers. And I'd be both of those followers. Okay, I'm gonna follow you right now. Did you get any um, notifications anyway?
Not that I see yet. Yeah, no email, no nothing.
So you've only gotten one email, and it was the first one, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure you did, but can you refresh your email?
Yeah, still nothing. Even spam.
Okay, it shows that you have 3 followers. So it shows that I followed you. No way. Hold on. This would be crazy. If I could create a clip on you when you've never even streamed. I don't know if this is possible. Still nothing?
Yeah, nothing,
No email.
nothing, nothing email, nothing. That's weird because the first one did. We definitely got an email.
Right. Which just tells me their system is fucked up. Okay, so I'm going to unfollow you and refollow you. Nothing? So basically, you would have no idea that I'm following you with.
Oh, wait, does it? Let's see if I go to my channel.
Yeah, you've got 3 followers.
It does have. It shows me 3 followers, but I literally can't even click and see who they are.
Right. So the way that you do that is such a pain in the ass. Okay, go to the upper right corner, go to Creator Dashboard.
Shit. Yeah, what the fuck do I have to do?
Then go to the upper right corner, go to Creator Dashboard.
Community followers list.
Community followers list.
Yeah, I see it, man. We got Rabbi, Roth, XYZ, Uber, Rothschild, Scored, 01.
Yet you only got one of those notifications, right?
Only one email from the first
one. Email, exactly. Like, what the fuck sense does that make?
Are those accounts linked at all?
I mean,
like, I don't know, or maybe just like the
same IP address.
Same VPN. Yeah.
But I don't think that should have anything to do with it. I mean, I get that it could, but I only followed you. Like, it's not like I followed a whole bunch of people. I followed you, maybe like 2 other people, and then you with 2 other accounts. Like, that's 5 total follows. That's not anything that should be throwing them off, or they should think that is like suspicious. Their shit sucks. For being like the preeminent live streaming gaming thing, it is awful. It is so bad. They are so motivated of just selling ads that they don't care about the user experience. And I think it's a Steve Jobs quote, like step 1, don't forget the user. So you didn't get any emails, right? Aside from the one.
That's correct.
Isn't that like curious?
Do we even talk about the Charlie Kirk assassination?
Yeah, that's why I talked about the Trump thing.
Okay. Yeah, right. What did you think of the Charlie Kirk assassination?
I think it's very sad, obviously, and um, I think it's suspicious that they haven't found anybody yet.
I just don't know why. Like, I just don't understand the reason behind it. Like, he's not like even an A-list celebrity. I don't think.
Not even close. Did you know who he was before today?
I did. Like, he's popular on like YouTube, but let's see how many followers he has. Maybe on Twitter he has a lot of followers.
Yeah, Twitter was his.
It's gonna be tainted now though because everyone's gonna be following.
Twitter was his thing.
Um, no way, I answer on that. 7 million followers on Instagram, so like literally a nobody.
That's not
I
a.
don't know.
That's not a nobody.
No, it's like famous, but it's not like insane levels of famous. There are people with like way more.
Sure, Jojo Siwa.
Yeah, do you think JoJo? I think she might help him out. Yeah, JoJo has 11, so that's almost twice as many followers.
Do you think?
Actually, not right.
Do you think that?
He has almost 9.
Probably heard the situation that happened in North Carolina. Say the name Irina Zaruska. Irina Zaruska was just riding public transit, by which she was a refugee from Ukraine, of all places. And she came to Charlotte, North Carolina. And a terrible person, well, you saw what happened. I can't describe it here on TikTok without some sort of community guideline being violated. But if you haven't seen the video, you absolutely should. This individual should not have been on the streets. 14 prior arrests. And it really makes you wonder, why are we putting up with this? Why are we allowing so many people that have committed these crimes to keep on being released? The magistrate judge continued to release this individual, and this is a horrific thing. You know, it's really interesting. The media was totally covering George Floyd, tens of thousands of articles, reconfigured and changed the entire American body politic. It's very important. We must then articulate, what does it mean to be a nation?
Damn, yeah, actually, that sucks that guy got killed.
I agree. Just a moment. Yo, dog. I have a Twitch account, and somebody followed me, and I did not get a notification in my Twitch email. My Twitch app. Yo, look who it is. What up, Conda?
Hey, what's up?
Living the dream. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Well, everything's alright. Nothing really good. Just a bit happening, really. I'm supposed to be checking your messages right now, but I was just trying to, just check back up on you before I go read those messages.
Absolutely. How about we just review them, because then we can talk about them. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Excellent. So they're basically like, this is just me talking. There are 3 types of artificial intelligence. There's artificial narrow intelligence, that's ANI. That's what we've had previously. That's like those chatbots that don't work really well. There's artificial general intelligence, which is where we're moving toward, and artificial superintelligence. So artificial general intelligence reverts to an AI system that can perform any intellectual task a human can do. It's general purpose intelligence, meaning it can learn, reason, and adapt across many different domains like language, math, art, science, social reasoning. The key is flexibility. It's not just specialized in one thing like today's AI, which is called ANI, artificial narrow intelligence. Then there's artificial superintelligence. It refers to AI that doesn't just match human intelligence, it surpasses it in every way. It would be better than humans at science, creativity, strategy, emotional understanding, and problem solving. sometimes described as an intelligence explosion, where once AI surpasses us, it could rapidly improve itself beyond human comprehension. And then I listed things that are examples of artificial superintelligence, recursive self-improvement systems, AI that can redesign and upgrade its own algorithms. And that's really key because that's basically allowing it to rebuild itself and make itself extremely efficient. Advanced neural architecture search, systems that invent entirely new AI models beyond human design. Quantum enhanced AI computing, combining quantum computing with AI for exponential processing power. Artificial creativity engines, producing novel scientific theories, inventions, and art beyond human imagination. General problem solving optimizers, solving complex problems in physics, medicine, economics, etc., with superhuman speed. Nanotechnology design AI, creating molecular machines or nanobots for medicine and materials. Superhuman strategy systems, outthinking humans in politics, economics, and long term planning. Advanced brain computer interfaces. I love talking about these. Enabling human and ASI to directly share thoughts and data. Self replicating autonomous robots, which we really need to worry about. Machines that can adapt, repair, and reproduce designs. Artificial emotions, empathy models surpassing human ability to predict and respond to emotional states. Global systems control AI, optimizing energy grids, traffic logistics, and planetary scale infrastructure. I love that one. I love talking about that one. Autonomous scientific discovery platforms, conducting experiments, forming hypotheses, and making breakthroughs without human guidance. Artificial life and consciousness simulation, again, I love this one. Creating or simulating new forms of intelligent existence. Ethics, governance, superintelligence, reasoning about morality, law, and cooperation at a higher level than human institutions. And cosmic scale engineering design. Concepts like Dyson spheres, interstellar travel systems, or terraforming. And I love talking about that one. I love talking about all of these, but those ones specifically. So with that being said, that's what we talk about when we talk about artificial superintelligence. Does that give you some idea of what I meant by that?
Yeah, I totally believe it's great. Actually, really clear idea. I did want to ask you. You said there's types of AI that can replicate human emotion and empathy.
Yes.
Okay. Which is something I really find hard to believe. Really, it's I don't know. Like, I'm not sure how accurately a robot can replicate human emotions and human basic understanding of empathy. Can you give me a little bit of insight on that?
Absolutely. Well, let's first talk about cybernetics. So basically, that's the merging of technology and biology. And so there's a way that it
Okay.
there's a way that it could be done where we scan your brain into a computer, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, essentially creating a an exact copy of what we would consider your being. So not the actual shell of you, not your muscles, not your skeletal structure, but actually what takes place inside of you. And when we have the knowledge of where all of those atoms are located, we could replicate this into a clone of yourself or a robot or a cybernetic being, whatever we want it to be. Now, the idea is, well, is that really you? Is a question that arises philosophically and has for millennia. Uh, Philosophers have been asking this question, and it really, what arises is something known as the ship of Theseus paradox. So what does this mean? So, Kanda, if I were standing with you on a dock and there's a ship that came into the dock and we took that ship apart piece by piece and rebuilt it right next to the original ship until the second ship had used all of the pieces from the first ship, have we created a new ship or is it just the other ship, the first ship, moved? Which is it?
Well, it really depends. You're saying that we took apart the first ship to
Yes.
make you can't kind of replicate the first ship into another ship. So we're just kind of like taking it apart, just building it back up.
Right. So is it just the first ship, or is it a new ship?
No, I think it's just the same ship.
It's a paradox. So some people might consider it to be the first ship, just in a different location. Other people might say that's a completely different ship. It's a paradox. It could be either. It's kind of one of those things both at the same time. So in the same way, we can do that with a human. So essentially, if we take your brain, your central nervous system, and your peripheral nervous system, and we clone that, is it you, or is it a different version of you? So let's use this in human terms. So let's say we took all of your.
Do you die in between the reconstruction process?
Yeah, actually, as we understand this scientifically, like if you were going to teleport from one place to another, we by definition have to essentially kill you.
Yeah, so I don't know. There's frogs, right, that will freeze themselves, or different organisms that will freeze themselves.
Yeah,
and
like
basically enter into like this death-like state until it's like the conditions are favorable enough for them to, like spring back into life
Yeah.
or whatever. It's like, is that in between state where they're frozen? They're basically like dead, but they're not really dead. But then they come back to life. So it's like
so that's
like this state where maybe it's not like a binary answer of yes no.
That's a state of
But just
prolonged hibernation that some amphibians do. They'll like swim to the bottom of a lake in the wintertime and have it so that they only have a heartbeat like once a month. And it's like a hibernation, but they don't actually kill themselves. So what we would be talking about is essentially, well, a few things. In the teleporting example, we either kill you or we're going to have two versions of you. And so if you only want to have one version of you, we have to kill that original version. If you want two versions of you, that's fine.
Yeah.
But then what do we do with that second version?
But it seems like a clone of you is still not the original version. So you can replicate. I don't know. If you replicate a file on your computer, it's not two different files. It's two copies of the same file.
Exactly.
So,
that's usually the example that I give. And it would be like you have one file, file A, you copy that, and it becomes file A and then parentheses 1. And then you delete the original file. Everything is the same except for the name, which we could just rename back to being file A, and you would never know the difference. So it's paradoxical, basically. It's however you want to define it. But to Conda's point, let's talk about the emotional part. But I want to make sure she's here. I know she may be doing something. Conda, are you there?
Yep, right there.
Excellent. Okay, so scientists are currently in the initial phases of memory transfer in mice, so small mammals. So what they're doing is they are able to have a mouse memorize how to complete a maze and then transferring, basically scanning the mouse's brain and transferring those memories using some type of like brain computer interface into another mouse and having the second mouse be able to complete the maze in the first try, not getting it wrong at all. So we're already at the point where we have mice that are able to transfer memories. So the idea is that if memories can be transferred, and that means emotion should be able to be transferred, and psychological states could be transferred, and people's personalities could be transferred. Who's to say that we couldn't transfer those into a robot? Oh, well, she's gone. All right. I was going to ask ChatGPT a question. So here we go. This is my question for ChatGPT. I have a Twitch account and I am logged in on my computer and on a phone. And I have all my notifications on. And I just had a friend of mine follow me, and I did not get a notification on my computer or on my phone, even though the notifications are off. But I did get an email. They then proceeded to follow me with a second account and a third account, but I didn't get any notifications, nor did I get any emails. What is going on with the Twitch notification system? Is this a regular issue that people experience? You're not alone. Twitch notifications can be inconsistent, and many users have reported issues similar to what you're experiencing. Here's a breakdown of what's likely going on and what you can do about it. What's likely happening? Twitch prioritizes email over app notifications sometimes. Well, like, what? You get one email for the first follow, but not for the others. Oh, interesting. This could be due to anti-spam measures. Twitch may group or suppress repeated similar notifications, like multiple follows in a short period. Oh, okay, so that's probably what it's doing. Rate limiting. To prevent spam, Twitch might limit follow notifications from accounts created or following you rapidly. So that could be two. Push app notifications are unreliable. Even if your mobile and desktop notifications are on, Twitch's app and web push system are known to delay notifications, miss notifications entirely, not trigger for certain types of accounts. For instance, suspected bots or newly made alts. So that could be it. You might not get notified. Dude, ChatGPT sucks. It used to be so good, and then it does this thing where it like refreshes, and it just took that away. Took all that shit away. Uh, repeat. And then if I tell it repeat, it'll be like, repeat what? Sure, what would you like me to do?
Absolutely wildly puzzles.
You just sent me something?
Yeah. Well, watch it after you do your chat GPT.
Lab grown brain and a,
Yeah. It's only a minute long, but it's like
I'm watching it.
mind blowing.
Shit's wild, son. I'm gonna follow you with another account, my main account. Uh, is it Sticky on Fire? Sticky is on fire.
Yeah.
STIGGYISONFIRE, right? Yeah, it's so weird that it doesn't just come up. Okay, I'm gonna follow you. I just followed you with my main account. It's not my main account. I have an account with 49,000 followers on it, but um, this is like my Rabbi Rothschild account. All right. Did you get a notification in your email? You didn't get any notification, right? Okay. Um.
Follower list did go up, but no, no.
All right. So I think it probably. Well, let's look this up again. Yo, dog. You just wrote this, and then ChatGPT took it away. ChatGPT 5 is really unimpressive with how it works in a mobile browser, so keep it when you type it this time, please. All right, so my friend has a Twitch account, and when I followed him, it did not send a notification on his desktop or app, but it did send one in an email, even though all his notifications are on. And then I followed him with a second, a third, and a fourth account, and he got no notifications. Can you please see if this is a common problem? Why the Twitch app notifications are inconsistent? Yo, I got you, and yeah, what you're describing with Twitch is actually a known issue that's been frustrating people for a while. Good situation. Your friend has all notifications turned on, got email notifications when you followed him. No, just one. Got no app or desktop notifications. Still didn't get any when you followed the second, third, fourth. What's going on? So Twitch throttles or limits notifications. Twitch often doesn't send notifications for every single follow, especially if multiple follows happen in a short time, which I don't know why it wouldn't. Like it should. That's why you have the notifications. It may not trigger alerts for new accounts or ones that look like alts, low activity, new creation data, etc. Spam prevention is a big reason. Twitch is very cautious about mass follows looking like bots or raids. App desktop notifications are buggy. Yep, you're not alone. Many users have reported that app push notifications are inconsistent or don't fire or just don't fire. Desktop browser notifications depend on browser settings and Twitch session status. For instance, if you're not actively logged in and your tab is inactive and may not trigger, Twitch's mobile app notifications can be delayed or silently dropped, even if everything's set to on. Settings mismatch or glitch. Sometimes, even if Twitch has notifications on, the settings don't save correctly, or some toggles like follow alerts versus push notifications or on-site alerts aren't fully enabled. A log-out, log-in cycle or clearing cache can fix this. Steps to tell your friend to try. Don't worry about this, but let's see what it says. Check notification settings again. Fuck that. Look at each section. Fuck that. Make sure follows is checked in all applicable tabs. Clear cache. Fuck that. Reinstall the Twitch app. Fuck that. Double check phone settings. Fuck that. Wait a bit between follows. Try having someone with an older active Twitch account follow and see if that triggers a notification. And we just did that. Is this a known bug? Yes. Many Reddit and Twitch forum posts over the past year mention inconsistent follow notifications, especially on mobile. It's not just you. Twitch hasn't officially fixed it or acknowledged all cases, but it's a real and annoying issue. Yes, it's a common problem. Notifications for followers are not always reliable, especially on the app. Twitch may be throttling them, especially for new alt accounts. Try checking all settings. Dude, how stupid is that?
Yeah, I don't know. They don't want you to spam.
But yet they let the first one work.
That may be because it was my first follower ever.
That could be. But Reddit says if I follow a user's post, wait, I need to put Twitch. Like another thing is I I tagged you in that fucking post. You would want to know if you were tagged in a post. But yet
Yeah, it could have been like, yo, Ziggy on fire. It's like
blowing up.
literally the killer of Carter Curry.
Okay, so here's what somebody says. My follow alerts aren't working. So I've been having this problem for quite some time now, and my follow alerts just don't seem to be working. I set up alerts on Streamlabs in the scene section, and I've made sure all the settings are correct. Put in the top of the other scene, reset cache,
and reset Streamlabs. I followed numerous YouTube fixes and all kinds of things. I've even tried browser source, and I don't see my follows when somebody follows me. I thought I fixed it, but since I don't get many followers, I only realized after someone followed me that my alert never showed. I made an alt to see if it worked, and it didn't. I heard that it wouldn't register if you have the same IP. Oh, that could be. When I tested my
Yeah,
widget,
that's what I was saying before.
yeah, but I sent it. I sent it to you.
Device.
I know, but I just sent it to you on with different IPs, and it still didn't come in. When I tested my widget, it worked. Tested it while live, and it showed on my Twitch channel how it's supposed to. What do I do? Do I uninstall and redo everything? Anyone have a fix for me? Sometimes the Streamlabs links stop working. I ran the same issue. It's not Streamlabs though. It's fucking. This actually happened to me last week, and I wasn't able to find a solution. It came down to the Streamlabs. It's not Streamlabs though. It's fucking Twitch. Dog. It's Twitch, not Streamlabs. Why aren't viewers receiving notifications when I go live? No, that's different. They're good at that one. I get those all the time. Why aren't my view? Okay. Why don't desktop notifications work? I have them enabled for every channel I follow. Sounds like a permission issue. Sounds like you should shut the fuck up. Um, does unfollowing and then following again make the notification stream appear? Following them when they're offline, they'll still see it in their activity feed, but no notifications will show on the next stream. Unfollowing and refollowing won't do anything. The notification only displays the first time you follow a channel to stop people from spamming, I assume. Thank you. I guess I have to sub during the stream then. Subbing is slightly different, and you can choose to share your sub, resub, and chat whenever. Okay. Not getting notifications. Followed channels are. Let's see. How do I get actual notifications when followed streamers? No, that's when it goes live. Not getting notifications from channels I follow. Notification on the website not loading. Um. So I had this. Okay. I'm having the same problem. I'm having the same issue. Same here. Same here. Hopefully, I get this fixed soon. 2 years ago. Update your browser to the latest version and use Chrome Firefox. No, we've done that. I checked the dev console and I was getting a failed integrity check error. I'm trying to load them. My Chrome was pretty out of. Okay. I'm using the latest Firefox and still seeing this issue. It was. Um, Same here. Why is it not working? I'm using Opera. Having the same issue with. I don't know. What do you think about Charlie Kirk?
I was just reading about, yeah, I mean, some people saying he was like turning against Israel or Zion or something.
Did you
It,
did you
it
see?
seems like usually there has to be some motivation. I mean, he has some reach and influence and was a pretty, I guess, substantial part of the Republican Party. But I mean, like Ben Shapiro is getting assassinated, but I don't know. It's hard to say.
Hey, that's what I said to Zoo. Um, okay, Riser. Did you see what Raja Jackson did?
I don't know who that is. Is that like JoJo's Siwa's manager?
Pretty close. Okay, so do you know who Rampage Jackson is? He's a UFC fighter.
I haven't heard of him.
Okay, so he's big on kick. His son, like you're gonna want to see this. You are. So like look it up in YouTube or actually probably X is the best place. Um, so his son was at a wrestling event in Sun Valley, which is in Los Angeles. It's like in the valley. And one of the wrestlers who was there was drunk and broke or like hit like an empty beer can on Raja Jackson's face. Raja Jackson is Rampage Jackson's son, and Raj is like 25 years old. So Raja didn't like that because he was on live stream at the time on Kick, and it was like embarrassing to him. And so one of the other wrestlers said, "Look, you Raja can get this guy who hit you in the head. The guy who hit you in the head, his name is Psycho Stu, or Psycho Stu, and you can get him when he's in the ring." So Raja waits for the guy to get in the ring, and then Raja goes in and body slams Psycho Stu in the ring, knocks him out cold, and then punches him 22 times in the head and knocks out his teeth, and then gets away. And the police still haven't arrested him. It's been like almost 3 weeks.
Is he hiding?
No, he's just got a dad who's got money and basically paid off the LAPD to not do anything about it.
Damn, he must have paid off the right person.
You've got that right. Because anybody else would have been in jail, like straight up that night.
Yeah, that's crazy that he was able to get away with.
Did you see? Did you see the video?
Is he still gonna get sued though? They
Yeah.
can't stop a lawsuit.
Yeah. Right. Did you see the video?
Based on that description, I really don't want to see that. It's too gory.
There's no blood.
Is it the guy getting the beer slammed or the guy knocking his teeth out 22 months?
The guy getting his teeth knocked out, but there's no blood. Just go to it. You're gonna want to see it.
No, I don't want to watch violent shit before I go to sleep.
Okay, well, next time I see you, I want you to watch it.
Okay. I mean, I can visualize it pretty well in my mind.
No, not like this. Did you see the Charlie Kirk video?
Which one? Oh, the one of them getting shot in the neck? No, I can't watch that.
Dog, that one is fucking gory as fuck. Oh, yeah, you didn't see it. Yeah, he gets shot in the jugular, and there's just like blood that just immediately pours out. Like, you see his head just drop back, and like, there's just like no surviving that. Like, they didn't shoot him in the head, but they got him like the second best place you could have gotten. They got him right in the fucking jugular, in an artery, and I think in his like femoral artery, or no, not his femoral artery. That's in your leg, but like in your whatever artery.
Yeah, someone was saying like whoever shot them was probably like a military Mossad person or something. Cause, like, yeah, even if you get shot in the neck, like you can still survive.
Not this one though.
Actually,
this one
yeah.
was this one. It was like how would I describe it? Like not just like blood dripping out. It was like blood like splashing out.
Damn.
Yeah, it's really sad.
Like a fountain?
Like a fountain. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. I mean, like, it would be like, you know when, like, Donald Trump got shot? There was just, like, I know it wasn't, like, the same, but, like, there was, like, blood that was dripping off of his face. This was, like, squirting out. And it was just, like, when it happened, I was just, like, sitting here and, or, no, yeah, I was sitting here and I was looking at my, oh, no, what was, I don't know, I saw on Reddit or somewhere, maybe I don't think I heard it on the radio, but I found out that he got shot, but he wasn't dead yet. And so I went to his Wikipedia and I was like reading about him, and then I would
Was
open.
it today or yesterday?
Well, it was like 9:10. It was like maybe 16 hours ago or something.
Okay.
And I put my phone down and saw out of the corner of my eye that Donald Trump had posted on Truth Social that Charlie Kirk had died, and that's how like people found out about it. And I was like, no way. I was just on his Wikipedia, and he was still alive. I figured he was gonna live, like because I hadn't seen the video, and then I saw the video, and it was like they didn't need to take the amount of time they didn't need to take him to the hospital. He was dead as fuck in that, and they only shot him once. And then on Reddit, at least, people were so mean. Like, like they would be like, "Did you know that Charlie Kirk was shot and killed in the neck?" Anyway, did you know that Taylor Swift goes on tour, like or whatever, like Ariana Grande's going on tour next year, and I'm really stoked about that. Like, not just that, then people started making memes, and it was like really mean memes, like way too soon. I mean, look, I know that's like, as someone who likes comedy, it's never too soon, but like these memes were like, there were people who were celebrating his death, and I don't generally think that's cool. And um, they were just like cheering about it, and they're like, another one bites the dust and all this other shit. And then there were people, at least on the radio, saying like, this is just going to create like, it's like a hydra. Like, it's going to motivate a lot of people, especially young people in college, to want to emulate what Charlie Kirk was doing, which is their choice, I guess. I mean, they can be whatever they want to be, but it was like, I don't know. And now I'm going to look and I'm going to tell you if they found the shooter. Because it's like, shouldn't they be really worried about like there's a sniper that's on the run.
Wait, where did it happen in Utah? Is that right?
Yeah, Utah Valley State College.
Oh yeah, guns are legal in all 50 states, right? Or,
Yeah, but
like, it doesn't happen.
yeah, no, it does, but it's the laws are so. Look, if you ask me, the Second Amendment means they should be legal everywhere, and Congress shall make no law limiting them. Which, if you don't like that, that's cool. Then get rid of the Second Amendment. Like, to me, I need the laws to make sense, but they don't. And so like in Washington D.C., you can't buy a gun. I think, and like New York City, it's very limited. Uh, Los Angeles, it used to be more difficult, but then they got a different sheriff, and um, they give out what are called concealed carry licenses. But basically, it's very political. Like um, you have to like basically give to the sheriff's reelection campaign, or be like a mover and a shaker in order to get one. And basically, no one in California walks around with a gun on their hip unless they're a security guard or a police officer. Even though you can, uh, I think maybe you can, um, but like in Arizona, you can. Arizona used to be like the Wild Wild West, you could just everybody walked around with a gun on their fucking uh like not everybody, but like a lot of people, and those days are gone.
Isn't Texas like that still?
Yeah, but those days are kind of gone because there's almost like you don't want people to know that you have a gun because they can come up from behind you and take it and kill you or make it a struggle or something. So that's why they do concealed carry where you can hide it on your person. But it's more uh, of a headache than not. Like that's why a lot of people are going to these pepper spray guns, very similar to bear scare, and where you don't need to do a background check, and you can carry them in all 50 states, and they basically shoot pepper balls at people. A lot more people are going with that, and then also if
Are they long distance? Like, do they explode like a salmon cannon after like 40 feet?
they shoot like I think like 100 yards. They shoot like a long way, and
Oh shit! So it's like good bear scare. Like, it would work as a bear scare.
yeah, very well. And
It was short range though.
super even better at short range.
Like, what are these called? I want to look it up on YouTube.
Um,
Pepper ball gun.
yeah, you could look that up. I'll give you the exact name. Saber makes one. SABRE or something like that. Look up like Saber pepper ball gun.
Oh yeah, I see it. It looks like a pistol though.
Yeah.
Defense pistol. Oh, so you actually have to hit the target for it to explode.
Okay, so here's what they're saying on X. More rooftop snipers. Now we're finding out Charlie Kirk's assassin shot from the rooftop over 200 yards away with a high-powered rifle.
Did he escape on a zip line by chance?
And a motorcycle.
In a water tower rooftop zip line escape. Damn, that's crazy. 200 yards is like, you play golf. 200 yards is, it's not like crazy far. Like, you can see it, but it's
Dog,
not like,
that's far. That's 2 football fields. Uh, oh yeah, it's the
oh shit. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
it's not the femoral artery, the carotid artery in the neck.
Yeah, that's crazy from 200 yards how you can be that precise.
Yeah, but when they get these
I guess
scopes,
they're that good.
it's like looking through, like it's like hitting a basketball from like 10 feet away. Because the scope is like really accurate.
Yeah, but you still have to know like to control your breath and the wind. I guess, yeah, maybe it's not that impressive.
Dog. This.
Was it ketchup?
Oh no
What
no
if
no.
it was all ketchup?
I wish it were, but no. This motherfucker got. It would be like a two like 1 liter worth of blood just shoots out right away, like a fountain. Like it would be like you said, like a fountain just squirts out, and it's not just it like squirts out and keeps squirting out, like almost like a cartoon, like a gory cartoon, and you just see his head just like roll in the back of his eyes roll in the back of his head, and it's like, oh, dude, the person who got him was an expert. Like Well, it was
military dude.
yeah, dude. This person, a sniper was spotted on the rooftop just before the shocking assassination. They've got this guy on camera. If you look at Mahi, Mahii, this guy, he's got the sniper on the fucking roof. And a man who had a long rifle. Dude, he. And there. Oh, well, another video likely. Okay. It was a professional hitman. It changed the entire calculation about who was behind this. Um, One shot, one kill, carotid artery. 1 inch was hit from a distance of 200 yards. The level of accuracy requires military sniper level marksmanship. Photos show the shooter with sniper rifle with a high powered scope. The assassin was a pro. Yeah, it wasn't like one of these that I mean, like the guy who killed uh, Lennon, John Lennon. He was like in short distance and had like a gun, shot him like 6 times or something like that. Like it was not short. It was like this guy came out of nowhere. I feel really badly for this. There's like an old man who they tackled, and like they said it was this guy, but this guy didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, fuck. The guy just got away, despite all the cameras and shit.
Well,
Nothing.
that's the thing. It's gonna be like it's it could very well be like they're just like, yeah, he just got killed. Oh boy, oops. And then they just don't ever prosecute anybody. There are 2 videos.
Yeah, I mean, the guy literally got away. They literally have nothing right now.
Right.
That's pretty fucked up.
There are 2 videos that I've seen. One is from very far away, and the other's from up close. And the one that's up close is very gory. The one that's far away, you can't really tell. They um they took this old man into custody, but he didn't have anything to do with it. I feel really badly for him, and it's really sad that this guy was a dad and had a nice, like a really beautiful family, and um Zook came in here today, and he was like, you know, I know you always talk about world peace and everything, and I think that's the only way that we can have it. Like, I'm with you on that one now, and I like basically I wasn't always, but that's the only way to do it is like in a peaceful manner. If not, you're just gonna get this for the end of time. It's just you, one sniper versus you, and one sniper versus me, or drone attacks or whatever. It's just peace is the only way. Um, Dog, they've got this sniper on video, like not shooting, but like
His face? Do they have his face?
no, he's all in black tactical shit.
So nobody noticed the dude in black tactical shit
Yeah, no, they did.
walking in?
They did. Somebody did, and they got it on video. A couple people did, but it's just like
This
it's just like
guy's literally wearing a fucking balaclava
yeah,
and has a rifle on the back.
exactly. There are a couple.
And they just nobody. Because as soon as the shot was fired, I'm sure it's just like chaos and people just freaking the fuck out, running for their lives.
That's correct.
And like I think that like it doesn't matter. I mean, unless you're like literally like a fucking ex-military guy. If you're just a regular civilian, the second you hear a loud ass shot, I mean, maybe out of silencer, doesn't matter. The shot happens, like you're just in panic, get the fuck out of here. You're not like, oh, let me see, let me go and find where all the danger is. But
Right.
yeah, it's,
And Zoot was like, they found the guy. And I'm like, no, that wasn't the right guy. And
that sounds exactly like Zoot.
and I'm like, no, they let that guy go. And Zoot's like, no.
I just won.
Wait, that's exactly how he was. He goes, no, you watch. They've got the guy detained, and they're just waiting to announce it on television tomorrow. I was like, okay, like if you say so, dog. But like when this person shot,
Do you think? I have a question. Do you think the shooter dedicated the shot to Zoot's comedy career?
very, very funny. Oh, sickeningly funny. Um, well, it was very accurate. Um, I know that they said you were like people said Mossad or like Zionism, but Charlie Kirk was like a major Zionist, so I don't know why.
According to these 4chan posts, he may have been like getting away, like said something not aligned with that.
Yeah, I mean, but people say
More
that
recently.
people say that all the time, and they don't snipe them.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing, this could have just been a distraction for some other even worse thing that we don't know, though, is this distraction.
So,
Which, if I had to guess, is probably what happened. Because, I don't know, 9/11 is also today.
right, which is
I don't know.
interesting,
Maybe it's just like
coincidental.
crazy coincidence. I don't know.
So, Ben Shapiro was going to be on next, and he's a much bigger target than Charlie Kirk is, in my opinion. And I don't know Ben Shapiro
Why?
directly.
I mean, I think Ben is smarter, but I don't think he's as he doesn't say as much offensive stuff. I feel
I don't know.
like this guy, like on his last story, he was just talking about. I mean, there's some other murder where some like woman got stabbed like a bunch of times by. You
Right.
may have heard me listening to it. But
Yeah, I did.
it seemed like yeah. Out of the two of them, Charlie Kirk was more into like just speaking on whatever topics. Epstein also. I guess Shapiro does that too. But I don't know.
Yeah,
They both have like a big follower, and they're both like whatever Republicans.
yeah. I don't know Ben Shapiro directly, but uh, people in my community, I have like close connections with his family, and with him basically like we're one person apart. And
You should ask him for an interview.
yeah, I did that at the beginning of this, and I I don't even know if it got to him. I could ask someone to see if he would do it, but that's not his real thing. I a rabbi in one of my communities is really good friends with his family.
Oh yeah, he's definitely Jewish. So you guys are linked to that.
Yeah.
Is he in California too, probably?
Yeah, he grew up in uh, the Valley, and he went to UCLA, and he was on a radio show, AM 870, which is like conservative radio here. and then he went to move on to doing the um, what is it? The pundit. What is that thing that he does? The
Shapiro, I don't know.
yeah, he
The
does.
YouTube channel.
Um, I so what I'm saying though is that to me he's a much bigger target than Charlie Kirk was. So if you wanted to like make waves for the Republican Party, Ben Shapiro is a bigger target. But um, I I don't know. There's this was a fucking
No,
sniper.
Ben Shapiro has 4.4 million followers on Instagram. Charlie Kirk has 8 million.
Yeah, I don't judge it by that though. I judge it by like who's on television most. I mean, we don't really have those numbers, but I mean maybe Charlie Kirk was bigger. I don't know. I'm like much closer in vicinity and just like in the same circles as Ben Shapiro. So to me, he's bigger, but maybe Charlie Kirk is bigger. I don't know. Has Joe Rogan ever interviewed Charlie Kirk? I don't mean that to be funny. Is that he's interviewed Ben Shapiro a bunch. If he has, I'm gonna watch it right now. But I've seen like
Joe Rogan.
I've seen like
I don't know, but I mean, possibly.
no. Um,
Did Joe Rogan post about this shit? What does Joe Rogan have to say on this tragedy?
dog, do you know the thing about Ja Rule? Do you know who Ja Rule is?
I've heard of them, but I don't know what they are.
Oh, dude, it's this fucking Dave Chappelle skit that's so funny, and it was so true. On 9/11, you know, like the whole country was just in shock, and no one knew what to do or whatever. And MTV News, which was like a news outlet back then, would go to like rappers and ask ask them what their thoughts were, and and so Dave Chappelle has this hilarious skit like like who cares about what the president has to say? What does Ja Rule have to say on this issue? And so ever since then, whenever there's been a like a and Ja Rule's a rapper, whenever there's been a like a tragedy or any big newsworthy event, people will tweet like, "What does Ja Rule have to think about this?"
Oh yeah, I've heard of this meme.
Okay, so I'm looking for Joe Rogan.
It's from his comedy.
Yeah,
Was that where it?
yeah. Put in Chappelle, Ja Rule, and it's so funny.
Yeah.
For real, why do you care so much what the Dixie chicks say? It's not like they political scientists and nothing. They just bitches that can sing good. You know what I mean? Stop worshiping celebrities so much. Don't listen, pay attention. I remember right around September 11th, Ja Rule was on MTV. That's what they said. We got Ja Rule on the phone. Let's see what Ja's thoughts are on this tragedy. Who gives a fuck what Ja Rule went to the town like this? It's ridiculous. I want to dance. I'm scared to death.
Oh.
Ja Rule might not have right now. Think a man should have to step in and say, like, oh my God, this is terrible. Because nobody please. Find Ja Rule, get hold of this motherfucker so I can make sense of all this. Where is Ja? I need Ja Rule.
That's it.
And his voice is so fucking funny.
It is. I was just gonna say the same thing. Doesn't he look different back then than he does today?
He looks like a fucking turtle today.
Um,
Then I watched the bit.
yeah, Joe Rogan. It does not seem like he tweeted about it.
I mean, there's enough tweets about it, I think, today.
Yeah, I mean it's all over his subreddit, but his subreddit is so fucked up. It's like they hate him. They don't really like him, but it's his subreddit. That's what happens with these celebrities is they become so big that then people start to hate them, and the people who hate them end up taking over their subreddit and then making it like a place that's negative about them. Another thing that happens is like if like the people who
Not in the Nathan for You subreddit. They fucking love that.
yeah, but he's not that big.
I want to see AI episodes of fucking Nathan for You.
I do too. Um,
I don't know. Those people in the front row must be fucking traumatized by this shit. Like, just running out and you're just covered in fucking Charlie Kirk's blood. I mean, you can probably. I don't know.
there's a fight at the Idaho Capitol after a man drove through a vigil on a scooter yelling "fuck Charlie Kirk." So much for the tolerance. Um, they beat the shit out of this guy. Oh, he is getting it. He is getting it. They are beating the piss out of this guy. Um, this isn't something that anybody really talks about, like Reddit, but so if you ever go to a subreddit, you can see how many people are online in that subreddit right now. And I love reading those. Like in the Joe Rogan one, it's 901 people are looking into it. And in the Tony Hinchcliffe one, it's like, or no, in the Brendan Schaub one, it's like 205 people are Tony Hinchcliffe fans. And I just think that they're very funny. Like how the whatever they call it.
900 people are looking into it.
Yeah. Did Trey Parker and Matt Stone make fun of Charlie Kirk? I I don't believe it or not, of any show that I should absolutely fucking love, like I should absolutely be so in love with this show, would be South Park, and I've never gotten into it because the voices bother me. I don't like the voice. I don't like the I can't stand it. It's like it's annoying to me.
Yeah, I like Futurama. I like The Simpsons. I like Family Guy. I have I've seen clips of South Park and they're funny, but I literally for whatever reason I can't watch the show. Even though Kenny Hodds apparently did some writing for it and it's very popular.
Who's Kenny Hodds?
Yeah, the voice. The voices are just Which character is the most annoying boy? I find the dad in South Park to be so goddamn funny. The dad just fucking kills me.
Who's Kenny Hodds?
Oh, have you seen? I think I've mentioned this to you before, but there's a famous Canadian show called Kenny versus Benny, and Kenny Hodds is a Jewish dude from Toronto, He's a comedian. He's very funny.
Very well. I used to.
Oh, does just recording any clip on YouTube with like your face as like a React video somehow get around any like common like copyright and shit?
What do you mean?
Like if you're just like a React channel and you're just like literally like there's the video playing and then your little stupid face is like in one of the corners and then you're like reacting, maybe not even saying words, just like moving your eyeballs around. But then you repost it and then people watch that and it's fine. YouTube doesn't care.
Believe it or not, the big case and the precedent in the law comes from Brendan Schaub. Brendan Schaub spent between $500,000 and $1 million against this really little YouTuber, and the little YouTuber didn't have the money to fight the case, and so he was just gonna lose. He just wasn't like he was just gonna lose and lose his account. But at the 9th hour or the 11th hour, a lawyer came in and defended the little guy, and basically the judge, like the precedent is this: you have to at least you can't show long forms of the original video without making comments. Your comments have to like show that they make like a um, they have to change the video in some way. So you just can't show the whole thing, and um, it's like important that you pause it and give your opinion. So in answer to your question, can you just show yourself in the corner blinking? It would be up
Not
to
for long form.
it would be up to a judge, uh, and that's why I don't like these really subjective opinions. And in my opinion, you should be able to go out there and show it. Like again, you know how I said um, that like all your music should be free because you should be paid and you should like merchandise and um, ticket sales and things. I feel the same with these YouTube videos because if not, it just becomes a judge who just is making a decision or a jury, and it's like it's just their subjective opinion. It's the same with music, like songs. When someone's like, so and so sampled my song in their song, and then it goes to a judge and jury, and it's like, whoa, it was just like their opinion. But you get another judge and jury, and they may have a completely different opinion. In my opinion, it should be um, you're paid in what did I call it earlier? You're paid in exposure. Thank you. And go do with that what you want. But because these channels are monetized, they're not able to do that as much. But I I personally think so. What's the answer to your question? It's there's like certain words that you have to, or not certain words, but there's certain phrases, and it was like you have to materially change the original version. And one of the ways that you can do that, you can do it by putting yourself in the corner. Dude, you want to know the best way I've seen people do this though? And this is fucking brilliant. So it's a lot of work doing all the editing of someone's video to get the best parts, right?
Yeah.
So here's what you do. Let's say you are a fan of the Joe Rogan Experience, but you don't want to cut up all his shit. You go to someone who already has done a reaction video to it, and you do a reaction to their reaction video. That way, you don't have to do any of the editing of Joe Rogan shit, and it's usually a lot easier because that person already cut up all the good stuff, and you just do it at that. Does that make sense?
Yep, just steal the Clippers clips.
Exactly. And
Yes,
and
the Clipper is probably like gonna be like, oh, I don't like clipping clips.
but it's like that's what you're doing with Joe Rogan. You're doing the exact
Yeah,
same
I
thing.
know.
It's pretty brilliant. So
Like karma.
yeah, so there's this girl. She's pretty hot. She wears like a nude bra, so it almost looks like she's topless, and then she just goes on podcast reaction videos and gives her reaction of those, and she does a good job, and she's eye candy, and so a lot of people like to watch what she does. Now, I don't watch her that much. I've seen, like, not even that much. I think I've seen 3 of her videos or something like that. But I'm like, damn, that's a really good idea.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Clippers. I mean, I guess there's nothing wrong with making a reaction. And oftentimes, actually, I'm very pro Clippers, I guess, because Clippers just means reaction. But I guess Clippers is just like literally stealing a piece of content, which is kind of lame. But if you're doing a reaction channel and clipping it, then it's somewhat original. But if you're just clipping the actual thing, it's like you're basically a pirate.
Well, doesn't it help the original person by giving them exposure?
Yeah, no, that was good. That's a good counter argument, but it could also, I don't know, steal the original views, but I feel like it ain't right, I guess.
So I've thought about this topic a lot, and
Paying them an exposure.
exactly, I've thought about this topic a lot, and like, okay, let's say I went viral today, which is great. Hey, congratulations, Rabbi. Thank you. So, are you going to make it so that you do copyright claims against anyone who watches your videos? I will do no copyright claims ever. Use my content in any way that you want. You can study it at an academic level. You can laugh about it with your friends. Do whatever you want with it. The more that you use it, the more impressions that it's going to get, the more powerful that I'm going to get. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
And that's
I
how
agree.
and that's how people should treat it.
Yeah, but on like the surface, it's kind of like an illusion where it's like, hey, you're literally stealing my work. I worked hard on that. Can you not monetize all of my work? Thanks.
Well, that's when it becomes an issue when people monetize it. But if people are just sharing it, go ahead and share it as much as you want. Like, that just means I'm going to get more impressions, more exposure, more popular. It's like, okay, here's a perfect example. Do you ever see like on like every website, um, where people have like memes like from famous movies, like just people's reactions will be like 3 seconds of a movie.
Yeah,
Well, technically, I mean, I think in the United States the law says like 7 seconds or something is what you can use, but technically, like you're using someone's name, image, and likeness for those things. So couldn't they? Couldn't you like sue Reddit because I don't know. Name name one of those that you've seen.
I like the meme.
Yeah.
Like, oh, what's the movie? Ryan Gosling movie from like Cyberpunk shit.
Okay. So Ryan Gosling in Cyberpunk, he could sue you for that, or Cyberpunk could sue you for that. But guess what? It's in their best interest to let you do it because it's just going to make him a bigger actor and that movie more popular. Does that make sense?
Meme marketing.
Yeah, definitely. In fact, believe it or not, in the future, people will not really care about being in a big movie. They will care whether people use their clip in a meme. Because people will remember memes in the future better than they'll remember the entire movie. Like
Yeah.
you become more a part of like imagine like 150 years from now. People will still use memes in one capacity or another, and that's how actors will be remembered. Sure, you were in a movie 150 years ago, but nobody's paying attention to that. They'll remember that their grandfather and their father and they themselves used a meme because it just got really popular. Like, let me think of a.
What do you think is the most memorable meme or scene from The Shining?
It's that here's wait, The Shining with Jack Nicholson, where he's like, "Here's Johnny."
You mean Stanley Kubrick? Oh yeah, I guess Jack Nicholson's
Yeah,
the character.
and he's like,
Yeah. You know, like The Shining, like the hotel one.
yeah, the Overlook Hotel or whatever in Oregon or whatever. Yeah, but isn't that the one where he like chops down the door and he's like, "Here's Johnny."
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So even if you haven't seen that movie, people know that scene. And Jack Nicholson, I always do, the actor, not the golfer, Jack Nicholson will want to be remembered in the future, and so he'll find it more beneficial to his career that that meme is of him than the movie. Why? Because like in 50 years, no one's gonna know who Jack Nicholson was, but they'll know that meme. That meme is in the common psyche of the Western world, and so people want to be remembered. And yeah, he'll be remembered from that movie, but only like cinephiles are really going to care about that. But the overall general people will understand, like, oh yeah, here's Johnny. I know that. That's from the meme.
Yeah, I mean, they might still like the movie more overall than me. But
Well, the meme will enhance it because it'll.
as far as the hive mind collective consciousness, the memes are the most important piece of data.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Don't underestimate the power of the meme.
Meme magic is real.
Do you know what memes stands for?
A meme.
It's memory.
I think
It's a memory. It was. It was. What do I want to say? First discussed by Richard Dawkins.
a memory is spelled MEM.
Yeah, but they just needed a. It's. It's. It comes.
Alliteration.
No, it's not alliteration. It's like a shortening. So it
Or
could.
it is one of those rare like repetition. I forget there's like a literary term for like when you repeat like a sound or something.
Is that what it is? It could just be mem was people didn't know how to spell it, so they just added an e to the end. Look, I'll look it up.
Reduplication. Reduplication.
All right, meme origin.
Reduplication is a linguistic process where a word or part of a word is repeated to create a new word.
Is that what they?
Easy peasy.
No.
Easy peasy, choo choo, French
But
fry.
that's not what it is though. The term meme was coined by British evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins in 1976 book The Silver Sheen. He derived the word from the Greek mima, memema, meaning imitated things, imitated things, itself stemming from memistai, meaning to imitate. Dawkins introduced the concept as a unit of cultural transmission analogous to a gene to describe how ideas, behaviors, or styles spread through imitation within a culture. There you go. He used the term to explain the evolution of cultural phenomena, proposing that memes replicate, mutate, and respond to selective pressures, much like biological genes. So it comes from the Greek memema, but it's spelled memema is like Greek, but it's spelled Mimema. But if you made it just the first four letters, it would be mime. So that's different. So I think it's probably pronounced memema. So they made it meme. How'd you like that, baby?
Famous dove.
Okay, I
Do you
need.
have any unknown info about the John Lennon assassination?
Yeah, that one's probably a hit. But the like book Catcher in the Rye, that the guy who shot him, uh, he was reading it, and that's like a book of like the CIA. Um, so it was outside the Dakota by um, Mark David Chapman, and they broke into, or like they cut into Monday Night Football to announce it. It was like a big deal to do that, and like everybody was watching Monday Night Football at the time, and um, there's like a famous last picture of John Lennon. Like Mark David Chapman was a fan allegedly of uh, John Lennon, and had like gone there a bunch of days in a row and got autographs, and he John Lennon signed something for him. But I mean, like we were talking about MK Ultra and the ability to program people. How easy would it be to just get somebody who you program and be like, look, just you're a big John Lennon fan, right? Just go there every single day and ask for an autograph, and then you just send a hitman in there to take him out, and then just blame this guy. There are no cameras. Nobody knows what happened.
Or
Word dog. So
I,
what
I thought he was shot in like the street or anything.
he was shot outside the Dakota in New York City. It was like on the sidewalk.
Oh,
Let me check that though. I've never seen anybody like build a 3D model of it, and I don't think they want you to. Was it on the sidewalk? It was like near the steps of the building, I thought. Yes, John Lennon was shot on the sidewalk outside the Dakota, his apartment building in New York City. The attack occurred on the archway entrance of West 72nd Street, where Lennon and John Yoko. I said stairwell, but I meant art, like the entrance. Um, where Lennon and Yoko Ono were walking from a car to enter the building. Mark David Shepard fired the shots at close range as Lennon passed by on a sidewalk. He collapsed. He collapsed just steps from the entrance. Um, well, I mean, Yoko was there, so she saw it. But I mean, they also can program these guys to do shit. That's what that whole thing was at Harvard and fucking McGill, and we read about it. I literally like last time you were here, we read about it, and they would like keep these guys awake and like force them to listen to shit, and reprogram their brains. Dude, I fucking hate when you're here.
And here's why. Because I like talking to you so much that I'm up all night and it fucks up the rest of my day.
Yeah, no, I'm so fucking zoned out with the song. I need to go to sleep.
Why don't you? This is a serious question. Why don't you come earlier?
I did come early. I came at like fucking. I came before fucking 12. I came at like 11.
I know. Why don't you come at like 6?
I was at pickleball, and
How,
then
how was that?
I woke up at like 4, and then I went to pickleball, and then I didn't get a game.
You woke up at 4 p.m.
Yeah.
What kind of animal are you?
Well, I was talking to you till like fucking 6 a.m. and stuff.
Yeah, I know.
And I fell asleep at 7, and then it's already 7 a.m. So I have to sleep till.
No, I get that. Yeah. So you should just start coming in earlier. For I like talking with you a lot, and but like it just drains me the whole fucking next day. Like today, I'm thinking about just staying up all fucking day and working on bots on Twitch just to try to figure out the notification system. But I don't know. I got
There's gotta be some. Okay, there's junk mail that I receive in my mailbox that I don't consent to receiving, but it still enters my mailbox.
Do you mean your spam mail or your like local
No,
mail?
like my physical, actual mailbox.
Yeah. At least in the United States, most of how the post office makes any money is they just contract with advertisers to deliver that shit in your mailbox.
So it's the post office is spamming me, and I can't opt out of it.
That's
That
correct.
should be illegal.
It should be. Yeah, that's correct. So they do this thing where, well, you can always say, at least in the United States, return to sender. But like, in the United States, we'll get like, uh, they don't do it so much anymore, but they still do it with stuff. Like, I don't know. Let's say Best Buy's having a sale. Well, Best Buy will go to the USPS, the United States Postal Service, and say, "Hey, we're going to be having this sale, and we want you guys to deliver these uh, flyers, and we'll pay you, I don't know, $100,000 to do it in this city." And then the Postal Service says, "Cool." And then when you get your mail, you get this random junk mail with it, and it's like, I didn't fucking ask for this. Who's sending me this? And it's just like
So
a
why can you partner with a product, offer the post office a percentage of sales, and then get the post office to spam a bunch of product with Rabbi Rothschild's Discord in everyone's mail?
yeah, I mean, it's just about money, like
How many followers do you think you would get by spam mailing people?
oh man, like let's say we send out 1 million pieces of mail, I bet I would get 10 followers, like not a lot. Like you're asking people to take a physical, like they're not at their computer by default because they're at the mailbox. So then they have to like look me up on a phone and then follow me on something. Like that's a lot of work. The thing that I've learned, and like it should make sense, one of the difficulties that I encounter is that I ask people to social media hop. Basically, hey, follow me. You're on one thing. You're on Twitch. All right. Well, I want you to meet me in Discord. Like that means you have to have a Discord. You have to trust the link. You have to have enough
like enough interest in what I'm doing to go check me out. There are a lot of things. One thing that I can't stand, and I think this should be an illegal practice, and it was supposed to be in the state of Florida, but their fucking stupid ass governor vetoed it, was it was supposed to be a law that made shadow banning people illegal. So like this bullshit that Twitch does, where they're like, sometimes they'll send you the notification, but sometimes they'll just mute the notifications for people depending on the age of your account and all that other shit. They weren't going to be able to do that. If you sent a notification or if you sent a follow, it was going to have to be a notification, even if you did it 100 times, because it was you weren't going to be able to shadow ban people. But they basically bribed that fucking governor and it didn't go through. Even though the state passed it,
The legislature passed it.
and that just pisses me off.
I have a potential loophole for free promotion.
What's that big gun?
And it would be on Reddit, potentially other
Hold on.
places.
Stop right there.
But-
Stop right there. I'm fingerprinting on Reddit. So best wishes. But let's hear it.
Well, I just heard of this guy who was, he had some online business, forget what it was, but there was some Google product that he was also using that was kind of a part of the business, and so he would go into all the different threads or subreddits that were related to it, and then he basically do a stealth shield post where he's like oh, instead of just blatantly plugging his product, he'd be like, oh, I was having this problem with this thing, and then I used this Google tool for this, and then I found this other product called blah blah blah. Insert my product here, and that totally solved my problem. Blah 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 blah, and then say a bunch of positive shit, and basically kind of try and trap people with cheese and their rats.
I get it.
This engagement.
I get it.
And,
Mods are really big against
so, yeah.
that kind of self promotion. Even if you do get it, and those work.
That's why I have to be subtle about it.
I know, but it's more difficult. Like you're selling your product. That's different than, hey, come to my YouTube. I see this done by girls.
You need some bullshit reason that is allowing you just the entryway to post on Reddit. That isn't technically self promotion, but it's a loophole that still funnels people here, but through this other fucking channel.
Right. No, I did that before my account got banned. I would I would post to gay subreddits, and not that I'm gay, but I guess they weren't gay. They were male feet lovers, and because I got a huge following of dudes who like my feet, and that would get them to come to my Discord. And I got the idea from, well, I got it because I was on Discord, and I was in a really big Discord, and I wasn't paying attention. But if you see where my cameras are, my feet are right in front of the camera. Not that I give a shit. It's just how I'm sitting, and I would get these thirsty gay dudes who would be who would ask like like want me to do shit with my feet, and I was like I'm not gay. But what do you basically I'm not gonna change what I'm doing. I'm just gonna sit here like this. This is how I'm gonna sit. So then I went on Reddit, and I was like, well, I see that girls do this all the time. What they'll do, and I'm in all these subreddits, so I see them, and they use repeat accounts, but they do it to promote their OnlyFans. So what they do is they'll have outfit of the day, and they'll go and they'll take a picture of their outfit of the day. But it's really to get people to click on their profile so that they go to their OnlyFans. And
That's,
the moderators
that's
get
what I'm talking about.
exactly. So I did that.
You're casting like the baseline.
Exactly.
People in, but they don't even know it.
Exactly. So I wanted to do that in a way that I didn't have to like be naked, and I knew these guys liked feet. And so I was like, okay, I'll try that. And it got like it was like super popular for something that I did. But then my account got banned. Not for that, for like spam for something. I don't even know what I spammed, but then it was like, okay, whatever. Then I had these guys on Discord who I got a bunch of them into this server because they just liked looking at dudes' feet. And it's not like I was giving foot jobs or anything like that. I was literally just sitting there, just like I am right now, but they are just dudes who really like feet. And I wanted something that, like, I could just exactly what you're saying, like, basically get them to click on my profile and then they would go to my links. And it did work to some extent. But then I got fingerprinted uh, by Reddit, and now like Reddit does not like if I create a Reddit account, it already comes up as spam, and it says that like I've
What?
been
Really? That's like a new MAC address.
yeah, dude. They what did they say? It's ban evasion, and Reddit more than any other platform I've ever used except for Yelp. Fingerprints a device and a user better than any of them. So what they do, so like let's say you use a VPN, they already know that it's a VPN.
I know it. You use Tails OS.
What's Tails OS?
It's an operating system on a USB that like people that go on like the dark web will use, and it basically creates like a fresh new instance of like Linux for you to use.
So I haven't used that, but I have used a virtual machine, and I've used the Tor browser, and like that's pretty intense if you're using a Tor browser, and like different
to go on Reddit.
To go on Reddit exactly, and
so does it work? Can you go on Reddit?
Yeah, I mean Tor works really well. It's just like a normal browser, except it doesn't like save anything. It's basically like going into incognito, but then also it's like adding a VPN, and it changes the window size. Like the things that a website memorizes about you, it memorizes the font packs that you have installed and your time zone and like all your cookies and shit if you're like, not using incognito. So one time I looked this up on Yelp. I did a bunch of research at a company on Yelp, and Yelp had like 165 different ways to identify a user's behavior, like a user, based on their device and all that other shit. And I remember when Condé Nast, the company that bought Reddit, when they did that, people were like, "You're like Reddit, it's over." Like the way that you used to be able to do it is just create a new account if you ever got banned, and it would be no big deal. But they really put the kibosh on that. And then I started buying Reddit accounts.
What if you rent like a virtual device in the
I mean that's essentially what a virtual machine is, and they so like I basically have to use
there
it.
has to be a way. Can you agree that there has to be a way to like
Yeah,
get
so
around it?
yeah, so the best way that I found is I just go to somebody in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu and ask them to post something for me, and they'll do it.
Yeah, but that's limited to like not you can't be like, yo, can my spam bot like post on your account?
Oh yeah, but spam bots don't work well on Reddit because the subreddits are moderated very tightly, and then all it takes is for them to flag you, and then that um, goes in the queue for the admin team to look at, and then they'll ban you. And they can tell. They can tell that it's a virtual machine. They can tell if, uh, like, based on your if you're using a VPN. They can tell if you're using a temporary email address. They can tell if you are. Um, there's something else. You need a temporary email address. Well, and then I don't help myself either. So I've done it. Okay, fine. And then, but like a lot of times, I want to make the profile like connect, like so that if you click the profile, you go to my link. Well, if you put my link in Reddit, it's flagged, and so it takes down the whole account. So, like, if you put in linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, boom, it gets taken down, and it takes down the whole website, the whole site. Or if you put in the discord.gg, whatever, if like Reddit has those links flagged, so whenever I put them in, it bans the account. I'm not saying like I'm not saying that I don't have Reddit accounts that still work. I do, but I don't use them because I don't want them to get banned. Reddit is extremely difficult to uh, traverse once they like have your shit banned. So like in my
You
case,
can't even follow individual people on Reddit, eh? It's just only
no, you can,
subject.
no, you can, and you can message them, but like no one checks that shit on Reddit. It's a weird community. Most of the Reddit community, like I think I've seen statistics, more than 90% are lurkers. Only 10% are posters, and of that 10%, like 90% of them are lean heavily to the left.
Why aren't you posting in like the technology and world peace subreddits?
I've done that. Oh, I've done that a bunch of times, and
Does it work?
so
Like,
a lot of times they say no self promotion.
Is your profile picture like going my Discord? Blah, blah, blah.
My profile picture is my license, and yeah, it's all join my Discord, and I'll be like, I stream my life to, like they have like things like just like like new YouTubers or like small YouTubers. I'll go in there and I'll be like, follow my Discord, blah 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 blah, and I'll post it. But like nobody looks at it. It's not a big server. You want to get in like the interesting or the amazing or those really big subreddits, and like even like I've been in there and I've been like I've streamed my life 24/7, 365 for more than 1,000 days, and they'll be like no self promotion, or they'll say like your account doesn't have enough karma for this, or they'll say it's not relevant. Like I think it's amazing that I've streamed my life more than 1,000 days, and other people may, but they consider it self promotion, so they don't allow you to post there. Um,
That's why. What if it was like me that was going in there and saying, "Hey, I think this is amazing. This guy's like streaming his life nonstop, human like study experiment."
Absolutely, you can
or
do it.
whatever.
And I've had people in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Union do it for me. And I've had people do it in the like Wall Street Bets and in Kick and in YouTube. And if I ask any of them, they always do it for me. If I ask, nicely. And because they know I help them, and if I go viral, they go viral. So they get that. Um, but then you'll post something in there, and like I have a bunch of posts in there. Like here's how they've done. Like they haven't banned all my accounts, but the one like
But you're just regular. Like, is there a way to just like whatever talk about AI and
yeah, one time I did that.
Experience emotions,
What?
just like no promotional like
Yes, one time I did that with
skill at all, but just
one time I did that with
have your profile.
One time I did that with anti-gravity off the top of my head. I remember I did it with anti-gravity. And the anti-gravity subreddit is really small. And they're like, this is just ChatGPT. It's like nobody else has information on anti-gravity. It's not like something that's really well known. Okay, so here's one that I have from a year ago.
Your post has been removed for AI.
Yeah, exactly. Kick from a year ago. Rabbi Rothschild has done shout outs to the Kick community on social media for world peace. So that's there. It's 6 comments. And people like write LOL. LOL, you self promo on every person's channel on Kick. So you're the one who's been spamming that massive crap on most of the channels on Kick. Like, people know me. So then like another one, uh I have a bunch. Just a moment. Uh, uh, um, like XQC shouted out at 4933 timestamp an Ori and Rabbi Rothschild interview. That was that's a streamer. Uh, Rabbi Moshe Rothschild sets Guinness World Record. This is in Jewish 3 years ago. So I mean, they let me post in Jewish, which is a really difficult one in which to post, and it got 4 upvotes. And um, like sets a record for streaming for what? Hey guys, welcome to my YouTube channel. Today we'll be reviewing all the Shrek movies in order from most kosher to least, which is somewhat accurate. Another thing, so this one was a year ago. Does anyone know what the deal is with the rabbi who spams chats? I didn't write this one, but I asked someone to write it for me so that I could get a little motion going there. Um, I have another one in religion. Rabbi Rothschild sets Guinness World Record for streaming on YouTube. Congratulations, Rabbi Rothschild. That has 2 comments. I have like
I'm
I'm
saying, like, if does your profile, like, they can't ban you for self promotion just for having like a profile and banner that promote your Discord, right?
they can. They ban. Yeah,
Seriously?
dude, I got banned from the Kill Tony Discord because they said no conspiracy related material. I didn't even say anything. I just got that for my fucking name. And that was one that was one I really wanted to be a part of. I love Kill Tony. I literally didn't say anything. I just joined it and I got banned. And it just said that. Somebody just went in and saw that
Can't protest that.
they don't have a appeal, or maybe they do, but it was already like, dude, I didn't even say anything. I just joined your fucking Discord. Um, Here's another one 3 years ago, sub for sub. Rabbi Rothschild breaks Guinness World Record for hours live stream. That was 3 years ago. Another one like there, I have. So and the thing is, I have. If they showed the banned accounts that I have so many more of these, like 10 times as many, but they got banned. Here's one, Neon, who's a streamer. This was 10 months ago. Neon shouted out at 4920 timestamp an Ori and Rabbi Rothschild interview. Another one, Action Man, who's a streamer. This is like in his Reddit. Action Man shouted out at 4953 timestamp an Ori and Rabbi Rothschild interview. Here's one for Feet Boys. Rabbi Rothschild is accusing some Rebbitzin of eating through rabbi socks. So even though this is in like a gay feet Discord subreddit, I accuse the wives of rabbis for doing it because I'm still straight as fuck. And like that's how desperate I got. I mean, I just was trying to see what worked. I tried a lot of shit. Um, I did Fusi, who's a streamer. Shouted out at 4933 timestamp an Orion Rabbi Rothschild interview. Um, Breaking news. This was from YouTube drama. Steak owner at Steak Eddie, owner of Kick, called out at 14:04 timestamp when Kick streaming fails. Another one for Fusi.
Was that in the Reddit?
I did send that one in the Kick Reddit, and the mods took it down.
Did you make a post in the Kick Reddit about how
Yeah, I did, and they took it.
Was like, no, how they were mad that they thought you sent them like the fuck you thing.
Oh, that was on Twitter. No, I didn't do that one. I would have if some of this but they take that stuff down. Oda Block shouted out at 49:40 timestamp with Orion Rabbi Rothschild. And when I say this, that's in the Oda Block Discord. This isn't just me putting it, or I keep saying Discord, Reddit. This isn't me just putting it anywhere randomly. This is in that users or that influencers subreddit. Let's see here.
Maybe Roblox.
Burger Planet shouted out at 50:32 timestamp an Orion Rabbi interview. And these are the ones that just stuck, that stayed. West Call shouted out at 49:20 timestamp. So I do have a lot of these that Steak Eddie. Okay, so this is just the streamers one. Steak Eddie, owner of Kick, called out at 14:04 timestamp when Kick stream platform sign up errors occur. But then you go to it and the video is unavailable because that account got taken down. But you could still find it. It's available. So that's in YouTube promotion. Same thing, Steak Eddie. Let's see here. I'm gonna find one more. But I mean, you get the point. I've tried, and it's not that it doesn't. It's it's difficult to get shit to stay. Though I have gotten it to stay. And then what's hilarious, and I think where there's more money in this than anything is fuck it. You or ChatGPT and all these large language models use Reddit to build their databases. So then they're uh, when they write about me, they get their shit from Reddit. So a lot of the things that they see is really positive. He talks about world peace and all these other things, but then they'll use a single term that somebody made about me in a comment. Some users state that Rabbi Rothschild is a digital boogeyman. Just because somebody wrote boogeyman in a comment of mine, like it's you can just tell how it kind of makes things up. I will say this though, most large language models they only have really positive things to say about me. Um, I'm sure that they could say mean things about me, but they're generally very positive about what I and accurate as fuck too. Um, this is it. So now you want to make a good business. You're always looking to make businesses. This is a business. This is a fucking brilliant business. You ready for this?
Okay.
It is reputation management with a specific emphasis on AI. So what am I saying? You get reputation management companies now, what they'll do is, let's say you did something bad, they'll make a bunch of fluff articles about you so that when you go to the Google results, you get on page 2 and nobody checks the Google results on page 2, and that's the goal. So what you do is, let's say you wanted to write good stuff about yourself, you would just have articles published about you, and then AI takes those articles, and then when it builds your profile, it only has really positive things to say about you.
I don't know how the Google page results work, but they like require credibility to get like higher up or money?
Well, so like all you do is like make a YouTube video and put in the description all the positive shit you want. And YouTube is like the strongest fucking thing for Google. Or you create like a Google blog. That's a really strong one. Or you post in TikTok. That's a really strong one. Like it uses social media and picks from that shit first and puts that stuff at the very top.
Right. I mean, I guess it's never really considered that before, but it seems like you're helping potentially criminals cover up their real
No,
potential.
like
Or Patton Oswalt. You just said how much you despise Patton Oswalt earlier.
I-
Patton Oswalt comes to you, hey, use a bunch of AI garbage to make sure no one saw this despicable tweet I did.
Wait, and he did that. And he did that, or had somebody do it, or somebody did it, because there's a bunch of fluff articles in there about unimportant tweets that he wrote about. But the ones that are really disgusting, you have to really dig to find. Okay, well, here's an example. Let's
There
say,
you go. So doesn't that like make the business kind of unethical in some sense?
oh, it's completely unethical, but the media is completely unethical. I mean, it is. Like, reputation management is somewhat unethical. Public affairs are unethical. Um,
What do
uh,
you mean by public affairs?
like someone who is like you pay them
Like
to do um, to like get you on like an agent to get you on television shows and to get you on the radio and things like that. You're basically
you think that's unethical?
in
I
many
mean,
ways.
if you're forcing your
In many ways, you are. Basically, why is your opinion better than anybody else's? Why should you be heard and not anybody else? Like the only reason why you're
not
doing
me
it,
instead of everyone.
you have more money and more influence. So like a big one is PR. Like people have PR managers and public relations. Public relations were invented by Sigmund Freud's nephew. His name is, if I don't fucking remember this motherfucker's name, um, I'm gonna be really sad. I'm tired and that's why I can't remember it. But it started with cigarette companies wanting to sell more cigarettes, but at the time women didn't sell cigarettes. So his name is Edward Bernays. So what he did was have a like a big parade, and in the parade he had a bunch of women smoking, and the banner that they had was Torches of Freedom. So he equated smoking with female independence, and overnight the amount of people who smoked in the United States doubled because essentially because before it was only like a male dominated thing, but then it became male and female. Does that make sense?
Torches of freedom.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look it up. I say normally I don't do this as much, but I say to you, does that make sense? Because a lot of times we cover topics, and I need to make sure you understand it before I move on to the next one. All right.
No, it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense. Thing does make sense.
Yeah. And I don't always do that with people. It is subconscious, like in sociology. A lot of times people say, "Don't you know? Don't you know? Don't you know what I mean? You know what I mean?" They say that subconsciously, and it actually shows a lack of confidence in what they're saying. Like maybe I'm not explaining it well enough, and I don't do it like that. It's because I go from one sometimes complicated topic to another complicated topic, and they build on each other. And if you don't understand it, it tells me that um, I have to uh, review what we went through to make sure that you understand it. Um,
like I did it.
Well, it's a good check.
Yeah, no,
It's a good.
it
I
is.
like the check.
And I don't normally do that with everyone, but because we cover so many topics, I do find myself doing that more often. And a lot of times because they're financial related or whatever, um, like there was one we were talking about tonight, and it was like I was talking about um, influencers or something, and you were like, wait, how does one thing work, or like how would that work? And then I explained the idea. Okay, now I understand it. Whatever it was, watch it on the back tapes, people. Um, okay, so public relations. So if you're like, isn't that immoral or whatever, or unethical? Look, the person who coined the phrase public relations is Evan Bernays. He's Sigmund Freud's nephew, and he developed an entire industry on public relations. There was another one. I learned this recently. Um, with whom was it? Okay, so during World War One, when the Americans and Canadians, but like basically went to war in Europe, uh, the commanding officers were finding that the troops were not shooting at the other side. They didn't want to kill anybody. They didn't have that like cutthroat um, instinct, and so Hollywood, which is in its infancy then, even in like silent films, uh, started romanticizing shooting people in the movies and made it like you would be a hero if you did this. So that once World War II rolled around, all these guys wanted to kill the other side. But during World War One, they did not want to do that. It was still they they still saw the other side as um, like people, and and so they used the mass media and specifically the movie industry to be able to change that. Um, Other things with public relations, a lot of them were smoking related. Um, but like, and I think that's just because that's been studied. And it's pretty easy. Like, literally, like, there's this idea that like everyone has um, a desire subconsciously to kill themselves. Um, not like not like suicide, but like just being like daring and like taking a risk, and like cigarettes had to do with that. Or well, here's one: toothpaste. At least in the United States, it says on our toothpaste, if you swallow more than a pea-sized amount, to call poison control. Yet when you look at any toothpaste commercial, it shows like an inch of toothpaste on the brush, and it has like a little swirl on it, like an ice cream cone. Yet if you were to swallow that, even 1/5 of that, they would say that you need to call poison control. Like, but they just like program people. And so to get back to your earlier point, isn't like public relations immoral or unethical? Yeah, to some extent. Um,
Yeah, I find all that fascinating. We'll talk more soon about.
okay, before you go, and I will let you go. What's going to happen with the Charlie Kirk sniper? Well, what are they going to say? Is it just going to be never solved, or are they going to find some patsy? What's going to happen?
Either some fake, they found somebody, or not been finding the real killer got away, guaranteed.
Oh, for
like
sure.
If they don't have him now, they're not gone.
Yeah, they're not going to come out and say.
The dude theory of they have him and us be waiting. It's just like no.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
never gonna happen.
Right. They got these guys. Like they never would say like, oh, it was a rogue military operation. They're not gonna admit to any of that shit. Never. They're okay. So you had to ask me. Uh, like, boy, I don't really know. But I think that it will either be they never find the killer, or they find the killer and blame it on some fucking patsy. I mean, I guess what other alternative could there be? Um, I'm not exactly sure, but
Yeah, we'll see if there's anything tomorrow. But have a good sleep. Thank you for this discussion.
absolutely.
R.I.P.
Sweet
to
dreams.
Charlie and Kirk.
R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. Take care, big dog.
I'm going to dedicate this one to Zoot's comedy career.
You should. Peace.
And he, and he's embarrassed by the Avera, an amazing Kiddush. Not only are they Muslim on that Avera, but they're Muslim on all of his Averas. And how we know this? We know this from Shol. Shol brought down Shmuel from Shemayim through the Oif. And Shmuel says, why did you bring me down? He says, I tried this, I tried that. But he never mentions I tried Durim and Tumim. He's embarrassed by the Avera that he committed, that he killed the knife with Durim and Tumim. So I didn't know that Shol was forgiven because Shmuel tells him, tomorrow you'll go to battle, and if you go to battle, you'll be killed, you and your children, but it'll be with me. So the Gemara, with me means my Mechitza. In other words, Shol was Zoicha to be Gan Eden with Shmuel Hanavi, which is a tremendous memory. Or, because the Gevinim, they said they'll forgive Shol if Shol gives them 7 of his sons that they can kill. Obviously, they hated Shol. And the Pasuk ends off saying that Shol was a Bechir Hashem. So the Gemara, that it wasn't the Gemara that said it, was Hashem that announced it from Shemayim. But here Hashem, in other words, he forgave Shol. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to institute that we should say Parshas Balak in Kriyashma, because Parshas Balak has the pasuk Parash Shachar Karyeh V'Chalavi. It's a beautiful pasuk, but it also includes the lashon of V'Shachar Kumecha. The reason why they didn't institute it because the Tzibur is very long. And to say one pasuk, you also can't say because you can only say a full parsha from a pei to sama. Why do we say parsha of tzitzis? Because it includes these amazing concepts. It includes the concept of all mitzvahs. We start these whole mitzvahs. It includes the parsha of tzitzis, also tzitzis. Yitzias Mitzrayim, Asher Yitzias Mitzrayim. The words Apri Lavavim come to tell us that you shouldn't think about minos. Apri Enechem comes to say that you shouldn't think in Averis. Akim Zoinim comes to tell you shouldn't think about Avodah Zarah. Says the Mishnah, there's the famous Mishnah we say in the Haggadah,
even though nighttime is not a time to put on tzitzis. Nevertheless, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah holds that you should say the parsha of tzitzis. Why? Because it says in the Pasuk, "Tizkor etzim tzeitzcha v'etzmitzrayim kol yimei chayecha." All the days of your life. Yimei chayecha are the days you made. Kol yimei chayecha, the extra kol means the night. So you should say parsha the night. How do you say no? Kol yimei chayecha comes to include the time of Mashiach. We're also going to say the parsha of tzitzis. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is David Gimel. The Gemara tells us that once Mashiach comes, we're not going to be mentioning the Geulah from Babel, Horas, and all that. But we will be mentioning Mitzrayim. Though it's slightly muted compared to how we mentioned it today, because the main focus is going to be on the Geulah from Gog and Magog. As the Pasuk says, "Hineni Oisa Chadasha." I'm going to give you a brand new Geulah. It's going to be so large that you're going to forget about the other Geulas. And Marshall, a person bumped into a wolf, and he has a great story to tell over to his friends. He bumped into a wolf, and he's saying, later on, he bumps into a lion, so he forgets about his first story, he tells him the second story of the lion. And after that, he bumps into a snake, forgets about the other two stories, and all he tells people is how he was saved from a snake, defeated a snake. Klal Yisrael is going to be so busy with the Geulah of Gog and Magog, they're going to forget about all the other Geulas that they have. We're not going to change Yaakov Avinu's name to Yisrael. It's a mutter to call Yaakov. We see we do that every day. The answer is because Baruch himself called Yaakov Avinu Yaakov after he changed his name. So there's no incident. However, when it comes to Avram Avinu, the Torah tells us do not call him Avram. Therefore, his name was Avram, which means father of his nation. Avram means the father of all nations. This is the right to Allah and Asay to change his name and call him Avram. What about Sarah? Her name was Sarai, princess of her nation, Sarah, the princess of all nations. The Lord tells us that if we called Avram Avinu, this is what we need to call her. But he didn't tell us. So therefore, if we call her Sarai, we're not over this term. Now we finish the first parak of Shas. We should be zoicha to finish all the prakim of Shas together. Says the Mishnah. If a cipher was fixing a Sefer Torah, you see the words to yourself, and you fix. Now, if he had no intent to say the words, then he's not going to Kriya Shema at the time of Kriya Shema. But if he had intent to read it, he knew he was reading it, then he's going to, unless you hold, like the Manora that says, mitzvahs tzrichos kavana. And then you would have to have kavana to be going to the mitzvah of Kriya Shema. What is going to be discussing the Mishnah, that is, different cases of somebody stopping in middle Shema to say hello to his friend or to answer. Everybody agrees that the guy's not his friend, the guy is a bad guy. That could kill him. Then obviously you're allowed to say hello to him and answer him smack in the middle of Kriya Shema. If it's out of honor, kavod. So if it's between prakim, and we'll see what that means, then you're allowed to, according to Rabbi, and according to Rabbi, not only that, you're allowed to answer somebody, anybody, even if there's no honor involved. In the middle of the parak, the middle between sukkim, in the middle of the parak, according to Rabbi, you're not allowed to answer, and according to Yehuda, you're allowed to answer. What does bina prakim? Bina prakim means between the two brachas of Kriya Shema before Kriya Shema, between the second bracha of Kriya Shema and the pasuk of Shema, between the parsha of Shema and the Vayom Shemaya, between the parsha of Vayom Shemaya and Vayomer, between Vayomer and V'yatzim. According to Yehuda, you don't stop between Vayomer and V'yatzim. Why is the parsha of Shema first? It's not in the right order. The third of the first parsha is Vayomer. The answer is because first we want to do Omlah Shemayim, and that's in the parsha of Shema. So then why is V'hoyim Shemaya second? Vayomer should be second. The answer is because V'hoyim Shemaya is talking about Torah, and Torah is day and night, whereas the parsha of Vayomer is only during the day. Rabbi holds that Kriya Shema must be said only in Lashon HaKodesh because it says V'hoyim as is. Although we already know that you can't say Kriya Torah in any language, it has to be in Lashon HaKodesh. But there's a Havamina that Rabbi would darshan like a Chachamim. Chachamim say the word Shema. Shema is the Lashon of hearing. Any language that you hear it in, Chachamim hold you can say Kriya Shema in English. On Rabbi it says no, Kriya Shema has to be said in Lashon HaKodesh. So what does Rabbi do with the word Shema? He says the halacha is that you must hear the words coming out of your mouth. Chacham hold, you're Yaitse even if you don't hear the words coming out of your mouth. And Rabbanan take the word Vahayu and they learn that if you mix up the words Shemoya im instead of im Shemoya, you're not Yaitse. It has to be in order. Rabbi learned that from the Hay of Hadvar. We have a three-way machlokes. Where do you have to have kavanah, the proper intent, in order to be Yaitse? If you don't have that proper intent, you're not Yaitse. According to Rabbi, it's just the first pasuk. And therefore, and Rabbi holds that's the halacha and that's how we pass it. So if a person just has kavanah the first pasuk, and he has some minus and it didn't say the rest of the Shema, he's Yaitse halacha. According to Rabbi Eliezer, you must say the first three psukim of Shema with kavanah, as it says, ba'ela. And therefore, they hold that you have to stand. In other words, if you're walking like Basila, you're allowed to say Krishma while you're walking, but the first three psukim you must stand still in order to have proper kavanah. Rabbi Akiva holds that the entire first parasha you must have kavanah because it says Alav Avecha, and therefore they hold that you have to stand still and say the whole first parasha so you have kavanah. Once it says Alav Avecha, you get the bar above, that until that point you have to read it and have kavanah, but from that point on you could just read it without kavanah. And you're Yaitse. You should have kavanah, but if you don't, you're Yaitse. What about the fact that in the second parasha it says Alavavchem l'daber bam? Seemingly you have to have kavanah. So you want to know that comes to tell us the halacha that your tefillin sheyad should be opposite your heart. Rabbi Yosha holds that up until that point, Alavavchem, you have to have the kriya of kavanah, but past that point you have to have kavanah. And the word l'daber bam come to teach us that we're talking about Torah, and the pasuk is telling us, you must teach your children Torah so that your children can talk in learning. Says the Gemara in the pasuk of Shema, when you say echad, if you lengthen the dalet, it's very hard to do it as Ashkenazi. It's easy to do it if you're money. Then Hakadosh Baruch Hu gives you arichas yamim. Rashi says as long as you don't say the ches really quickly, the ches has a comment. Echad, if you say quickly, it might sound like a shva. You shouldn't do that. Okay, Rabbi saw Rabbi Yirmiyah saying the word echad very, very long. So he said, listen, the only key you have is to think in your head that Hakadosh Baruch Hu is one, in Shemayim in the Aretz and in the four ruchos. There's no need to be Ma'ariv. Rabbi would teach his Talmidim Torah from morning to evening. He had no time to say Kriya Shema. He was actually talking from Kriya Shema. So what you do is you just say one pasuk, the first pasuk of Shema Yisrael. And the machlek is whether or not later on Rabbi would repeat the entire Kriya Shema. We know one thing. We know that Rabbi would say over the Talmidim every single day, talk about the Tzitz Mitzrayim. Either because he wanted to be Yaitse, the Tzitz Mitzrayim, or he wanted to be Masker Tzitz Mitzrayim in the proper time. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Dalet. If you or if you know somebody else that might be interested in a Daf Yomi share that's entertaining, fun, ishmat, with a lot of visual aids, search for our share online on YouTube under Rabbi Shemesh Daf Yomi or Eli Simonansky, and come see for yourself why, since the beginning of Brachas, over 1,000 views per share. We learned in the Mishnah that there are certain situations where you're allowed to ask or tell somebody hi, say shalom to somebody, and answer him. Says Gemara, if you can do that in Kriya Shema, then certainly you can do that in the middle of Hallel, which Hallel is only the Rabbanan, and Kriya Shema is the right. So although Hallel is the pursuing Isa, nevertheless, you can compare it to Kriya Shema. Now, the Gemara qualifies that. If you're saying a Hallel Shalom, meaning on Yom Tov where you have to say a full Hallel, or on Hanukkah, then you can only say hello to somebody, being a prophet. If between paragraphs and not in the middle of the paragraph. However, if you're saying a half a Hallel, like a Rosh Chodesh, then you can say hello to somebody, you can answer them in the middle of the paragraph. The fact that Rabbi didn't answer to Rabbi Shavel was because he didn't think he was hushed enough for him. It wasn't an issue of coveting. In fact, they're passing that in our days, since people understand that you're not going to answer them, you're in the middle of Hallel, you're in the middle of Kriya Shema, so we don't have this concept of Shoylo Meshed Mifnei HaKavod. Two halachas in regard to tasting food. If you're tasting a food and it's less than a revius, and it's on a tightness of collects for showing what tightness we're talking about, you're allowed to taste it on a fast day. Since you accepted the fast, that you won't be eating, you didn't accept the fast, that you won't be benefiting and having enough. And also, if you taste food, you don't have to make a bracha for it. It's also to get up and go to your friend's house to say hello to him before you daven. That would be a piyah and a kodesh. If you bumped into your friend, or you happen to go to your friend for something else, then it's okay to say hello to him. It's also lazis chapotzah. You're not allowed to take care of business or your personal things before davening. I venture to say, and this applies to me as well, it's probably also to look at your emails and WhatsApps, etc. before davening. The Gemara says an amazing thing though, that if one has to be talking to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he says, you know what, I'll take care of my business after davening. HaKadosh Baruch Hu isolates Rafa. HaKadosh Baruch Hu takes care of his business. The Gemara says that if somebody sleeps for 7 days without having a dream, he's a rat. He's considered wicked. From the same passage we learned that if somebody satiates himself with Torah, so full of Torah that they won't tell him any besuros rois during that day. We had a machlokes in the Mishnah. What's considered bin aprakim? There's machlokes between the end of Shema, Emes, and V'yatziv. Is that considered between the prakim? Rabbi says that's not. You're not allowed to stop there and say hello. Why? Because he brings the passage Hashem Elokim Emes, so it's one continuation. We have machlokes. Once a person says at the end of Shema Hashem Elokim Emes, does he have to repeat the word Emes again? According to Rabbi, you must repeat it again. According to Rabbi, you don't repeat it. The Gemara brings a very interesting lashon. Rabbi heard one of his talmidim say Hashem Elokim Emes, Emes V'yatziv. She said, "Well, Emes V'emes Hafsi Lahai." This guy is grabbing onto every Emes, doing the wrong thing. It's halacha that once you start the third parsha, that is by Ma'ariv, you start, you must finish. According to Rab, what does it mean to start? You say, that that's it. Once you get to Bar Marka Alehem, you have to continue the whole parsha. But Baba holds that's not considered a start. And therefore, if you just say that until Bar Marka Alehem, then you can skip everything and go all the way to Hashem and take from Emes. Abai says that our minhag is you start, you say the beginning of the parsha, and therefore that creates a chiyuv for you to finish, and that's why you finish the entire parsha of Vayom. Rav says that if you say the third parsha, then you will to say Emes V'emunah. But if you don't, and this is a Ma'ariv, then you have to say, instead of the third parsha, you have to say Moedim Anachnu Lov Hashem Shekzitzenu Meretz Mitzrayim. You took us out of Mitzrayim. So you redeemed us from slavery. And you did tremendous things for us on the water. And we sang to you. What did we sing to you? Micha Moecha B'Elim Hashem. And then you continue from that point down all the way to God Yisrael and then say Shemon Esrei. Shema Yochai says, not only is the parsha Shema, Ol Malchus Shemayim, that's why we say it first. But the parsha Shema has three contexts in it. Lilmoid, Lilamed, Lilasos. It says in the pasuk V'dibar Tabam that teaches us you have to learn Torah. Lilamed, I have to teach others, not to live on Echa. And Lasos to do, to take action, Shartam, put on Tefillin, Usafim, you write mezuzahs. And that's why it's before Vayim Shemayim. Vayim Shemayim only has Lilamed, which is the Matem, is V'reichem, Daverbam. The Lasos, again, Shartam, Usafim. And finally, the final parsha by Yomer is only to do. Take action. Also, learn tzitzis to make tzitzis. One must put on tefillin and only afterwards say Kriya Shema. The fact that Rav, one time they saw him saying Kriya Shema before tefillin, you must say it's because the shliach, the person that went to get his tefillin, took a long time and he was worried that he's going to miss his mind Kriya Shema, so therefore he said Kriya Shema first. The fact that Rav would get up really early, he'd wash his hands, make Kriya Torah, and teach Torah, which is an asiyah, says Rashi, and then only afterwards he would put on tefillin and then Kriya Shema. You can say there's no raya from this. That's because the reason why I did Torah before Kriya Shema is because it wasn't the time of Kriya Shema. So why we bring the story? We bring the story for a different reason. To say that we had about 4 great machlokes. When do you say 3% Torah? From here you see that Rab said 3% Torah, even on Mishnayos. If somebody's digging a grave, he's replacing the mitzvah. He's part from all mitzvahs, including Kriya Shema, tefillin, Shemon Esrei. He's digging the grave with another person that they can switch off. One can come out of the grave and he'll say, tefillin, Kriya Shema, and tefillin, and then he'll switch with his friend. Rabbi Shimon ben Karcha says that Physical Asiya, tefillin comes before Kriya Shema, which is Omar Shema. The person says Kriya Shema without tefillin on, according to Ula, he's made a distraction. He's testifying falsely because the Kriya Shema says you should wear tefillin. And according to Rabbi Yochanan, you're not performing the mitzvah. You're not doing the mitzvah as it was meant to be. It's a mashal as if somebody brought a karban oila without bringing the mincha that's associated with it, or tzvachim without the sachim. Have a wonderful day. Rothschild'S daf as well. The Rebbe says if one wants to complete the process of Ol Malchus Shemayim in its entirety, he should first clean his body. In other words, go to the restroom, wash his hands, say Kriya Shema, put on tefillin, and then down to the all that is if he built in his be'ah, he will not put a carbon on top of his be'ah. Says Rabbi, not only that, it says that you're able to everything. Because they used to curse those who search for water before saying Kriya Shema. Kriya Shema has a zman, like this zman. Shemazar, on the other hand, if you look for water, the zman is much longer. You should look for water up until a parsa, which is approximately 3 miles in the direction that you're traveling. So go in reverse, making you turn and look for water where you know there's water. The only way to go up until a hill, which is approximately 4,000 feet. The Mishnah says that if a person doesn't hear the Kriya Shema in his own ear, he wasn't mashmiya la'adam, Tanakama, which is Yehuda, says Yaitza, and Rabbi Yaitzi says he's not going to. It's a very long sugya. It's almost complicated and brings in 5 different rices and rights. And I'll try to make it very simple. With Maskana, we have Yeshiva's 3 opinions. We have Meir, who's the most native. He says, don't hear what you're saying, whether it's Kriya Shema or different brachas or Rabbanan or rices, who are Yaitza L'Chatchila. In other words, you could start out initially saying it without hearing it in your ears, and you're Yaitza. On the opposite side, you have Rabbi Yaitza, who says, when it comes to Kriya Shema, you don't hear it in your ears, you're not Yaitza, even after the time. They have the middle sheet, which wasn't Ben Azaria, what happens to you, Rabbi Yehuda's Rebbe. Ben Azaria says, you are Yaitza, only the Yevon. If you want to be Yaitza L'Chatchila, you should hear it in your ear. You have these 3 sheets. How do these 3 sheets match up with the following 5 things? We have our mission that discusses Kriya Shema, and that's their right. So in Kriya Shema, we're going to have all 3 sheets. You have Rabbi who says, but you don't have to hear it in your ear, you only have to be mechaber, because it says, Alu Babecha, it's in your heart. You have Rabbi who says that you have to hear it in your ear, because it says Shema, you must hear it. And then you have Rabbi Elazar Azari, who's the middle shita, you should hear it in your ear, but if you don't, you're Yaitza. Then we have a rice that brings a person who's deaf, but he could speak, and he says a bracha on Truma. One rice says he's only going to be heaven. That would be the only according to Elazar Azari. Now the big question in the sugi is, how does Rabbi Yehuda fit into it? You want to try to say that perhaps he says like the mayor, that you Yaitza, even without hearing it. As far as the sugi, it seems like Yehuda holds like his own Rebbe, or Elazar Azari, Yaitza. So this rice that says that you're Yaitza if you're deaf and speak, you're Yaitza only with the evidence, the Truma, the Truma, which is the Rabbanan, those are going to be able to. There's another rights when it comes to the deaf person who can speak. And that's what Shimon Hakim says, that you're Yaitza even a Chatchila, going according to Rabbi. And then you have the halacha of Bigos Hamazon. Bigos Hamazon is very right. It says that you should not bench in your heart. That means that you should do so, but if you do it, then you have your Yaitza. And that will be according to Elazar Azari. And finally, we have the case of Gilad. Gilad says that a Cherish should not say Gilad, but did so, Cherish did so according to
Yo, how are you? What's going on, Rekha? Rekha, how'd you find out about me? Rekha, can you hear me? Rebecca, do you know English? Rebecca, go fuck yourself. I don't want to.
That's Hilo. You should not promote other people who will get up. If you did so, you have to be the evidence. A shaita, even with the evidence, you're not doing. The reason says there's another shoe that is other. You know, hate on yourself, then he's
Good.
other. That's
This Come on, Debo Samuel.
Rabbi's got the guy. The first puzzle is the Rabbi who believe Moses said, I'm constantly, let me go to prayer now. I'm back in the following. If works are based on the same thing with Let's say he misses a word. He must go and repeat the entire Shema. Let's say a person says, Visharecha. It's not sure where he's holding at the end of the first parsha, then I give Visharecha. Perhaps he's holding at the end of the second parsha. He must go to the first parsha. According to Rashi, the following halacha applies to the third parsha. In other words, the third parsha person knows better than the other two parshas. Therefore, concern if perhaps he used the word or something in the third parsha. Don't be concerned. You know it really well, and you probably said every single word. Don't understand. Secondly, you have a worker who's picking fruit from a tree, working his boss, and they're on top of a tree, and they're trying to get Krishma on it. You're allowed to say Krishma on top of a tree, provided if it's first causing a Krishma, they stop working and they concentrate on Krishma. What else are showing them that they concentrate on the entire first part? You must come off the tree without mentioning with flirting, they're not concerned that they have to have the proper cover. It's a tree that's really flirting, it has a lot of branches, such as an olive tree or a fig tree, will not stay and remain on top of the tree. What makes a distinction between a worker who receives a salary for his work and a worker who only receives food? One who receives a salary will be a lot more careful with his time and how he uses it, and shouldn't cause a loss to his boss. So therefore, when David Shmona Esrei, you should only say the Shmona Esrei known as Haginenu. Short Shmona Esrei, where you say the first 3 droppers and the last 3 droppers, and everything in between is short the 3 to 4 words. Like you see the picture. This is from a city of the servicemen in the English Army in 1940. When we say for some other, we only say 2 out of 4 droppers. Say the first one. And the second and third dropper, you combine together the first and under a bottom. When it comes to cookies and moitzi, since it's only their bottom, they don't even wash and sleep up. Some that work for his food should be careful not to be a tyrant, so that's a waste of time for the owner, and he shouldn't be good with time, and he shouldn't quit. We learned at the beginning of the step law, basically, this one somebody occupied the evening, so he doesn't have to say creation. But it says he should and when we left the Torah, we learned that a person is not basically doing a mitzvah, but he's preoccupied in his head with the mitzvah of marrying a kusina. Therefore, he is other from creation because he has a mission. He's preoccupied and it's in mitzvah. Therefore, a person who is preoccupied but not in mitzvah, is seeking and he's very occupied with that, but it's not a mitzvah. High in creation because he's obligated to take that preoccupation out of his head. If, for instance, he's an Ophel, he lost a loved one, and he's preoccupied, that's also not a mitzvah. He's trying to control person married to one another. He's not preoccupied. Yes, it's a mitzvah, but he's not preoccupied. Therefore, his time is more complicated. With Neil himself, when he got married, he did say Kriya Shema because he knew about himself that he could be Machavan. And the Gemara says that anybody who knows it has to come in the Chacham, and he could be Machavan during Kriya Shema, he's allowed to say Kriya Shema. But anybody that's not Muslim, comes to Neil that he says Shaiva. He has 40 years. He says, oh, I could be Machavan. And the Chacham saying that he could say Kriya Shema regardless. But also, he just lost a loved one who was uncertain for days. Unless he's what we call in Islam, somebody who's spoiled, wants to cure himself and not dating for enjoyment, but rather he can't live without. That is the time that the issue of the pizza and eating with us is Rabbi. The first day, he needs to be rising. But the first night, he plays the song, and after the first night, he everybody, it's only Rabbanan, Rabbanan, Makir, and King, person who uses a slave, you don't stand in the rows that we stand in front of them, but we're not going to stand in the rows with the Rabba, which is by the sequel, what should we say to someone who's using a slave and say, I'm not going to develop a strength like you, but if for any other object you want like you, he's going to stay there even a slave. And therefore, the other sees that as of the slave, that will touch him, then he can say, oh, he is touching the man with the head of a yoy. Wow, what a great person he was, and he was trustworthy, and he was the head of, he worked hard, and that's how he earned the living. A lot of people disagree with the saying, but that's what you say about a slave. What is left to say about any person? Therefore, you don't say any husband on a slave. You don't call a slave Mr. or Abba or Dula, which was in those days a way to call somebody in a nice way, unless this slave is a passionate slave and they give him that kind of term. We only have 3 others. Rabbi to Yaakov. We have 40 months. And we don't have any more. In other words, you can't call one of the shvatim Ruvain one of her because the Hashivas is up to 3 others and 40. Whoever is careful with Kriya Shema that we should have a hava, a achor, raise, shalom. In other words, we should have peace and harmony, achdus, and we should have many talmidim, and that the future should show a lot of hope, and we should have them Adam, and we should have a Yitzchak, and we should wake up in the morning and find out we have Yerushalayim, and we should find all our Yodan used to say, you guys are not Hashem keep at our shame and see how hard we have in our life. And you should use rachamim and oil and chasidus. And you should give us graciousness. And you should use good and ubisumasach. Sarah would say, you guys are not Hashem keep. So the left now, the neighbor, we shouldn't sin. We shouldn't be shameful. Rabbi would say, the reason for that all should take the rest of the say no our accusation should be Torah, and we shouldn't have pain in our heart, and we shouldn't have big eyes. And Rabbi would say the famous davening when we say our shaydash, you reason for that should be people know Chaim Arukim and long life, Chaim Shalom, Shal Toiva, Shal Bracha, Shal Parnasa, Shal Tzomai, Chaim Shishper, you're a state. We should have Chuma, we should have wealth, we should have us Torah, Yerushalayim, and Chaim from our Lord, $20 a day in Torah. Rabbi would say, you wrote in the Konecha, she's actually leaving the Hazis part of the life of the davening, the Hazis part of the other one, we figure out, we shouldn't say terrible rumors about us, we should have bad friends and bad neighbors, we said that our mashkits would be kosher, without the kosher, we should have risk, goy or non-goy. Even though Rabbi had guards, he would still say all these tefillos. And tomorrow, Hashem will compete with the rest of the field and he's wonderful.
Protesting again. Let me tell you one thing, there's no future. No protesting. There's no future. People all you do is learn how to bitch. They go down there and fuck you with a hole in their chest. Just do drugs like I did. You don't have to make them like them to be going on something with oh my god. You're marching in. Fuck you. Fuck you. I got better things to do with my time. Yeah,
Rabbi's not desiring to contribute with special davening that the Roman running shooting at the end of this when as the Rabbi would say, Rosh Hashanah, please compete in Allah Shemayim because the big fight, war breaks out that the world have peace, people that are common, and the people that learn Torah of Shema, where if you say people that learn Torah, for their sake, for their common. Those who learn Torah of Shema, you should have the skills to learn eventually Torah of Shema. According to one of the executives to say, you should have put us in a corner, if you're putting us in a corner, make sure there's light in that corner. Don't put us in our corner, and our heart shouldn't be aching, and our eyes shouldn't be dim. There's another Shazman he said, one of these 12 Nefesh should make me lots of things on our world, your will, preventing us to perish in the Sahara. And she will not do us, we have to invite take us to the way, and we'll behave properly. Well, used to say, what we say on the paper by equally, so Kai actually was trying to get to die. I shouldn't agree. I was not worthy, born, now that I was born and created, I'm still not worthy. I'm dust, when I'm alive, and certainly after I'm dead, after I die. And he wrote something that I shouldn't sin any longer, and whenever I sin, please erase completely. Margaret the Rabbi used to say, basically we say every day after Shema, so Kai, you told me the roads for signing of their Nirma, etc. And then he goes on to say, save me from a Isha Ra, from a bad woman, and a bad guy. Patricius is what we say when you have a pain. Siachad, he'd say, when you had a piece of Midrash, and you practically Bonois on the Bayach, and you want to put the Sheila and the fat and the blood. This tightness that I'm fasting, now I have less fat, less blood, less speech as a carbon. Then the Torah goes on to say, beautiful sayings that, and I'm going to run into this. Rabbi would say, when you finish Yoy, because everybody gets to die, whether it's an animal or human being. Like, famous song, Asher Mish, Whether that Torah, Whether that Torah. Praiseworthy the person who rules over Torah and spoils the Torah, but it's a nachas ruach loitzroi, and creates beautiful nachas that is creator and dies with a great name, with a great reputation. Hashem, good name is better than good oil. This is my favorite. What Meir would say, every time you go to those people, the more you think that, try to understand my ways. Etc. The Mishkan is asking if there should be a master guy. Dr. Yabba would say, I'm a creation and you're a creation. I go to learn fire, you go to work in the field. My job is easier. I'm closer to home. And what are you going to say? And this is unbelievable. It says, I'm an Amar. One thing is that I'm learning Torah. I don't understand it as well as the other one. It's the Gemara of that. The main focus is the intent. And the effort is what's focused. To learn the same amount as somebody else, that person understands more than you, you get the same amount of stars that other person because you have the same intent. Like I used to say, Jesus should always be united when it comes to the Sahara trying to trick him when it comes to Yiras Hashem. A person who answers softly will do away with a lot of anger. And a person should always seek peace with his relatives and with his brothers, with his friends, and even with Goyim in the marketplace. The Lord brings the Rebbe and Zakkai would never allow somebody to say hello to him. He's always the one who initiates the hello, even to a non-Jew in the marketplace. Rabbi says the main point of Torah, that's bigger in the world, is Jews, Meissen and Shuvah. A person shouldn't be someone who just learns Torah and then kicks the person to the front of Torah like his father, his mother, and his respect. We're talking about a different definition of a person who learns Torah. Learn the Shema, the concept, that means in order to argue somebody else, that's a person that's better than should have been created. Rab says, this world, we're given in the world of confidence, we have physical bodies, we're not going to be jealous of each other, we're not going to be competition, we're just going to be sitting around on our heads and basking in the glory of the Lord. Gemara's famous question, if women don't learn Torah, how are these those of my God? How are these those of protection from the God? And Gemara answers by bringing their children to learn Torah in school and allowing their husbands to learn Torah in Gemara about the Goyim and waiting for their husbands. Those days, the husbands leave because of that time. Waiting for the husbands to come back to learning. That's how the shear is Torah of Gemara about. Gemara brings beautiful bracha that come into save each other and basically all the limbs of the body that their mouth should talk Torah, their feet should run to Torah, their eyes should look forward to Torah, etc. So the Machloek is the pasuk. Alufenu Subarim, Alufenu Aliyim Subarim. We take the burden. One Malama says Alufenu that there's activity in the Torah Subarim that they have the Yom Mitzvahs. The other says Alufenu was written for Artemis is Subarim was written to see them. And the Gemara goes on to say that she made a bracha that she shouldn't be like stubborn and showing that they had bad advisors like Hoyke and Doyek. And we shouldn't, have children that go off the dome. What's the passage? Have you related, or the question is Baka. Sometimes have you related, what shall is, we're talking about Tzadikim, that they are distant from Baka. So if they couldn't sustain themselves, they don't need to come out of the local, because God will help them, the entire world will come up with the Well, it brings that Halina, the famous pastor, will come out and say, can you bring, he doesn't need anything, just some boxer, some Aruba, where the entire world is the same, because the shot is that after you live, you refer to the Rishayim. Like you divided the list within the list of Klal Yisrael for many generations, and they never became Jewish within the community of Klal Yisrael. Or the Casio, with some Klal Yisrael gathered together before Yom, 30 days before Yom, before Pesach, before Shana, that a fire would come down from the sky, a pillar of fire, and they still didn't become scared. So we're going to say that Machlokes, you know, we're allowed to do Malacha on Tisha B'Av, and in a place that you don't do Malacha, you should do Malacha. If you come to Chacham, you should never do Malacha on Tisha B'Av. The question is whether the person is having on Chacham, is that considered Metzikura, or is that considered holiness in that? The Gemara goes on to say that if it's obvious that you're doing it as Kura, such as a Chacham, doesn't say Krishna, everybody knows, and it's like Kabbalah, why do you say Krishna? It should be so. On the other side, you say, well, nobody knows what he's doing. When it comes to Tisha B'Av, maybe he doesn't have a job, that's why he's not working. Or on the other hand, you can say, everybody knows that he has a job, and the reason why he's not working is exactly as a guy. And basically, that's finishing, without we finish the second parak, and the Mishnah says in the third parak, Mishnah makes it, if you have a deceased one, a loved one in front of you, it's called a Kriya Shema, it's filling for an Esrei, and there's a in Gemara, whether the body has to be right in front of you, or even if it's not in front of you, that will go into a little bit more tomorrow. Have a wonderful day.
I haven't heard one fucking thing. I don't know what would be a better fight. The one in the ring and the octagon, or the one when the people leave it. Okay, that's gonna be a great fight. Right outside. All these guys get all fucked up on Red Bull in Brooklyn. It's not gonna be typical Brooklyn night. It's just gonna be those tickets gonna be alright.
We're always up because before we get into some amazing stories, let's first talk about some others that have to do with footwear. The concept called Bloody the Rush poking fun at the dead, causing the dead to be jealous. That includes not only mitzvahs, but even eating from the dead mitzvahs. So you're not a one 4 hours within the dead or in the cemetery in the Shemara and say Kriya Shema, that is Shemara, say Kaddish, the Hillel, etc. You're not allowed to hold cemetery and the cemetery is especially you're not allowed to say prayer about that. And you shouldn't wear your tzitzit outside. You're causing the dead to be jealous. If you see a funeral procession, you must accompany the procession, otherwise then you'll be obsessed and say, why doesn't this person come to my funeral?
There's a lot of cities that go
This is the Gemara, and it's as if accompanying his for himself. It's also to eat from the dead, and therefore one has to eat, you should eat. But how does like this? Go to his own home, go to his friend's home, if you don't have a friend's home, build a wall, you have build a wall, and send me back to the dead. As an oval, it's also, it makes it, it's also a lean, wine, Shana says to Rashi, you don't need to make a bracha, so other Shana, also to make bracha. And it's also for other people, right? So according to Rashi, other people don't have to do what you do with a bracha. But on Shabbos, all of the laws apply. You could leave, you could eat meat, drink wine, and my point is whether or not your fight is fighting. Someone who's dealing with the burial of his own relative, places a mitzvah and therefore he's covered from all the mitzvahs. My point is important what I mean. The Rabbi says that as long as the dead is right in the day goes to but the house is not there, then the longer appeal to bring out a food is what it is. But the Rashi, you see by Abraham Avinu, that even though he was dealing with Ephron and sorrow no longer, because of him, Ephron considers this as his sorrow. Otherwise, he's still dealing with it in his head, and therefore he's called from over. What about the people that carry the Aron, the Chomer? They are all under cultural Ezra. The ones that are in front of the Aron, they haven't had a chance to hold the Aron yet. They are the ones in the back, they already hold on to the Aron, they want to hold it again. They must say, those people that come to comfort Rabbi, that's also mitzvah. They're also listening to husband and mitzvah. If they have a chance to sit for possible, for those who are so partial, they should say so. If they don't have a chance, then the inner ones standing in the inner row, that they are the ones who say directly to the available and not Menachem and do this word of comfort. They are following Krishma. The ones on the outer row, they didn't really say directly to others. They are tired. What about the Shomer? People that watch the body, like the Gemara that they're watching them from life. They are also considered basically mitzvah. They are comfortable. If there are people with them, then one can go inside and daven while the other one watches. On a ship is machloek whether there are mice or not. That's a concern. According to one man, it is, and therefore one should watch the body. According to another man, one should look inside. Once my Krishna comes and say, there's a concern that she holds of without respect. That concern a lot of times. Therefore, you don't take both of those as a sack or a donkey. That's the concern that people come and steal the cemetery up. Depending on the bomb, you throw it on the bomb. Now, the Gemara discusses and figure out what to do for story. What exactly is that people know what it is, what they understand? I'm not getting emotional. What does understand? Sometimes my son says that this person is still fake. So say that but if, like they said, the body feels that way. If there's a mouse called part of the death, he announces that a certain person will die soon, a day or so, and the other dead people, they know that he's coming up. Then people get information and news from visitors. Other dead people come up and tell them phone line down below to get that information. And in a situation where the person is a great special planning, they will in fact announce that his arrival way before the Nikra, as we were discussing, started. Second part, the suffering of the field, we're wondering if your father will remember listeners, if you know about their pain, after learning that he's working, after learning wondering whether the father of Shemaim knows about it. One of them said, when we read it's a pasuk about Mason Loyot, that people don't know anything. The other one is ignorant instruction. Now Mason is referring to Yerushalayim. They're in this world. Maybe you know, they're not concerned about that. Even when you're dead, you're concerned about life, but Satan is concerned about the law, what people hate for it. One thing's not real, and the other, nobody liked it in the first thing, the system because the Lord says it's a habit. He was oil, the ice, over the ice, and it's the same thing. That he went through the entire September of God, which is the hardest Hebrew exercises, one day, one short winter day. So this is one of the things there. There's one thing possible, usually when the Lord says possible, it's referring to my life, so you're doing a bubble, that his wife really bothered him. To the point where he has to go to the cemetery. We're talking about this Sunday night. He's still in the cemetery, and we're here that are with them, they're covering each other. He said, let's fly around the hill, let's keep going down. Not very out, hurry behind him, let's do it. Says one, I cannot fly, I'm buried in my clothes, a column from me. To flap his flames, such a guy who's supposed, therefore she couldn't fly. Says, like, you go out there and tell me what you did. You went out there and you heard, whoever plans, or if you were showing up, in the first, says Rashi, it's talking about the 70th day of Christ, the 7 days, and then like the second reveal, I think the third reveal 7 days later, everyone said, Hagel's going to come and destroy the crop. So this concept did not come to the reveal, Shemai, come to the reveal Shia, and he made a lot of money. The following year, he decided to stick on his own. He went and he camped out in his affairs, and sure enough, here's the two place saying, let's go fly, I can't fly, I mean, I have my social money. So he came back and told me, and she said, I heard. Whoever plans for the second reveal, she thought one that he was going to come and do the crop, so he planned in the first, and therefore he made money for the local crop. He says his wife, how did you know this? So he told his wife the secret. The wife had a big fight with the mother of the girl that was flying around the cargo, and she made son of the mother of the other mother, and she said, I know that your daughter was buried in my social money. Third year, the puppy goes to the cemetery, and here's the group of saying, let's go fly around, and when we up to the other, I cannot fly because the wise people are already saying that when you call my mother, that she buried me in the social money. That they said, you know, more perhaps, somebody came, somebody was with her, told her. Siri won't give money to a lady, and she died, and he went and he asked her to give the money, and she told him exactly what it was. And she said, tell my mother that we're going to have a visitor soon tomorrow. Please send my phone and my makeup. And that's because she must have heard it from two mother mothers that I know. She wasn't that the school used to take some money at the orphan, and he looked at her and she thought he was kind of some sure they called him the son of the person that stood money to the orphan. So he went to the corner, and since that lady didn't make it to Shemayim, because lady heard his Rabbi by not going to the shear, and he sees his father and his son crying and laughing. Why are you crying? Because you're going to be Christian. Why are you laughing? Because they consider you as a Shemayim. It's okay. I'd like to go off the Shemayim. In fact, when you're Shemayim, says, where's the money? The money is buried between our money. It's a sandwich. Our money, the Sunni's money, and our money. I didn't want it to be I didn't want it to steal. And in fact, they returned the money of the money you see that the dead is no one coming out, but it's different because she wants three types of cancer in his hands and his mouth, not the fast kind, the slow kind, so they think it can cure it. Alright, he's a fucking pestilence on fucking humanity. Fuck that bullshit. I'm sorry. I get overheated, man. Everybody better read with the piece of shit. Alright? He didn't pay his butcher. He didn't pay his fucking bookies. I tell you that. Fucking guy welched some vets too. Rothschild'S not just that. The other day, the village was walking in the cemetery, dragging the graves, and was told, like the rush, you fucking fun at the death. Seems like Rebbeinu himself retracted. Rebbeinu says that he told the Chazon Rabbeinu, tell the other, Yaakov, that I kept my promise, I keep fighting each other as well. You see that a Rosh Yaakov cared about what's going on in this world. Or at least perhaps, they don't really care. Broker wanted Rosh Rabbeinu to speak to Rosh Yaakov, that a Rosh Yaakov can have a person think to Rosh Rabbeinu for everything that he's done is there in the disciples of God. The halacha is, speak about a mace, is to speak about a rock. They can think is either they don't care, or they don't know. However, to speak about other cultures, like somebody spoke about Mashmur after he died, and he told, here's the planet, here's the membrane around the brain. That's because he spoke for himself. Here's what he spoke about, not necessarily that the Pasha person heard it and knows that he said something about it. Shmuel Levi says that you speak about the Chacham, even when the Chacham is about harmful or other things that human need to put in inherent excommunication. The Bible says, I only count three. One of the three is this. And how the Mahalo says that the practice of Saita, somebody has a fear, and husband suspects her having a very different line on the Harim, you don't do that to the Yaris and Shukra. That's what I mean, how it holds. In fact, Shmaina, how you did it, he line on the Harim, they did the Saita for the Yaris, said that there's thick waters with a placebo. After that, the Gemara, that they put him in music. Such a reason that's not true. However, Mahal was a great man. Nobody liked him. Kapna, Tahara, he was Hashem. Therefore, so the thing that Mahal was in fact, there wasn't been Hanoi. So they thought of the concept of the Sedayim, and they put him in the Eagle. In fact, when Hanoi died, they put a stone on his coffin to show that even to the death, he threw skila, he threw stones at the coffin. That's called Vegas, back to Kapamala. Probably occurs regarding like such as Tony Mahago. Tony Mahago, his name is Tony Mahago. Tony sat in a circle around himself and said, Hashem, I'm not moving from the circle until it rains. So it rains really lightly. He said, no, I don't want this rain. I want strong rain. Rain really strong. No, that's too much. Give me the proper rain. Shimon said, if you weren't tiny, I would put you in favor. That's not how you talk. You're speaking like a son speaks to a father, and it's not correct. Titus, who's from Rome, instituted Zaker looked perfect things up. Everybody should take a goat and put him on a spit, on a skewer, and roast it. And Shimon should have said, you deserve favor because you're going to think now that you can touch him after the next league. That's a bright stuff. The famous story of counterclock life. It wasn't held that his word picked up hold, and in order to take up the ferret, further stone, and make it not come, you have to break it. Plus, you chop it up, and you want to put it back together with the sand. The whole part, they dropped us. The Lord just tried to put down with the trees, with the wall, the water stock. The passive man, Shemaine said, the Lord is right. They're the ones who didn't accept his word, and not only that, they couldn't say he died. So, yes, they place in the mission, but why did True Legacy 24? There's 21 other situations in the mission over here, very similar to these three times, where the Talmud is a single person, an individual went against the Rabbi majority, nothing against the Rabbi majority, really hard. That is deserving of favor. And some of this person wasn't as great as the other, and fought hard against the great person that is deserving of favor. He says that tomorrow you don't kick out the dead. When it's not going to start to say, people like this, unless it's other question that they notice it, we're kicking out right before the future. People listening to a husband, right? People start to rush to go out. They should be one by one. In other words, one person gets out, the speech will better than the next one. If the dead, if the body isn't in front of them, they can also speech from together. And the other sits there quietly and he says, because he takes upon himself the terrible tragedy that happened to him. He says, Harvey Kapasi has sinned a lot. When we tried to be many, I don't think you didn't even give me what I deserve. 1 out of 1,000. It says, if I use 1 out of 1,000, you say, I feel myself, you don't feel yourself, and you shouldn't say that because it means that you're saying you're deserving of a greater item. We discussed the other day about people standing in a row and saying, you're not going to listen to the outer row is not something for the future. However, the more contact is the outer row you can see and can be heard. But with the hearing to this part of the human element, he's calling for the future. You want to bring the concept of Ein Chachma, the Ein Kuna, the Ein Tzitz, the Name of Hashem. When we come from this world, somebody does feel Hashem, he doesn't see us, he's a Chacham, he's a Rabbi. For instance, if a passionate person is wearing shackles, even though it would create a tremendous embarrassment against religious, the public must remove it immediately. There are those different cases. Why is shackles given the noble case? What's the Gemara? When it comes to the Rabbanim, the Rabbanim is not those who are zero when it comes to human dignity. Therefore, we have the concept of basic price. If there's a field, there's a cloud through, and there's a grave there, and you're sure that they have small bones that are spread out throughout the field. And the Rabbanim, if you're on the way to be market for Pesach, you get up all four, look your way through the field, and you see that's a covenant only with the Rabbanim, because they're rising, you're going to be able to do that. Therefore, if an Ava decides, he keeps his route, there's a fork in the road, and he says, I want to go through the Basic Prize, of praying for Shalom through the Basic Prize for the covenant of the Ava. Same thing for the covenant to give proper honor to kings, even Deutsche kings, where it says, find that it's only in the south. So we're not concerned that perhaps most Iranians have this headline. There's a larger person in the heart or something, and we don't have that headline. That's a deal. And in order to be honored with things, we're not pushing that party that doesn't have a headline. Yes, it's something like human dignity. Point is paper and comes more than stone. So you're not carrying stone for the bathroom. And of course, not only is this on four corners, you must take off his armor right away, but if it's in a particular situation, you're like, oh, you leave it on. Whether or not the public is in the salon, so it's fine, an object, but there's exceptions. If you're coming with it's a card, it's all something that's what you're honored for here, you're spending more money than it would take to give back, you're public. Why shop is any different? The extras is the salon club. The special meal, that button needs to be fixed. And another, who's a coin governor. So he's another, never coin governor. Or he's a person who's going to do this on his stock, or shut the cover face out, it does not become common faith. So basically, it's all dead. Nobody's taking care of it. Then even if coin governor should become humming, why shop is different? And the answer is because we're discussing Shabbat types of like, Milos and face out, and it wasn't said by Kulhadi, it was wonderful.
I know that if we ever got arrested, the shoe gets washed at the end. Right before they really press charges, you had too much juice. Right. That's the reason why he said take him and split right 50-50 right now. All we had to do was just bait. That's all we had to do was just bait. We did the fucking kick in the post.
Rothschild'S have talked. Okay, well, that's about it. Why is it in this generation they have so many music? For instance, if they need rain, Rabbi, we would just take off a shoe and start doing the siren, and immediately we start raining. And us, we scream, and we cry, and we shout, and nothing. And don't tell me, says Republicans, because they were greater than us learning. In fact, we are greater than them learning in the Republic. They, Rabbi, we only learned 2 seconds, says Rashi, the combo of the team of Rashi. We learned Rothschild'S agreement. Right, we want to try to learn Rothschild'S. We had a great difficulty. He said it's like all the questions that Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi asked. When we learn Rothschild'S and Yadais, how a branch was mixed into the fruit, like the branch is really red and soggy, it doesn't. We have 13 chocolate branches. One of them. That is the previous generation here. Once you that much, finish that. It's very interesting example. Very interesting. First and last, by the way, I have a reference. You notice a woman wearing a red scarf for about this. That she felt wasn't appropriate for her to wear. She ran over to her and picked it off her head. All she realized that she was in Goya to wear whatever she wanted. And it was fine. She said, because the rain was blessing, it sounds like 200 times 2. See, that is, this was never put himself in a position where he owes money to make him a club to start. The Lord says, where he will position himself for the entrance of the club. So that women go to these times and ask questions about things that nobody is hard. Because the women, appears to me like white geese, I don't have any thought. But Rabbi will also position himself for the entrance of the club for a different reason. So that women theoretically they have children that are as beautiful as them, and the Gemara Bava says they could be clearly inspired like the book. Yeah, it's really nice. What about Ayin Hara? Not really an Ayin Hara. No, I'm coming from Shevet. Yosef, Ayin Hara. It says by Yosef, Ali Ayin. He's above Ayin Hara. Or do you feel right? He's like a fish. Fish don't have Ayin Hara. The water is covering Ayin Hara. Or the eye, the fish will have to will not be result from a Ayin Hara. It says in the machine. Kind of a puzzle for creation myself. Even if the covenant is the age of Pharaoh, the son of Pharaoh, because we don't want his father to be worried about the son's creation. He has to go to work early in the morning and 10 stuff with the shit out of him. Chilling, the public is concerned won't have a good luck to see about it. Women, as we know, are puzzled from all mitzvahs and sexual like growth. Anything that has to do with a specific time. Therefore, Kriya Shema in a specific time in the morning and evening are puzzled from creation. Women are puzzled from filling. And the finish is that I would think that they'd be private until because of the package with filling
the tree.
What about Kiddush and
Goes
Shabbos?
to somewhere in this
It's not
area.
like it's whether they are tied with their rights or with their Rabbanim. It was definitely tied. With the Rabbanim, they're tied with their rights. It says, Zachar Shabbos, Shalom V'Zachar. Whoever's tied in keeping Shabbos is tied in mentioning Shabbos and doing Kiddush. For the Tagaya, it's only here in the Rabbanim. Because Hamazon, they are tied. So, what Rabbi says, that tied so should eat in the evening and morning, so it seems like it's a salvation of the Rama. Nevertheless, they were tied. You don't want to confuse them perhaps. If the mother of a woman is for their rights because she could be married to her husband, tomorrow it's not a riot. Because in the same place it says that a husband would be married to his father. And husband certainly grew up married. You have to say that the father only ate a shear of the Rabbanan, less than a severe satiating of Hila. And therefore, the father would be married. So maybe that's what it means that a woman could be married to her husband in a situation where he's taking a shear of the Rabbanan. The Gemara says the Malach HaShor told Rabbi is not there. You said that we shouldn't take bribe, but you show favoritism in both sides. It says, of course I show favoritism. I hold prize for say brings my mother when after the Samantha, if you're satiated, and they were not for themselves, and they say brings my mother, even out of the gates of like the people more of the signs like your mayor, that's why I show favoritism. The point is, the mission says, we know that about Harry cannot learn Torah. Ezra was Masakit and that would be Torah. So how does one say Kriyash Maya is about Torah? So the Mishnah, he should think it in his mind, he should contemplate it. And therefore, he doesn't say Kriyash Maya, and when he doesn't say Hamoitzi, but Kriyash Hamazon, he says it in his head. Contemplate it, it's Machayr. Yehuda says no. About Harry, he must say Kriyash Maya, he must say Hamoitzi, he says Kriyash Hamazon, like Kriyash Maya, like this. Whether Piru is believer. Contemplating, thinking about something in your head, does it have the same effect as saying it with your mouth? According to Rabbi, it has the same effect. So why does Bakari only think it? If he's saying it because when he says it, just like he said it, you should not say it with your mouth, think it in your mouth. Further, Chizda, he would laugh at people. So why is he thinking about it at all? It has no effect. You have to say it. The answer is, you're right. It doesn't have that effect. The issue is, if he's saying it short, everybody's saying Krishna, he's going to look as if he doesn't care about it. But when we want to be basic, if you do the same thing as everybody else is doing, that's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, you know, when he was responsible for it one fucking year. Jesus Christ. So they put it all together, and they, because of that documentary on HBO, Rohan was already in jail for the ecstasy with the fucking neo-Nazis in Phoenix. They picked him up, and they put him under the fucking jail in Denver.
Rabbi is talking about it. We learn that he called Harry, who must say something to their rights, such as Krishna or figures like that. He has to think it in his head. Where Shemona Esrei, which is only Rabbanan, he doesn't think it at all. How do you know that maybe some mother is the right? So it doesn't get any more clear. This is the problem. You say Vodka, you say Shit, you go after, you say because I'm mother. Because I'm Pyra. It says, the Moshe Rabbeinu says, Shem Hashem Ekra. I'm going to pronounce Hashem's name. And why Yishmael is going to say Amen. And then from there, we're going to continue the Shira that was brought down in Sarkis Hazina. From our Mishnah, it seems like that the Birkas Hamoitzi, the bracha you say before you include the whole Rabbanan, because it says that you don't have to contemplate at all. You don't have to think about it. Even though we have a Kavod or born to the bracha, but once you perhaps say Birkas HaTorah after you learn Torah, then once you say Hamoitzi before you eat, Kavod, if you make the Birkas Hamazon after you eat, so certainly you should make a bracha after you learn Torah. And the same thing in reverse. If you say Birkas HaTorah before you learn, certainly you should make Birkas Hamoitzi before you eat. And the answer is, they are not similar at all. Birkas Hamazon comes after you're satiated and you feel good about yourself. So Birkas Hamazon, don't make that bracha prior to eating because you didn't have a hayah. Whereas Hamas Pyra, you're saying the bracha because you're about to say oil. This brings the oil up. You say it prior and not after. Rabbi Yehuda holds, unlike what we learned from Philistine, that Kriyash Maya is only with the Rabbanan. And therefore, if a person has a suffix, whether he says Kriyash Maya or not, he doesn't need it on the Rabbanan. Whereas the brachas of Kriyash Maya, the Yatzim, it's Boiraisa. And person has a second whether he said yes or neither. What does he do with the famous pasuk that we said from the beginning? The first daf and prophet, the Shastava Kulava teaches us we're supposed to say Krishma when we get up, when we go to sleep. He says, no, Shastava Kulava refers to Talmud Torah. The deal of learning Torah is in the night and in the day, but not for Krishma. From our Mishnah, we see that about Peri doesn't make a bracha after eating. So Torah, or after Krishma, that is. So you see the Torah that is only with the Rabbanim, and the answer is no. You don't see anything from our Mishnah because it's talking about the things like Krishma. And in Krishma, you already mentioned the Tismus right. And Krishma is stronger than Biyatzi because it has both the Shemayim and the Tismus right, and that's why it says Krishma. The Moses says that Krishma is very right, so therefore, from this, there's something whether you say Krishma or not. Shura Esrei, which is the Rabbanim, that he doesn't repeat if he has a suffix. If a person has a suffix, it says, Rabbi Yochanan on Chai, you should have it all day long. In other words, you can do Krishma Esrei all day, and that's Allah. What about if a person knows that he says Shema Esrei, and he catches himself in the middle of Shema Esrei? Says tomorrow, if a person is davening Shabbos Shema Esrei, he's on Shabbos, and he's davening Shema Esrei, also he feels it comes on his chest. You realize, wait, I'm saying Shlach, no, I'm middle of saying weekday Shema Esrei. What does he do? The halacha is that he can finish the bracha. What is it? The reason is because in reality we should be saying Shema Esrei every weekday on Shabbos, and in addition to that, add the bracha on Shabbos. But because of the tircha, the tzibur, says we don't say Shema Esrei. Therefore, if you find yourself saying the bracha, regular Shema Esrei, just finishes it. Whereas a person who realizes that he already said Shema Esrei, and now he's saying it for the second time, in the middle of the bracha, he stops right there where he is and doesn't finish because he has no fear for something. I'm a big man. Nevertheless, if a person says that they're short, he's already in the shul and finds the tzibur damage on himself. But say it Shema Esrei again, as long as he shows that it's beautiful stuff, he adds a little bracha, he adds something of his own and makes it different. If a person comes to the shul, he's not walking on his shul. We find the tzibur damage on himself. According to Rabbuna, if you could finish Shema Esrei before everybody gets to the time and gets to the Bible, then you should start Shema Esrei finish. The problem is you don't want to do that Shema Esrei while everybody now is waiting, and then it looks like you don't agree with something. According to Rabbi, so he has to be able to finish Shema Esrei before everybody gets to the Bible. Whether a person will take the Yishuv by himself, we don't ask him. That a person can't take Yishuv by himself. The Torah comes out that he should be able to finish Shema Esrei before everybody gets to Yishuv. Now, it's not just everybody. While you say Shema Esrei, you cannot stop. The Yishuv, the Baruch itself. The point is whether you can stop the real Shema Esrei to say, okay, you finish your job, finish your beautiful good. You don't have to look like that. Takes me down today. Think about it. Shema Esrei, that's the question that comes out that you are saying is, look at places and see the halach. About Peri, it's also to learn Torah. How do we know it? Because since there's a puzzle in regard to about Peri, that says this is Torah, so we make the connection. It's also to learn Torah. But if who doesn't learn the concept of smoking in all of the Torah, besides in finish the part. How do we know that? And in the smoking that the Rabbi learned in this parsha, the Lord doesn't say that whoever teaches the son Torah is as if he accepted the Torah from Har Sinai. When it comes to a Sheva, it's a title which you can keep alive, so we learn it in the mitzvah that she has, but still we learn from the behavior. And Rabbi Yehuda learns it from Rabbi Yehuda, but he doesn't learn the concept of smoking. Yes, when the Devarim, he does learn the concept of smoking. The point is whether a person is not allowed to marry his father's wife. When I marry his father's amusa, his father rapes someone, he's not married. But Rabbi Yehuda, you're not allowed to marry. And why? Because he learns from smoking. It says in the Pasuk, L'ika ishes oven, but they gather not. So you gather, Rabbi Yehuda learns from what I marry. So why? Because the final Pasuk talks about an amusa. In the Mishnah it says that there are three people that have zera and they're not allowed to learn Torah. One of them is a zav, who's not about Torah. saw Carrie, Anita, Rabbi and Sarah. And the women after relations who had Sarah, they are not allowed to say Torah unless they go to the mikvah, review the holes that they don't have to go to. Mashma, it's only these two cases review the holes, they don't have to go to the mikvah. But what if the person is about Torah without any side effect, any conceivable symptoms that just true about Torah, perhaps he holds, they have to go to the mikvah. Right from that, it says no. At the end of the day, review the hole that about Torah is after the Lord Torah. Just hold that was the previous fish, etc. He made them right just as they're fire. In other words, they are the Rabbanon, so you're allowed to say that. They wonderful thing.
That's as good as it fucking gets in my world.
It wasn't until this moment I knew it was Martini the whole time. Oh my god, that's so deadly. When you watch that, you shiver.
HBO, the 80 years, not fun still hold this movie. They still talk shit about it. HBO is doing another thing about it now. It just released the
Rabbi is not so bad. The Lord tells us that just like the Matan Torah was given to the hero, the press, and Isaiah, so too when we learn Torah, we should be prepared for the nation which is rebelling. Therefore, the Lord comes about Muhammad. But it wasn't his fault because he saw the Torah while Arida comes there to learn Torah. However, the person becomes Muhammad Harry, which is an issue of college rules. Actually, 7 shitties. Not another says it's possible to learn Torah at all. Torah is only for rest of the day. On the polar opposite, we have Rabbi that says that Torah cannot become common. Therefore, you can learn Torah in any state, even in the state of full of Torah. Torah is like fire, says the fire is not become a full of Torah. Then you have 5 shitties. Rabbi says, you can learn Torah, you can learn Mishnah, he says, don't go into you ever heard of something that says, go deep into Mishnah, the first Mishnah, people learn Gemara, they have nothing but Hashem says, learn Gemara, just don't say the name of the Gemara when it comes to the Pasuk. Kiva says, don't learn message. Don't say the Rabbi Kiva, as I meant to say, don't go into a big message. I'll tell you, it's possible to go to the next message. Rabbi says, and this is what we had yesterday, a person who got carried to learn full Zerah Torah. But he on himself was not here when he taught his Talmidim, he was told them first, and then he taught them book of Zerah Torah. For Nachman Bar Yitzchak says that there's a minute in the world asking like the three stated. One level we just said, like review of the Seder that we're talking about Torah, you learn Torah. The other one is like Rabbi Yoshua who says that in order to be over on Kalayim, is making. You have to plant 3 types of plants. And wheat, soy or barley, and hartzani, grape. Otherwise, they're not over on Kalayim. Some say only 2 is the Isra. And like in the law, you say that the field of branches, I guess, shear your sheep and give the first shearing to a kohen is only in Eretz Yisrael. The Iri said, either he said that they were about the Tefillah, or he said they were about the Tefillah Sigdalim. Right? We learned, Jesus said, you shouldn't go looking for water. It's better to wash your hands before davening, but don't do it on the account of not davening for the people. What that is that nobody does is whisper to Rabbi Kiva coming out loud. Rabbi Kiva whispered it, but I was like, if it has a key and announced it in public, or he whispered it with the halacha. What's the halacha? That's in terms of quote, Shikari. When one is puzzled for a carry, he doesn't necessarily say that make the people with himself. He can pour upon himself 9 times like a shower. Pour the water on top of it. We'll see later on. Another homes that is when it comes to Chicago, they must they work. You can't go into the field of Mikos. But the doctor goes to the Mikos and you can't pour the 40 something. So Chicago is not pouring it on top of you and not going into it. Now, why would he announce it? It's sad that it was announced. Because the people of Kerry called it out of the fire. It's long time they go to the Mikos and they find the Mikos. Or people who are about to the person knows he has to go to the hard wood for himself. He might have said. And then he said it in secret because he didn't want to commit them to be with the wives like on the wedding night. The guy said when it comes to how that's like Harry, some of our nations, some of our they are going to have all this stuff. The question is, if you can get away with it, so to speak, 9 have the the different components included that you have to have are bugs. The Buddha holds that about carrying the common meaning in life treatment of rainwater. Rav says it has to be just like a regular mikvah, 40 sub rainwater. But Nachman had a special vessel that held wine common and you can use it to prepare. So what do you mean? It would the whole that only somebody that's sick and to carry pain against his will, he can use 9 common. But yes, if I'm also considered as a person that but it wasn't nice to his market. He wanted to carry it by himself by being his wife. Therefore, he can't use it. So the Gemara, halachically, Nachman's claim was broken. That according to Chipul Musha, the vessel was repaired. So the exact opposite. A chayla would bring the cut himself, carry, like an al-Hakam, to use like that. A chayla that to carry pain against his will doesn't even need to be chayla at all. Ezra was reciting the truth of carry and said that he went to get the 40 stuff. What about somebody, a regular person, a party that someone came against his will? Rabbi says Ezra was also reciting something, and that's the nice stuff. And according to Rabbi, Ezra wasn't reciting this. Rabbi was reciting what I'm trying to say. Rabbi says la halacha. Somebody who's healthy and he brings upon himself the trouble, and somebody that's sick who brings upon himself the trouble, needs 40 shekels. If somebody's sick and the trouble comes against his will, lighter, or sorry, somebody who's healthy and it came against his will, but somebody who's sick, they're both under without anything, not even 9 stuff. Or is everybody? Somebody's teaching Torah is different than somebody who's journey. So as teaching Torah is healthy or is sick or journey by himself, needs 40 stuff. So if it's happening against his will, he can teach with 9 stuff, and some are completely teaching Torah needs 40 stuff. Some say that about 30 karka is a real mikvah. Some say no, like you mentioned before, it could be like in a bathtub. If you mention the words, we come up them and the Gemara learns the words to mean that the from the Yehuda, Mayim Shuvim, isn't necessarily the Gemara finally says a story. Rabbi Ryan saying around, the Prophet says, listen, we're benching now, let me take over any bench. Why? Because I was telling but I used 9 common. Says Rabbi Bar Shmuel, what are you talking about? 9 common is not enough when it comes to teaching other people. So people, 40 saw, and I in fact was coming, but I used 40 saw. So the Rebbe let me solve this for you. I wasn't coming at all. Let me bench. So it's more one more Allah for Hama was claiming in the 40 saw or face out because he went to other people. And the more that Allah is not like him, running 40 saw, having wonderful days.
Right in front of the phone, and they're waiting. I'm like, hello. And I started they're like, coming out behind you, bring up a cow, we had a little one. I looked at the mirror, and all of a sudden my face started to melt in the mirror. And I'm like, hold on, I gotta call you, but don't forget, I started tripping right there.
Definitely not fulfilling. First of the middle transfers, you realize that you forgot.
Just go in your room.
Let's just walk over to Ezra. Rather, you should finish up from Ezra.
That's where I am right now. It's just a little bit, as I was saying, I'm on the edge of saying, can you look like guys?
And everything's in between.
Girls and then call the college, started moving to it.
And he realizes that it's about right? So everything's really quickly. And it's funny when a mirror, you can only say, that's it, and then he has to come together. It's also the Dava, in terms of weight, that's the so, it's great. You should turn it back to it and make sure that the core on the side is practically equal away. If you didn't have the ability to turn it back to it, then you put it to the side 4 hours. The question is now you realize that the Dava is bound with weight right at lunch. Instead of a point down saying, put your Rabbi, it's not your Ezra again, put your Rabbi, you must repeat this one Ezra again. The person has a medical condition. You have the uncontrollable bladder. So you must wait until he stops leaking. And only in the end, he continues to teach one Ezra. Now, if he could stop, for the total amount of time that it takes to say the right Ezra, then he must have been. And then the other 2 of them stop for what reason.
wrestling, and one other person. And we did, and it was fucking the greatest time of my life. But one guy was nervous that the fucking dragon was gonna kill him. Alright, and he was telling no, there's no touching the dragon. It's not even real. It's not even real, what he's saying. Dragons are not real. But pterodactyls, they were real. They were real. They were. He just took the church communion over for the first time. My tour manager, man, he's smoking a cigarette, drinking water. How I'm feeling about it. I'm sure Ben and I don't wander nowhere. Stay where you are, okay? Alright, it's responsible. They always on the first time. They don't know. Fucking find a couch. Let life come to you, motherfucker. Yeah, it's like Willy Wonka took him to the chocolate factory. He didn't take him out there. They got on the fucking phone and fucking just hit it. Oh, I cannot go. Oh, What is it about LA that causes people to march from the cops? I mean, you see it like that today? It's every day here. It's every day like today. What about the stupid fucking white guy? There was a stupid white guy in a white minivan today. They rolled up on two cops and he had a gun in the car and then took him on a fucking 8-mile round the world solo chase like he's got OJ in there. Alright? And then gets out and just one point, a guy with a camera walks up to him and like, hey, why are you after the cops? And they take the camera. The guy supposedly said you got a gun. And you're fucking away with a camera, you dumb fuck. And where were the cops? And the fucking badass with a beta cam, he get right there and find the guy. What could the cop do? He pointed the fuck out the gun. Alright, let me just stop this. I'll tell that shit when I jump in. The cameraman literally, he must have been following. That boy, a helicopter. I can point out everything in the city. That obviously said, issues when we're talking about just talking oh yeah, I never saw that. Everyone's faces are moving up. I never saw that anywhere else in my whole life. Running from the cops. Fuck no. Really? I haven't worked on anything. Let's say you want to
another day will excuse myself.
Shout out to Buffalo. Buck Duffs and
Alright, but you cook it up, and I'll put you on some hash brown. I'm sure that I'll bring you the cheese. That's all. I'll take you to the best too. Right,
Cheddar cheese.
oh, stop, cream. Oh my God, I'll turn that thing into fucking 1,000. Turn it into 11. It wasn't me. And we fucking 99, and we fucking went and saw Payback, and because me and Joey both wanted to fuck Lucy Lou, and she was throwing sidekicks and that little Asian pussy just looking at you, just winking, and that little pussy was winking. Oh my God, dude. And they got quiet and choked in. You fucking let out a fart that was tremendous. As a man to a man, I gotta tell you, and I've had phenomenal farts. It's been a witness.
Get shit off the chair.
Oh, so we were right in the dance.
Right before Malcolm was about to spit his line, it went
I was shocked. Everybody was shocked. Yeah, and then he started rapping. God damn it, Rabbi, why did you do that? And everybody's fucking looking at me. I'm like, God damn it, talk about the team. Oh my God. I'm not here to change. It's on the snake right now. It's on the snake. Come on, they tell me to you got me $1,000. Dude, this shit was so fun. Coco with drink all the juice, and then we come out and go, we'll fucking drink all the juice. And then we'll get the juice. And I'm like, goddamn, Coco, I just made some juice out of that. Oh, fuck, I go home again. I make that juice up, stir it up. It's like, I swear to God, I'm watching a movie. Hey, Rob, you want some for the kitchen? Get a glass of water. Drink all this ton of juice. Okay, you want a vitamin C, you want orange, you want Trump, you want Trump. Yeah, right, you gotta get in with it. Oh my God, and then you're like, oh, what the fuck?
Now you think about it, all your information is good. It's good enough.
It's all gonna do. It's all gonna do.
It's all good. It's scientific. I don't mean that. You don't put it in a bad mood, but it's a reality. Once you type what you want, don't parachute. Well, you got those fucking brain ticket online. Use your airlines, that's it. You got everything. When you call the phone company, when you call the airline, the security system is so high tech. And when you talk to them, your phone number, everything comes up. Everything comes up. They already know what card they're going to use.
It's so fascinating to me when they make you go through the whole system and they already know you. Yeah, they already know. I don't know what the hell for them. Sorry. No, man, we're fascinated.
I'm with you. I'm over here in the fucking room. I'm just going to come run up place. I'm not seeing fucking ghosts or spirits and shit.
Think about it, though.
What lies fuck?
I don't know. For some reason, I can't take it deeper.
I'm over this way, bro. I always see. I forget that. Like I always, when I go to Nashville, when I go to these cities, you know, when you're working, man. I'm a grown fucking man. I can die. Those fucking early morning flights kill me. You know, so when I'm fucking off, I'm off.
Alright.
You know, yeah, I write jokes, I send my emails, I take care of my business. But I'm always off. I'm not training camp. I'm not taking a shoot or anything. I tell you, buddy, that's the most distant thing from my fucking mind. I'm off. I'm just doing a podcast on a Wednesday night with two fucking savages. That's it. That's it. Gonna get some shout outs before I forget real quick. To some bad motherfuckers.
Rothschild'S stopped above. It's a huge day for my wife and I. We became grandparents. I want to thank all the well wishers,
I'll
the
see you in
emails,
Minneapolis in 2
WhatsApp,
weeks.
etc. If you happen to be in Ramat Shabbos, the Shabbos, Shem Zohar at my house, you're all invited. Not Tal Noah, 2, apartment 9. The Gemara says that it's also to daven Shemona Esrei facing a bathroom, even if there's no soil in the bathroom. If somebody designates a brand new bathroom, there's a subject whether you're allowed to daven Shemona Esrei inside the bathroom. But outside facing the new bathroom, that's when you see what the type of bathroom called Prasim, similar to what we have today. It's weird, the soil falls out, it has some sort of pipe that removes everything. So that is considered social, considered sealed, and it's really to daven facing. Says the Mishnah. Mishnah brings 3 cases where there's an additional tumah in carry. As you know, the second, you have to go to the mikvah in order to face the referral of the person's body. So what happens if the person is a dog? And we had this look at earlier, the person is a dog. It's a gomer, he saw 2 rehealings in 1 day. Now he has to wait Shimon and Kim 7 kingdoms. During that time, he became about 10. Now, if he goes to the mikvah, it doesn't really help much because it's already coming. Same thing. If a woman was in the middle, so she has to wait 7 days, and she admitted she was there. So she also has a somewhat carry. Then the case is interesting. Where she was in the Hashmish became coming. And then afterwards she became Anida. In all 3 cases, by the time of home, that you have to be toible in order to take the return. It says since it doesn't help anyways, you are covered. Now, the one being the case, that's exactly the same as the woman who's Shamish and then becomes a Nida. And that is, if a person is about carry, and then he becomes a Zah, since the fuel doesn't help anyways, the one that's not a combo. You still need a fuel in order to talk in the fire, and when you do that, you don't need it. And that, you finish the third process. Mazel tov, Hadra Al-Mishnah. Says the new Mishnah, the new therapy. Shemona Esrei, according to the Tzadikim, the people that are called Hasidim, they do daven Shemona exactly at sunrise. All other people would daven Shemona up until Chatzot. The split day, and then the Lord of the up until midday. The Rebbe says up until 4 hours choice. Money,
Yeah, he's okay now.
okay, 4 hours including the 4 hours. If somebody purposely obeys this David, that's what the Prophet says. This is something that he can never fix. If a person forgets the David Shmoneh, it doesn't matter if it's chakras, beautiful, Myriv, says Shmoneh Esrei in the following tefillah. He didn't say chakras, they say 2 minutes. He didn't say mincha, but say 2 Myriv. If the Kiddush is a mincha, like mincha is saying like 2 Myriv, Myriv is already considered the following day. Nevertheless, you think Omer's manos, Batel Korbanos, no. Since it's David, it's Rachamim, you could say 2 Myriv because you missed the mincha the day before. Yeah, if somebody does say 2 Shmoneh Esrei in the following tefillah, he gets schar for saying that tefillah, but doesn't get schar for saying that tefillah is not. The continuation of that pasuk, but Berugas Leyuchal Miskoin is the concern, the Pesrin Leyuchal Limanos. The Gemara says that's referring to when people get together and say, let's do a mitzvah, let's go be with Bakar Presher, let's go give tzedakah, and you refrain from going with them, that's the start of Leyuchal Limanos. And with this, we come to Omen Beis. When Omen Beis, the person forgets Mincha, the weekday Mincha, Erev Shabbos. What should he do? He says Shabbos Myriv, even though it's a different type of Shmoneh Esrei. Shmoneh Esrei of Myriv of Shabbos. The issue is, why is it okay? Because, in fact, as we said the other day, Shabbos Shmoneh Esrei should be a Shmoneh Esrei. It has 18 drops. They made it less drops. So therefore, if you say a weekday Shmoneh Esrei, you say Shabbos Shmoneh Esrei, instead of a weekday Shmoneh Esrei, it works. What if somebody forgot the mitzvah of Shabbos? The following tefillah is in Myriv, the Kante Shabbos. It's a weekday Shmoneh Esrei. What do you do? Say 2 Shmoneh Esrei, 3 Myriv, and the first one has a element, and the second one does not. But the halacha is that the Shmoneh Esrei that you're saying first should be the ones in the food. The first one is Myriv. Say Myriv. The second Shmoneh Esrei is for sure. Whatever you reverse it, say the first one. Or there's the second one, Myriv. The halacha is you have to say a third one. It's not Yoitzik. The question is that the Gemara brings down, we say that the person says, I forget to say Havdalah, he doesn't have to repeat Shmoneh Esrei at all. The Gemara says it's Kasha, but the halacha is you have to say a third. In that Bryce we learned that somebody forgets to say Masha Baruch or the same Halavatos, he must repeat Shmoneh Esrei. Now going into this argument, why do we have chakras in the Gemara? The first sheet is the Yoitzik is based on our other position. Our Rabbi he instituted chakras as it says Vayashkim. He got up in the morning. Yitzchak was Mincha as it says with Noisara. And Yaakov was Myriv Vayolan. Now, the Shmuel Levi says that it's basically based on the other because they were so much compared it to the Korbanos. Chakras is like the carbon that you bring in the morning, and Rabbi says for 4 hours. Mincha is from the time of Mincha Doila, meaning 6.5 hours in the day until the Erev. Rashi says, you learn in Rashi means, I think it's Kisavim, other Rishonim say, in fact, the Mishnah says that Mincha should be said and finished, Mincha and everything, before Shkia. But the Erev, you have up until 15 minutes before this is Mikhavim. But the Shmuel points out that it's better to daven with your kiddos before Shkia than to daven with a minion after Shkia. Mincha is like a common of the evening, which goes until the evening, which people says until the full halfway through the meeting, and 3/4 of an hour into the day. Myriv is because of the environment of the Haylah that you're knocking on the staff, all 3 of them. What's Musaf? Musaf is actually some Haylah that we're knocking on, and that's why it's like the carbon of Musaf that goes all day long. Yudah says it goes until 7 hours a day. They're all the source Haylas have a wonderful day.
What the fuck was
including all of the fourth hour. It doesn't mean until the end of the third. But rather, it goes into the fourth until the end of the fourth hour. Mincha is until the end of Plag Mincha, the first part of Plag Mincha, which means as follows. Let's talk about this tiny Mincha for a second. We have the Mincha Nova, which takes the daylight hours of the day and divide them into 4 parts. That's called Shais Mani, not necessarily the hours of yesterday. That's like that's in the middle of 6 hours of Plag Mincha, or Mincha Nova, is a half an hour after sunset. So it's 6.5 hours. Mincha Nova is 9.5 hours at the beginning of the day, right? 4.5 hours for the night. Take those 4.5 hours for the night and divide that in half. Plag, half. That's Plag Mincha. Most of you are the same Mincha, Plag Mincha, until the first portion, the first part of that Plag. In other words, 1.25 hours full nightfall is when you have to stop doing it, because the first part of Plag and the entire part of that Plag. Most of the day goes all the way to the first and the second hour. I got a big walk. Therefore, there's a situation where the person has he has a Mincha, because he said that Mincha day is starting at 6.5 hours a day. And he has another half hour left to finish up with it, which will get straight. Then, Daven listen, because listen, Daven college, and Daven asks, and they say, oh, they have a half hour left. So you also know they'll testify 5 things in the second. So we calculate the second thing. One of them is the Ektada. His mother married him off, and that's only the Rabbanan. The mother that shouldn't be hectic. In the same situation, you deal that is, to say that you want to engage to marry, and you're going to go marry. In a situation where your sister is doing this kind of marriage to a brother, and her older sister is very lost married to another brother. That older sister's husband died. Therefore, she fought the evil, and that fought the evil against this marriage. They become sisters married together. Therefore, the younger one, she will be the property mother over. We also taught as testimony that they marry up a woman's base on and we definitely one witness testifying that her husband died. Those testifying that they still she thinks she's a person. And that for the suffering of his bath is enough, considered all wine is enough before they go. And finally, it's an hour so good. The neck wrap, 4 hours, in other words, require 4 hours into the day. And that's why we calculate the ego that that is calculates 4 hours a day. Rav, the best Shabbos, did a further Shabbos protocol today after the fly, because he heard that the Yeshua that flies at the end of the day, and after the fly is already nighttime. A helmet, so you can only do the final Shabbos after the on the day of the training, but they hold that Mincha goes all the way to the evening. And whoever does, the Mara that is any way, if the entire congregation of Daven the answer, they thought it's nice that Daven Mara, the one Shabbos, the Shabbos, they didn't see that on the third day. They're still words because it's zero, but if they don't understand, he has to receive. Maybe sad in the East America, a sort of before you say against being better and being accomplished after the Shabbos. This is the Shabbos, went to the sauna, and then he fought Torah. The Yirei Ba'ava, who was a helmet cover of Rabbi, got in the Mincha of Friday behind Rab's diving minor of Shabbos. You see from here that Rab didn't think that it was come because the Yirei was still out in his answer. We're not allowed that somebody dying behind you, you're not allowed to take the steps back. You're stripping that, well, we should agree that still is there. However, if it's out of the person, you're allowed. And the only reason why the Yirei was allowed down behind Rab is because he was also a but a regular person, a regular farmer, also to Daven behind this Rebbe. Because he wants the Shekhinah to be part of it. Just like the Rebbe says to someone to a farmer and answer back like he answered today by taking someone to the Hamayri, and also goes to Shekhinah. And if the farmer opens up the Shekhinah without asking permission, Shabbos, on Shabbos itself, and make Havdalah on a cup before Shabbos is over. The very interesting story the Gemara says that the name of Rabbi said that Rabbi Shmuel Bar Yossi stood at this particular pillar and he davened the tefillah of Shabbos, Erev Shabbos, on Erev Shabbos. So it's all the time like that. It happens to be wasn't a pillar, it was a concrete. And it wasn't Rabbi Yossi was a Rabbi Lazar pillar. And it wasn't Erev Shabbos. On Shabbos, rather Shabbos, on Rosh Hashanah. The talk is whether the Erev is obligatory to be has to daven it or not. The Gemara bring them. Therefore, our Mishnah says, "Ein lo kava." Our Mishnah holds that it's not a field. The Gemara brings a very famous story that Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai asked Rabbi Yeshua if he had to daven Erev or not, and he said that they were short. And he went to the action of Gamaliel, who's the Nazi, and Gamaliel said it's a fight. He said, "Wait a minute." Yeshua said it's not a fight. He said, "Let's get everybody come." Everybody comes to his phone and says, "Ask me." He said, "Do I have to daven Erev?" Gamaliel says, "You have to daven Erev." So Yeshua said, "I will ask you." They go. So Gamaliel said, "Does anybody hear the fullest?" And Yeshua said, "No, nobody argues with it." But they said in your name, that Shimon said that you said that he's short. So Yeshua, I can't argue with it. Either way, I'm not argue with it. And Gamaliel forced Yeshua to stand as Yeshua went on. And Tzibor was very upset. He said, the last year when it came to Rosh Hashanah, Yeshua counseled that it's a Kippur. And then Gamaliel said, "I want you to come on your Kippur. I will not even give a with your stick, with your money." And asking for some players, very exciting players, that he made Yeshua stand up like he did today. We have to get rid of him. Who's going to be instead of him? If Yeshua can't be instead of him, we're going to score. We're going to keep trying to instead of him because of the loss of the Sabbath. It has to be replaced by a guy because he's a Chacham. He knows how to answer everybody. He has Sabbath, 10 generations from Ezra, and he's wealthy. He can go deal with the case of the husband has asked after actually wife. So he asked his wife. His wife says, "But what can we do? Instead of the last cup that breaks the next day, then not to be anything. But you don't have right here." And you still have face on that day. It was a mess. And it had 18 rows of right here at Beis Hashem, as we say in pages. Everybody says tomorrow we continue the story in Hashem have a wonderful day.
Exactly. It's just I want to light another candle for Mama Ashley's rice, but god damn, that was delicious. That's why
We're continuing the famous story where they removed Gamaliel as the Russian
chance you're making it is still getting strong and growing.
that big
Ashways was so fucking good, dude. You can generate your fucking whatever with the chocolate sodas you used to give me. Was it cream or something? Okay, they're getting you roast beef, roast beef on a roll. But I had to get the full, I get the chocolate with waiting to get
big fight between David and Yeshua. Whether
I was going to say, I stopped being like, oh,
you're not the third and
it's amazing what you do that 16 years
it
was before one of the Ashways had the mom. Okay, but Mama still came in and great rice pudding, and that was my first time at Ashways. That's how cool this place was. 6 months later, 8 months later, I am going through and going, look, I don't know any place. I'm going to the city. I don't know any place. I don't want to park over there. I'm going to put JFK Boulevard, but I'm getting off. Right before I go into the tunnel, I go to JFK, and then boom, go right into Ashways. I got gotta say hello. I gotta tell them that El Coco they said hello. And then Mama Ashley, not only did I get my roast beef sandwich, she made me an extra one. And then she goes, I heard you love my blue rice pudding, so here, take a bigger thing. And she gave me extra rice pudding. And where was what's the chips that they had there? The Wise chips. What the hell, right? That's the ones. That's the fucking ones.
It's funny, one day we were having a conversation years ago, you were talking about that pizza parlor that they run.
Right, yeah.
That is the best pizza in the world. Like, they like you know, no matter what anybody says, oh, you gotta go to Johnny's on Thursday, you're still go there. There's no taste. You want to fuck with it. That was Ashway's. Only with you and that screaming. Giving gossip and, you know.
Man, how about that heart attack on the roll in the morning, that morning sandwich that she make us? Oh my God, you've been up to it so long.
I started eating it. I'm gonna say you're in 1975. Raphael up there. I was in downtown Kent, and I went up there. The word on the street was if you want to get better in basketball, you gotta go up there and play one of the games in the daytime. Go in there to get food all night. Phenomenal man. The catcher on the baseball team, my mistake, slammed me. And he goes, man, I'm sorry, you know. So he got me a roast beef on mine with Swiss cheese and shaved lettuce. And something like that. It was all over. And it tasted like that. I went there every day after that, so.
And he heard the following I love verse, the name of the judgment on somebody.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the way to go in that time. He wanted that at 2 o'clock. The room wasn't ready to do that, was they?
Yeah.
He had
What?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? It'll be done at 10 in the morning.
Earlier.
So it's like, what are you doing? It's like, bounce check. Bounce check. And they're like, oh, my wife did deposit the funds. That first check. It's the boogie with them. It's only going to get worse than the first basketball game, even if they give you, if they don't catch you right away, they make themselves look solid. What's going on? I don't know.
No one. Anyone who fucking got a coat on, it'll be fine. He just calms down sometimes.
It's not very easy. It's not the right best thing. I have no idea what happened. What I'm saying.
Rabbi is not confess, as you might have heard, tonight is the Zohar of my first grandchild, grandson, and I want to thank everybody from the bottom of my heart. We got close to 400 emails, WhatsApps, text messages. I want to assure you, I read every single one. I just can't reply to that many emails and WhatsApps. I really thank you from the bottom of my heart. It means a lot. It's very touching and moving that people went the extra mile and sent me messages of encouragement and mazel tov and welcoming to the grandfather club, etc. We should all share the symptoms together. The Lord tells us that Shimon HaKoili, he's the one that put together the Shemona Esrei, the 18 brachos that we say every day. And the Shmuel HaKotan is the one that added the 19 brachos. Today we say it's called Shemona Esrei, we say 19 brachos. And the 19 brachos of the Malshinim, it's against the Minim, the Eretz. The Lord tells us that a year later, after the author is davening for the Abadi, and he suddenly forgot this masterpiece that he put together. The halacha is that when a chazan forgets a bracha, we don't remove it. But if he forgets the Malshinim, we must be just perhaps seeing some as a min, and that's why he's not saying it. Maybe Shmuel HaKotan became a min. Just because he's a tzaddik, because the author doesn't mean anything. Says the Gemara, the reason why they didn't remove it is because he started the bracha. And that proves he's not a min. A min wouldn't even start the bracha. Now, if a person is a Russia, and then he did tshuva, it's very possible that he ends his life as a Russian. But when Roman Abaya, when a person starts out as a tzaddik, will he become a Russian later on in life? And this is also depends on the machlokes, whether or not Yochanan ben Gadol is the same person as Yochanan. Yochanan ben Gadol, we know, service from Gadol for 50 years, yet he died as a Russian. The seven brachos of Shemona Esrei on Shabbos 20, we call it Shemona Esrei, the 18 brachos, it's really seven. They are to correspond with the 70 kilos that David said in Kol Hashem Alamayim. The 9 brachos we say on Rosh Hashanah are corresponding with the Asparas, the Parasah, which was on Rosh Hashanah itself. On Rosh Hashanah, Sarah, Rachel, and Hannah, and Nikta, that was both on the side of the Nation of Hashem. On a Tainus, in addition to the 18 brachos, we say 6 additional brachos per day or 24. And we only say these 24 on a day of Rachamim with a fight. Why? Because the first time the 23rd when Yodas, the Shura, is the song that Shlomo said, as it was, the Aaron is going to touch it at the book. What Yeshua said, and you say, the ancient answer, you don't say a Choshen Esrei, everybody's supposed to say, to the ancient answer. What does that mean? What does everybody, these 3 first brachos and 3 last brachos are the regular brachos. Plus there's in between. For the shul, how do you name it? You have before the Shemona Esrei, each bracha consists of 3 words. Baya, which goes, how do you name it instead of Shemona Esrei? Just like you can say have a name every single day, besides the Shah. Because what do you do with the Havdalah that we put in the Shemona Esrei, but after Shemona we put in the Havdalah? And you cannot make its own bracha like we do such a 4th bracha, and according to Eliezer, the reason why we don't count like Eliezer is because you don't insert additional brachas. The other has to be part of something. The only question that remains in the Gemara is, so then why would you say the teacher in at the time we had a couple of words for Havdalah? The Gemara says it's passion. But really, we're not saying Havdalah when it's in the winter time because you can't insert the same color mother with Avinei. And you can't put it together with the bracha of Rosh Hashanah because that would naturally, that would throw the person off. Now, we don't say that someone will get thrown off by inserting Akafin and Hashanah like a payment because very difficult. The beginning of Shemona Esrei, where it says a person has kavanah. They show later on that a person starts spacing out. So when he has kavanah at the payment, at the payment letting gas, then we can insert whatever we want, and he's not going to get confused. But later on, the Shemona Esrei get confused. And we don't insert it purposely by Shemek. If a person made a mistake, you can insert it. If a person doesn't say Masha Baruch and Hashem, you make it repeat the entire Shemona. If a person doesn't say Kalam Baruch and Bracha, you don't make it repeat the entire Shemona unless he's Hashem. You always say Hashem. If a person doesn't say Al Shabbat, Gemara brings numerous pshat. One pshat is that you make it as a burden. Like, when are we going to get over with this? When is this davening going to be done with? One pshat is he doesn't say it like a community. He doesn't say it softly and he's begging for something. Another pshat is that it's a shmei that you don't add your own words. Just read for the siddur and you're done. You're supposed to make it your own. You're supposed to show that you care and add a word to it. There said that's not true. I know how to add my own tefillah, but I know because that can throw me off. Another pshat is that he doesn't daven when the sky is red. In other words, you don't daven Shabbos by Pesachim, you don't daven Mincha by Shkia. All the way at the last moment. And there's sure that we curse those who push up Mincha at the last moment and come to get daven. The Mishnah discusses field Torah in a situation of danger. We should take field Torah short. One of the things we say that field is the whole parsha of Yibur. In the parsha of Yibur, the Gemara explains the pregnancy. But just like when a woman is upset when she's pregnant, so correct, if she goes and is upset, she had a positive virus. Because of the Shalom, just thinking of the little birth. What does it mean? A woman is pregnant, she's upset. The shot is that every good thing comes with pain and aggravation. The Lord said there's a scroll with midnight Yisurim. In order to come to a beautiful, healthy child, go through very vigorous labor and delivery and everything else that's allowed. So just like a woman who's upset, in other words, she goes through pain, but at the end of a beautiful thing, so too finds her like a woman upset them to come to beautiful things. The Lord said at the beginning of the Sabbath that if God wasn't upset by those days that fell on the first Israel, that led people to go over there and be resilient because they didn't have that fear of the possible God. The possible God actually good for us. Good thing. And some people say that this field Torah Shas means when Israel are not doing the right thing, that people are still thinking about Israel. If a person is walking the safari with dangerous animals and bandits, take the Torah, what is the Torah? It doesn't sense. I say, "Return to Shemayim Yimah between Nachas Ruach Yiriyah and Tachas." I told Benecha, I say, "Baruch Haba Hashem Shemayim." Elizabeth Tzaddik says, "Shema Tachas After Yisrael." I say, "Meir Bakashasa." Baruch Hashem Shemayim. There's another one in there, and finally I heard it say, "Certainly I'm for the room, but I think this is a song." The night of the Torah. You wrote that you didn't look echad today part of salsa. Oh my God! Be a day of Torah. You give everybody what they need. That's what you got. You know, I want this is what Rabbi said. Don't get upset. When you get upset, that brings the Aveira. To Aveiros. They should always say, they should never know what it is. He wrote something. He tells the English, the English, etc. Have a wonderful day. Have a great Shabbos. Have a Mazel Tov. It's a good day, everybody.
$3,000. So you know, what is something right here? What? I would just $36. Jesus Christ. I know I'm far away from 3 cheese. Make it work. I guess just check the whole cuts. Yeah. That means I take $1.50 instead of 23 and change. I can still stop on my mother's got a 20 spot. I still got $3 for go.
Robert, that's Robert. If you're going to watch the Super Bowl today, please remember to serve a little bit of party, maybe a halftime and beat the guy. And if you do, don't forget to send some pictures or tell me when they flying around and if they wait until you come out of the city, but not take pictures there. Once you have 8 diamonds with me, subscribe to us inside the video. Or change its homes so people will never see it. Why did you move out? When did you move in? They went together and they were discussing on Tuesday. He still didn't want to do bad in the place. But still, in fact, on the proper road, in the standing position where you say, over there. Riding on a donkey, sometimes when you get off the donkey, you give the donkey to somebody else. But he says you don't because that's going to take away concentration. You're going to continue riding the donkey. A person is blind, so doesn't have a compass. You should think about, especially at the Dashim, when it's hard. The point is, you always have to be facing the virus, which is in the question of the Dashim. As far as you face a straw, which is intention for the Dashim, if you're like, so you can be blind, I'm wearing tefillin. laughing, it means joyful. There, I'm wearing clothes. It's okay. That's a sign for me. Keep me in check. Have a wonderful day. Rabbi Dafnav Aleph, the Lord tells us we have to have a balance between Tefillah and Ra'adah, between being joyful and being fear about the Baruch Hu. Two stories that are identical. Margaret, Ravina, and Rav Asher were both at weddings at different times, and they saw that the crowd was very joyful. With extremely expensive glass dishes, and they broke them. It's the winner to break the glass by a hookah, but they put everybody in their plates. Of course, there's a good on the phone. There's lots of colleagues like, only then when Mashiach comes, can you have people smiling, be happy. Shlokish was Muhammad at the time. He heard this, and from that day on, he never smiled completely. I love it is that when you come to an answer, you should stop it right after you have a din, or after you learn a real Allah, that will take away from your concentration. It has to be Allah Psuga. Allah, there's no argument on it. For instance, the Gemara says, the nice Yisrael, they accept upon themselves that even if they see dam the size of a muscle, you have to wait 17 days. In the right, you don't have to wait 17 days. You have to dam walk around 7 days, and you'll speak on 7 days. Another Allah. With their eyes off, if you bring food into your house, you take meat into the house, through the back door, Shafa, you're parking the mic, you put that up and you have to use the front door, and you have to, if you go out, it has to be still the pipe. Do that, bring it with your shaft, with the shaft of the wheat is, if you get your animal, that's Achilas Haron, and not Achilas Haron. Another Allah. If you let the blood out of an animal, raw blood, you're not allowed to use it if that animal was a carbon. You shaft an animal that's a carbon, you can use that blood, no either. If you didn't shaft it, you are tied to Mila, and you have to bring a carbon to do the copper. Rabbanan said, the halacha is, that when Dash Renesh has to be very Rosh, Syrian, Rabbi says, the halacha is, right before you say Shmones Esrei, you should say halacha b'suga. You don't daven Shmones Esrei when you're sad, when you're extremely happy and joyful, when you just finish a great conversation, or B'Teilim. It has to be in simcha of English. Same with halacha prize. When you take about your friend, it shouldn't be with Kalas Rosh or B'Teilim. The best thing is to give him a great heart that he'll think about and remember you after you leave. Israel Torah says that the only places that are inhabited today in this on earth are places that other Rishon said at the time they should be inhabited differently. Growing, that means that back then other Rishon said it should be treated that way. And amazing concept the Gemara says that when Kiva davened to himself, he started out in one corner of the house, but ended up in another corner, 2 corners, 3 others, each time. He davened. Yet when he davened to the sequel, he was mindful of the other people around him. He davened to really push Shmones Esrei, so they don't have to wait for him. From Daniel, they wanted to kill Daniel, they threw him into the lions, and he said, look, he doesn't listen to Daryavich, he asks a question of the Baruch Hu. Right is because he has windows in his house, he daven towards Yerushalayim, so you see that when you daven, you have to have windows, and you have to have towards Yerushalayim, you daven 3 times, and maybe perhaps the all those 2 fields, you daven 1 shot. That can learn from David HaMelech, who has to be comparative, going with Tzarayim. When you daven Shmones Esrei, it's set up, you say 3 brachas in the beginning, there are shach, and then Baruch Hu, 13 brachas, and we ask for our needs. Why? Because David HaMelech says that the Rina, first is Rina, then Tefillah. One should ask his needs for the bracha of Shemiyat. If you really want to ask for a lot and talk a lot, you should do that all the way at the end of Shmones Esrei. You know the famous story of Hannah. The Gemara says amazing times of Tefillah. Hannah was in a Tefillah. She was married to Hannah the Navi, and she didn't have children. She went to the Beis Hamikdash to Shiloh to daven and really accoyed it. And others literally
This
told her she
podcast
was
is brought to you by
in fact, she ended up having Koil Hanav.
Crescent Church. You get 10% off
The words
and
which
tremendous supplements.
many
Number 2,
pushing
the
from
salon and choice.
it says
Get a great shave at a great price. Conveniently delivered right to your door. Dollar Shave Club. And right now, Dollar Shave Club is going to give you a deal of a lifetime. The new members get the first month of executive razors with a tool from the Dr. Carver Shave Butter for only $5 with free shipping. Go to dollarshaveclub.com and press church. Number 2,
drunk,
Let me
even
explain
that it's
something.
drunk,
These
it's
days,
not
you can practically get everything on demand. Like our podcast, listen whenever you want. Let's get right into you. So why now are you still going through the post office? Dealing with your limited hours when you can get stamp postage on demand with stamps.com. Right now, today, use my name Joey for a full-week trial that includes postage and a digital scale. Go to stamps.com right now and press Joey. Welcome to the church of what's happening now.
I love it. I was the first person that ever called him Garfield.
Monday, June 5th, on Sunday. Uncle Joey's in your living room. Ralphie May's here. Lisa Ian's here.
Lion Jew.
We play some music. The way living in his home is definitely over. Here we go. Oh shit.
He also says I'm a self. I mean, certain three
This
times.
is Joe Perry with the good fucking
The
album.
word I'm a self isolation on Lisa. Why don't you check me the three different ways that you check other women? Give them Lisa. If they weren't happy with Lisa,
No one knows a way from
I am happy.
Oh
Why do
shit.
I deserve
Here we go.
giving me? He says that there's more than Zera Anosh, give me Zera Anosh. What does that mean? A man that's above other men. So the more nourishing either that he's cruel, anointed, love each other, or it means that he has great aspiration and power together, which is amazing.
Here we go.
Or the child is that she has that we should fit in society, she is greater than anybody. She should be a mediocre person, not taller, not smarter, not better looking, not whiter. Then the Pascaria of Isha and said, I'm standing here.
Are you fucking
I'm standing
kidding?
there. She's like, in other
Bring
words,
up the gorilla
I
biscuits.
love her. Somebody's having short answer there.
It's the church of what's happening now.
This is now next to them. Lord knows, the baby told these people,
What's
you have to
happening,
shut
bad
this boat.
motherfuckers?
Go
Happy
get money.
Monday.
She wants
Happy
to kill you with
Tuesday.
money.
Uncle Joe
You
here.
only need to play
The
the
right
other
from a man.
I mean,
My main man.
the way I
Ralphie
love her,
May.
she goes,
Everybody always
I call Ralphie May because
you
that's what
said
the
that.
invitations
Now
are.
you were way out of the rabbis you were. Now you listen. I want to kill.
ex-wife is dyslexic and she programmed and I didn't care. I'm happy.
Spirit.
Everything's great in my world.
Even that very some people. I'll listen to people something more. Gave me everything you gave me in achievement. Yeah, I like the news, the news, the next. Why did you give me the ability to nurse? Finally, Kumar says, Shut up, love this. Not that it's the channel. Hurricane Satan that fits the kindness of this channel. I should explain. Everybody's feeling good.
I'm feeling good, Coco. I'm doing good. I just got back from Denver. It was tremendous. That place is on fire. It's great. The wind was too good to smoke, and it was too good not to cook up. I can't lie to you. Yeah, no, he's back, wasn't feeling no good. Yeah, Dave's the best. I've been trying to get him out there, and I tried to get him a hotel room. The hotel was sold out. And then I've been trying to get him to Vegas, and I want to get Tammy taken care of. Tammy's coming.
Roughly, if I'm not dead,
dead.
one extend the 100 months of my daughter's almost able to take up risk of their son. That's healthy emotion. Yeah, but he's not discussing this. Feel of which Rabbi was Russian change, but holy means feel of which Rabbi. People tell us that God is so holy, good answer why they sin. Because it says in the Pasuk, Asher Ari Osi, I'm the one who's worthy of the one. Yet, getting the point of that answer, like laying the hand of an artisan, the sword of the one that holds us. It's his fault that we sin. That's the reason for that. The understanding is his fault. It's okay to see it. I'm the one that we sin. Yeah. The kind of a live. What shall I say?
Champion, go in, eat breakfast, wake up, get motivated instead of being all bummed out, depressed, laying up in the bed all day. You know, that's all I was for.
Any Shmidei, leave me alone so I can go destroy them. Meaning, if you don't leave me alone, I can't destroy them. So much Rabbeinu, it's like a muscle where a king is sitting up the sun, and the king's best friend is watching the corner and he's going to say something. When the king tells the son, you're lucky that my friend is here, otherwise I would have killed you. The friend realizes that he has power.
I don't know. That's as soon as it gets done, it's done.
But the Torah wouldn't have said it before. Will be much the same. The Torah says that Moshe Rabbeinu
That's all in the middle of the weekend, dude.
wouldn't let him go until
60,000 here, 70,000 there, 85 over here. I mean, there's 6 lawyers involved in 2 states. So, I mean, it just keeps on adding up. But, you know, I'm married a great girl. She's a great mom to my wonderful children. And God bless. That's all you can do. I want her to find love and be happy and just go about it.
star in the sky. I don't know.
Zero.
But
Where are you from?
we're both for your sake.
Oh, okay. Okay, North Andover. Sudbury is near. Oh, I know where Sudbury is. Oh, yeah. There used to be a Chinese food place there that had nani. Oh, yeah, no, that probably in Sudbury. Yeah, I think they had coffee and water once. No, but it's two-headed. But and then there's Kowloon's. Okay. Route 1. Yeah, it's on Route 1. And then Sudbury had a Chinese place that I did comedy at one time. It was owned by Nick's. So I did that. I think so. That's crazy. Yeah, I never had that. I drove through video. Seeing where you were. One of the last time I went to see my mom. I wanted to go along. She ended up driving me through the county. Just drove past my own house. It was weird. She's my babysat for 2 years in college and about to go to college now. And you can't go home. It's different. Yeah, it's terrible.
Just 35 fucking years ago.
Without a doubt. First of all, I'm a man now. Yeah.
Rothschild'S is given the guard tells us a story. There was a constant David transferring, and a non-Jewish officer walked by to the Lord and he refused to answer until he was transferring. Said the officer, "Break up, you're a fool. In your own Torah it says, you should the boys and she says, if you watch your soul, I can take my knife and cut your head off. What do you do?" He said, "Give me a moment to explain this. If you yourself are talking to the king, somebody saying no to you, would you stop? No. And if you did stop, what would the king do?" The guy says, "Come on. Okay, come on, fire. I told the mouth, nothing, nothing is powerful. How can I stop?" We learn in the mission of if a snake wraps itself around somebody's leg while they're transferring, you don't stop short answer. Yeah, if it's a scorpion, says the Gemara, scorpion, they'll attack for no reason, you must stop short answer. In fact, if a person is thrown with a snake, we testify that that person is dead. Why? Because once you go to the domain and you cause them to be uncomfortable, they will attack you. However, if you go into the pit of lions, you can't testify the person is dead. Because lions don't always attack. It's a very hungry incentive. If you see a bull coming towards you and dying for that way, you must stop immediately. If it's a bull that never attacked humans, doesn't have 3 attacks against humans, then if it's within 150 animals, you run. And if it's a bull that attacked humans, as long as you can see it, you have to get out of there. Because the saying in Aramaic, see a bull, run to the roof and take the ladder with you. Because the bull will attack is unpredictable. Shmuel says that's only a bull, but sometimes a black bull, there's so much food around that it goes crazy. Bring a story with an even based on a guy right, some call it a man. There's a very special animal that's the product of a snake mating with a goat. And if it bites a human being, there's a race. So we get to the water first. If the human gets first, then the right dies. If the right gets to the water first, then the human dies. And there's a right causing a lot of trouble and went to it. And he said, "Show me where he lives." He put his foot on his hole, and I right bit him. And when this happened, that there was a ma'ayan that opened up right below his feet, and there was water. He got to the water first, and he killed that right. He put that right foot on his shoulder. According to the basic measurement, said, "Ain't that right made us? That right doesn't kill us. It's our sin that caused us to die." And then the people said, "Wow, we feel bad for this right that comes in through Hanina Mitzvah." Then in the Mishnah, we say, "Masha in the Bracha B'chaya Mason," because rain is the same thing as these Hamazon, the same power, the same mix. We say the same Talmud of Bracha, and the purpose of Hashem, the Bracha Parnasa, because having our field with rain, that's our kind. Havdalah comes in the Bracha Chodesh Adas. You know that, and you say the bridge between Chodesh and Chol coming in cars. And one say it's because the first bracha is saying the weekday. Every Shemini Esrei says 3 brachas in the beginning, 3 brachas end. So the first bracha of the weekday is Atah Chaim. And remember that 3 things, 3 words that are surrounded by the name of Hashem. One of them is Be'ah, Seichel. So it's a Where you think that's it? You say something. In fact, if you don't, person that doesn't use say something, we don't have enough money. Based on Mikdash. Mikdash is wrapped around with Hashem's name. Also, the person that uses the same built the base on Mikdash. The color revenge we need to explain because revenge seems like a bad thing. The person no, in fact, revenge can be a good thing, depends on how it's used. If it's used against our enemies, then it's a really good thing. Rabbi Kiva and Rabbi Elazar say that the bracha of Havdalah is not inserted in the Atachayim. Rabbi Kiva says it's its own bracha by itself, it's its own bracha. And that's why Rabbi Elazar says you insert it in Ma'ariv. The question is, where does this Machlokes come from? If Klal Yisrael had a tradition to make Havdalah every single month of Shabbos, then where can you have Machlokes? Just look at what Anshei said to do and that's it. The answer is because there were three Hakadas from and therefore there's a lot of confusion. The first Hakadah was to say Havdalah in short because Klal Yisrael didn't have money to buy wine and say it over. Later on, when they became wealthier, they changed that. They said, no more shul, let's do it on a cup of wine. But then Klal Yisrael became poor. They had to change it. They said, let's instead of changing it every other generation, let's just make one cup of it. Let's say it in shul, and we'll say it on wine. Whoever can't afford it, will be mixed up with shul. And that's where the confusion came from. If a person only made Havdalah on the cup of wine, he has to say Havdalah in Shemona Esrei because the first Hakadah was to say it on Shemona Esrei. But what if it's the reverse? The person said Havdalah, the Shemona Esrei, was repeated at home, and we know the answer, we repeat it at home. It's the right that says you don't repeat it because shame will show. It's a problem about Havdalah. You don't say Hashem's name for no reason. It says, this is their right. According to Rabbi Yochanan, you do repeat it at home, and that's not allowed. And this brings us to you can ask a riddle. How is it if a person eats one kazayis of bread, it will be higher than his 24 brachas? And the answer is, if a person forgets to say Havdalah in Shemona Esrei, then he goes home and makes Havdalah on a cup of wine. Now what if he ate a kazayis of bread before he made the Havdalah on the cup of wine? Then we penalize him and we make him say Shemona Esrei again with Havdalah, and that's Shemona Esrei, plus he has to make because there wasn't the 24 brachas. So what's the Shabbos? There's no other fighting. So where do we insert the Havdalah? According to Rabbi Kiva, it's not a problem. Unless it's not a problem, they can insert it in their own brachas or Michael. The answer is that Rabbi Yochanan says, and there's three Lashonos of Rabbi Yochanan. One is the Lashon of Moedim, which means that everybody agrees to Rabbi Elazar, or the Lashon of Matan, that we lean towards Rabbi Elazar. We don't tell people in public that I don't think Rabbi Elazar that you insert Havdalah in Moedim. And the final Lashon is Nira. We can see Rabbi Elazar's word. In other words, we don't tell not in public, we don't pass him like that to an individual, but if an individual said Havdalah by himself in Moedim, we don't make him repeat. But according to Rabbi Yosef, we say, and that's how we pass him today, we say, after the end, in the middle, after the Hakadah, we start, we say that the end, which describes the Moedim, and we are grateful that His Parents are giving us all the Chukim, and differentiating between Shabbos and Yom Tov, because the Kedusha of Shabbos is greater than Yom Tov. Said the Mishnah, if somebody tries to give a Shabbos to his brother and says, no, his brother, even have Rahmanas on rivers, you should go, you made us, you should go to Hatan, we don't be quiet. Either because that's going to create jealousy between other animals and birds, or because I think you understand Hashem's ways. When you do mitzvah, you have to do the mitzvah because Hashem says to do the mitzvah, not because you understand the logic behind the mitzvah. The verse says, Moedim, and it says that he said again, Moedim, it's just as if he's talking to two different entities, and he's telling them to be quiet. If a person says, I call Hashem's great chesed, all the good that he does to me, you tell them to be quiet, because you have to thank Hashem even for the bad. Just like you thank Hashem for the good, you thank Hashem for the bad. You say, Baruch Ha'enem. There's a person that was sitting in front of Sanita, and he started saying, okay, those are what he said, but he added, etc., etc. And when he finished, Sanita said, that's all you have, that's all you got. In other words, in the Torah it says only 3 shkam, and Ezra only said 3. And actually it's like they were reciting 3, so say 3. Otherwise, twice, it's as if you are belittling Kodesh Baruch Hu. It's that much worse, like saying on a person that has that much gold, and you say, oh, it has a lot of silver. We know that everything's in the hands of heaven besides Yerushalayim. I'm not sure what it says. What does the show want from you? Only to do a little bit of Yerushalayim. It seems like it's very easy. It's very difficult. And you see that there's Baruch Hu only has, in this Oitzar, all he has is Yerushalayim. In other words, Kavetz Yerushalayim. The answer is, Moshe Rabbeinu was so good at Yerushalayim, he didn't realize how difficult it is for everybody else. So he considered it a small thing, having a wonderful day.
I was living like a fucking prince. As long as I had that accent, I always had too much cash. Because it was an 85-hour investment, and I was getting back 300. So I was making 15 for every 100 check. I was 200 in 2 days. When you're fucking 16, you're making 215 every 2 days. It's only how many is that?
Roughly $700 a Christian words of Shema. It says Shema Shema.
Transporting
really not nice. But a person who's every time you twice, that seems like that.
was the softest
It's worth me having some other.
It was
Doesn't
I was completely
take
safe.
a metal hammer and give him a nice crack.
Completely safe. I would sell Black Beauty.
Says the Mishnah,
I would sell ups.
if a ship or a body
My Joe would sell me a quarter pound for
can't
$2
compete
million.
further, the military network,
And I'd sell for
the
millions
another
of
body.
So you make double the dollars. Fucking time I usually make more than
First time you're asked,
I'm like a savage for
the second time you start getting your question to go, however, and this is an emergency,
Jesus
no
Christ.
time for refusing, not refusing, they don't just get up to these
Taken away
places,
in this country.
go.
See, that was a house and that was a way of life. Guys like Ralphie, they guys that figure out a way how to make a great living. It's not bust down. So what they would do is they would fucking get a job that they work 8 months a year, but in June they would guarantee layoff. They would collect unemployment until October. And the whole summer they lived making $450 in cash from unemployment. Plus you get a grant a week or selling something. Buy 100 quails and sell it at the bar in 1 night. So it was $200 a month. When that gun bleeds, wait, all you gotta do is take a piece of quail, break it down, and eat it. Put it in your pocket. Come to my house at 6:30. Come to my house at 8 because I'm like a Muslim. Just when my mother's marriage, when my mother's come to my house at 8:30. I give you 100 gorilla biscuits, right? You don't have to wrap them in a little just put it in your pocket. I saw it done. I saw guys clean over the guys that get a college education. I have an arts degree. I know guys like you. Right. Oh my God. Friday and Saturday. Friday and Saturday. Something like that. You run for whales. They go apart. They buy the half. Golly, buy the half a dollar biscuit. Put it in your pocket. Pretty soon your eyelids start to close like that. People will know. People will call you and say, "Wait, hold on. Let the government find you. Just tell them about the battery on the line. Tell us to go New Jersey.
I had in Montebello, in Lodi, Texas. It's so funny.
We know when we got to that,
That's the bullshit. That's how easy it was.
That's how easy it is.
The biggest.
I'm looking for it. I know. It's around here. There's a fucking big in here.
It was so crazy when you think about it. And my shame was probably like, no idea about it. There was a time I was running good. And I still to this day have all the shit I did. There's two things that I sit back and giggle and know how the fuck on Sundays, around, everything's right. That's my weakness. Alright, I take Joyce right around the world. Yeah, I don't think about it. I walk around, you get the soup, the chili, the wings. I only wait for 160. Kelly look at Joey and also look at sandwich. I'm like, okay, I go start walking. The water get ready.
And then I get a gauntlet.
I think 3 or 4 times. With Joey,
You might be your getaway driver without him knowing it.
It was always a by the way. I would give you what you're looking for. But you ain't gonna come here. You ain't gonna give me a ride, a shirt. I gotta take a shower in your house. I gotta do something.
Yeah, boy, but the tire don't run. Keep it on go. You don't need no air right now.
I was spotless. I was just so really like a woman. And when I was 6 one day, sitting down in the Jersey area, I noticed they had scratched my head. There's another shoe off. And I go over and then I draw a white creation. I was afraid I would go to save weight and steal vitamins. So his mother was saying she would need a bag of nothing. Regardless of the bad, stealing Jersey. The Spanish army when they paid $1,000 for that shit. It was a war. Scared. It was like, it didn't stop. It was that one expired. 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 One was high. That expired. Like, got really this. It was 6 months.
So they just did the paper.
3 times a week. I would eat at a fine restaurant. Tremendous lunch. I think they went on. They invented cameras because of you. I think it was because of people on like big cars that was for $50. It was a lunchtime crowd. Your restaurant had to be packed.
Yeah.
It had to be packed. If you live there when you were,
You can't look at it too long.
they could look at it too long. You would have to take when they had really lunch or a restaurant. They had 3 things. In those days, they didn't call me. If it was under $50, 28, 32. They didn't call. They just went this.
Rolling down on the way.
Red was very clean. They like to look at the names of all your male, black, dude. I was in Korea for a week. I became whatever they became. I was a Chinese guy about 2 months. I lived in San Francisco. I was a Chinese guy for 2 or 3 months. Because I used to go to fucking Japan. San Francisco. And it was only people who would take travelers to travel around. So whatever reason. They would go, yeah, man, I was on you did the time for that credit card. You can't. You have no idea. That's how it was. We have to talk to the people. Like, you know, we try to get that watch. We try it out. I don't get this one off. She goes, get back to it. We're trying to make some deals out of this. Everything all right. I think you think, let's go. You take it for how we use the credit card.
Yeah.
Here I'm over the
Say tomorrow.
Yeah, but
You know what I'm saying? I'm over the reason. I'm throwing different options at you. The skull, I gotta have like 41. I gotta show
I've seen you do that.
No, you gotta walk in there like you own the fucking place. Every guy would be spun out and have a great time. You give the card. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Kim.
Thank you. Yes, I did.
Second.
You're not gonna argue. Damn, you want to fall down for a license.
Shut up.
One night, you gotta ask who it is. We got around. You know, it's right. But you wouldn't know what's happening, right?
Or even if
I
you
went
have
to
another
it was one of his if I stole a credit card in LA and I sent it to you home to my mail in
I
Jersey,
would use that.
you had 2 days to go bananas. Because the only breakdown inside. So we break down in the West Coast.
I might have to make a run before. It'll be
You
complicated.
did it on Friday. You did till
Only there was a balance. Remember in those days I was saying you leave me there.
Problem is,
Like
you're right.
I had to watch me. I go buy $5 for traveler's checks. Can we get you fucking 30 cents on the dollar or whatever? Then we bang you t-shirts. You have no idea.
Give it to the
You have no fucking idea. I can make it day. Right? So you read Louisiana.
red.
The onion ones that I use to travel checks.
Maybe combine the two,
It would
both
cost
of
me
them
nothing.
together. Well,
The
the two of
traveler's
them are
checks would
special
cost me
spread
nothing.
and
Okay,
wine
30
because
cents
the
on the
other is
dollar,
there.
maybe a favor.
Learn it out from the
Like those days
student
that you
to me and the
used to
actual
get
make a
car
problem.
traveler's checks.
No, so you need to have experience with other food done.
So I was the only one
So besides, there's another one that says,
So they tell me what they want up in Japan.
how does
And I
it
get them and I'm charging
go?
them.
Does it grow the ground?
It was like go 50%
Exit
off.
finish.
And what are they gonna do?
There's where we have to come up with the odds.
They couldn't even pick the fucking
As
place.
far as
Oh
I'm
my God.
also the benefits
Fucking crazy.
is
For my business shit.
rough.
Keep me up in
How do you come up with this stuff, man? Like just on the fly, make these big like it's you're one of empire.
You're out there. You're a one-man army of daily basis. You wake up in the morning, you go to Charlie's. You want breakfast, you put on that. And you told me you're done by 5. You go to pay something, you want a little more pressure. You go breakfast on the fucking tab. You're gonna come back by 5 with $10. If I gotta make the whole minus 10, it's 9 a.m. I gotta put this fucking shit together. I gotta go have a gram glass. Ladies, my fucking sure they're gonna go
Before you make a rough,
Strawberry daiquiri.
also makes you happy.
fucking
oil was ready, different red
flying back
oil,
to the air,
in
give
the
me some
restaurant, the
this guy went
oil
to my mom's
becomes
wake.
up in the
Wow,
and
like I
then
go
the
back
rest
that
of
deep with
and you
Steve's
shove
girl
it,
and his
oil,
family
and
and shit. So
you butter it, which
I'll
is
be praying for my
a certain
Wednesday
mixture of
open.
it,
Fuck me,
put
the heart,
oil, olive oil,
the surgery.
over there, the
Go
oil,
ahead,
and
man.
it won't make the proper
Went
oil.
home one
However,
day, I got a rush to
if
the
you're
hospital.
smoking, you're eating the olive oil, and you butter it because you want the olive oil to use up the oil. If you make a proper mercury rate on the olive oil, even though you're doing it for medicine, you have to make a proper
35 years, guys, you listen to this podcast, like, what the fuck is Joey talking about? What are you talking about? It goes fast, motherfuckers. It goes real fast. Real fast. I know next year I'll go around for 20 years, right?
Yeah.
98. That's how fast this motherfucker goes. I know Ralph is from
Roughly,
Florida.
9/11
They get
was
married.
was different
They have a
things.
big
It
house, they
wasn't
have
the
2
type of
kids,
make
they
a
have 2 houses.
people plant
And a bus.
olive trees with the olive
Now
oil.
back to what else?
Right.
Our no house.
Olive oil has an opposite way where it doesn't harm your body. Very creative.
I'm so lucky, dude. The guys at Caesars are treating me super nice now. You know what I mean? It's phenomenal. They're class acts. You know, and I can't be mad the way I'm being treated, and I'm making it great.
Flour from barley
I
is
get no
different.
people all the time.
Since it causes harm to the body,
We were talking earlier
yet on
about
the
this
other hand,
West
it does give the body some sustenance. Hard. Therefore, you make a shahako. Salt or salt water, you also make a shahako. But the hard people that sometimes taste it, but
Oh my God.
and therefore it's a shahako. Or especially pyrrho, it's something that comes out of a pine tree, some say some shoot that comes out. Eventually, it becomes part of the tree, part of the The question is right now, that's kind of what roughly you make. So if people say you make bird green, well, then we'll call it. If they actually make a shahako, because eventually it's hard to get.
I can see him going down and they hit the light of every elevator. So I saw him and I could see him down at the bottom. And I'm just like, I got hit by a kid who was coming in from the swimming pool. Okay. And I had the keys in my hand. And I got hit by a little girl. And on my head. And boom. They just right in the middle. It took 2 years, but the Hillman or the Marriott, whatever it is, they gave me my keys back. But luckily, I had an extra key in the car, so all I had to do was get it over.
It was Saturday.
Yeah, no.
It was a thousand fucking miles away.
Yeah.
That's why I don't, everybody like young guys that get that fucking soul food. I was with my family.
A lot of
The
this
way
is
I
the
live is
mirror
all I've seen.
that
Comedy store, just gotta do it.
very
Go to the ego. What is
You're
it?
going to make a rock on
What is it? You tell me.
and you make eight on the berry itself and on the husk that's around the berry.
Fucking
And on
open
the
place.
leaf and on the thing, you
I
make a high double.
guarantee nobody fucking lives.
We know that Arlo, the first 3 years of the
Because
tree,
that effort.
are the right. You can't have any benefit. The right.
You'll know too.
It's good
You'll know
flowers,
sometimes they
it's
give you a
durable.
check, you look at it, you go,
But you have a
that's
concept
what that fucking
that
time is.
both
Right?
the
Drink
flowers,
the
like
24
the
on the
most
triple run.
lenient
Triple run.
This is the most lenient. When it comes to paperback, don't take Meister from 1 out of 4. Take Meister from the berry itself. Not from the leaf, not from the leaves.
You know what? It's great. Yes, I can do it now. I did one basically earlier this or last year, but I did it in bus. Yeah, but it was a bus. It was great. It was great. I guarantee I wasn't playing. But here in a car, driving 12 hours, and then you're driving, and then the next day you gotta get up and drive another 12 hours, and then the next day you have another 12 hours, and then the Thursday, you crisscross where you're gonna be. Like you're gonna be, you're in one axis, and then you're in Missouri, and then Yakima in one axis, you're only like 80 miles apart. Then you gotta go to Lewiston. Then you gotta go over to fucking Oregon, and you're
Paperberry, if you
There's
really
something
touch,
you gotta
if
remember
you
when you're
name
on
the
the show.
paperberry, it doesn't go to
So
waste.
you don't
It's
stay
beautiful,
till
it's
11.
nice, it's not a protector,
11:30,
it's a high amount
you
of.
gotta have a drink. They pay you.
When it comes to
You gotta
a
talk shit.
pomegranate,
These
it
people
has a
don't see
crown,
civilization.
and inside the crown, you
They
have
don't see
something that's called a
anybody.
mate.
You're the biggest thing that's
Small
coming to
flowers
their
of variety.
town. So
Underneath
fucking
that,
the guy who shot the president came in there. What you know,
this side, right there, is the thing. That makes more sense. It's
it is
considered
crazy. It's got to be the radio.
and
Like
it's
using all
also
the college
including the
stations,
sheer
radio
of
stuff.
in
They'll
order
come
for
out.
becoming,
Yeah,
you have to have the
California.
debate. You only have to make a
Sit
visit
down and talk to them.
considered
So you will get
so
back to the room at
the mate,
1:30.
on the other hand,
Or I'm
is
fucking
not in charge of the food.
driving 10 hours to 5:30. You come home, take a shower, eat.
Yet,
Go
when
to
it
the
comes to
fucking show.
art,
Go right back
the
to
mate
bed.
is also often
And
unrepresented
fucking do it all over again.
because
It's a
it's
6-hour
considered a
drive.
timer, it's a protector,
On
even
Friday,
though
you guys
it's
like
more
a
of
10.
really
And then if you're lucky, it's the same place, maybe an hour.
the insert
But no better. Some nights you gotta fucking drive all
if
day.
they have,
because you gotta beat the snow.
they have to destroy this.
You
What
gotta
the
be
sheer
the
is
place out. You gotta drive back.
Saturday
Saturday night, after you've done all that driving. How do you do it, Joey, without being GPS? Like, can you do that? Yeah, motherfucker. It was like 95.
All the other things would be similar once they start growing.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about
At that
life
time,
cycle?
vision was a lot better than what it is now.
So how
I
often is
tapped
that
out once I moved
you
to
are
LA.
another way to feel like you're
Thompson guy.
Thompson guy.
each
I got
smartphone
years
that
of
you
stuff.
have a
I built one
that
of my
you have the same
neighborhood.
thing.
I'm okay with maps because I was always got the 3 or 1 days.
Earlier,
Yeah, I was a week long.
it wasn't
By the way,
everyone
I
that
was one of those assholes.
However,
Some about my numbers in the plan together.
visualization is
Somebody
the
got
highest
it.
part of the
Triple
voice and the work on it will be
Get the state,
I love it.
drive it out, and then
What
go
if
to that
it's
page.
dry?
But
Like
wait
we
a
have today,
fucking
dry
I'll
black
take a
pepper,
clip and
shot,
on that page, hit your page, and get the connector.
the highest part.
And then I would circle
Dry,
that,
you're not
and
highest
then I
part,
would get the
you're only
directions.
just
And they also send you
Ginger,
directions.
which is dry,
They
you
will
know,
also
I'm
send you the night
you need it.
of the game
Whatever is
and
part
how
of
you're
it,
going to get there.
a particular food that comes from push,
So
not
to the
saying.
next game, so while you got there,
Others say it's
let's say your week
What
started
it is
Tuesday,
very
Saturday.
heavy on ginger.
That's 5
So
nights.
first of all, we're not
How
working
you
on
got to
the apple because first thing,
Wenatchee,
fresh
Washington.
ginger,
That
yes,
got
the
you
rum
one,
is behind
got you
level,
from once you
and
get
the
to
Gemara
Wenatchee,
finally talks about
Tuesday night,
bison. Some
you're
sort
going
of
to the place
oatmeal,
in Rock Springs,
if you eat it as is, it's the oatmeal or the oat or one of the Mishnah.
Washington.
The rubble
And
is
you
like,
probably go to
I
the
had a
soul
lot of
motherfucker.
honey to it.
Now
It's
people
like,
like
the
Donovan
honey recipe
Richards.
though, the
Those
main part
days,
is the honey
you
different
know,
than
was
chocolate.
yeah,
And according to
we never
Rabbi,
had 24
since
hours.
it has one of the five meanings, one of the five grades, the recipe goes, goes up. Even if you have the five grades, the five grades are in there. The five
And like what happened with
the item,
weather,
such as the
construction?
say,
Fuck you.
Accident.
flowers,
Let's pretend.
put
Let's
together,
pretend.
it acts as glue.
But that's
Then,
a
the
game.
rubble
It's
is being
7 hours.
chocolate on a wonderful day.
Because we around people really chew each other. And we there's gonna be snow. Guys like me around people, you know what time it is. No those and Mountain Dew.
Yeah, right along.
No those and Mountain Dew. Back in the
It's
car.
on the side.
We're in the fucking car. And we're in the stand.
No.
We get right in the car. No hotel knows what's coming with the media. And we'll get there as the snow
Probably
starts.
not anxiety. When the
By the
person
time
eats
we
a
get to that
mixture
city,
that
the snow
includes
starts
one of
getting
the five
in.
grades,
We're
that's the
taxing.
big
We're
very
driving
good.
tonight.
Unless, like you said, like the day, they
So
put you down,
How would you
the
find
five
the
grades
weather
are active,
at that
binder,
point with
but it's chocolate.
Yeah.
Now we're going to be discussing the subject of
But we also read the paper. You know, that's
red,
I still
orange,
do
and
that. I still like reading
what
the
is it?
newspaper.
Johnson
And,
says
and
bird
it's like nobody does that anymore.
and blood hunt is pedigree. But many others we showed them on the film interaction, Brooklyn and Halacha, that bird is what we call today rice, but in Israel, bird is the truck. So what bracha you make is rice, bread, and what bracha bread. The
Fucking
Torah
El
was like,
Chapo.
answer for all, and you make a shachar, and afterwards you make a burn of shachar. This would come as a very big surprise to a lot of people. My point of view is on the other end. You make oitzi and a breakfast hamazon on rice. Banan, and this is how we pass it today, make a zonos and a boirin and kosher. knows we make a very nice Allah. But once you mention very the question, you have to mention places. Different places. This is said, very the question is Rabbi. It's essential to life. Bread and water. People should bread and water. All my shoes are also not happy and never should point. It means all the luxuries that are not essential to life. Imagine what we could give us just bread and water. All we eat all day long is bread and water. How boring. But if you gave us steaks and chocolate and candy and pizza, all the great stuff, what about oatmeal? Hey, Rothschild, we make a oatmeal porridge. The first one I got on we make it, and we make it all mixed. But according to your meal, the spaces that you make a beer can come when you're done eating oatmeal. Somebody can choose drink, make a beer for you. Rather than make it, it depends. If it remains as a bread, it looks like a bread, they make. But if it doesn't look like bread, make it a line of says you have to be more specific when it comes to very free halama. So in the Mishnah he says that if you're eating cabbage or lettuce, you have to make very mine. Over here he holds that if you choose grain, you have to make very mine zurah. What if you choose rice? You make also very free halama. And if you ground it, baked it, and cooked it, and it remains looking like rice bread, you make a mizrah. According to your meal, all shivas aminos, pomegranate, dates, have to make a purpose and measure when you're done eating. I believe it's one of the stories that there's a meal and a key to the you should have gone to my rehab. My rehab was nice, dog. Nice. I hold that oh, no. This was
wet sock or a ladle of pancake batter up against the wall. It's like Stymie when he got hot with the ink. an Ojibwa Indian, okay, on the Red River Reservation up in northern Minnesota. He has like 9 kids adopted, and he's a stand-up comic, and he's a member of the Church of What's Happening Now. Fuck yeah. John Robbins, you're a fucking funny motherfucker, alright? And I work with him because he's fucking phenomenal. No, dude. They like me, man. I raised a bunch of money for them, and they're like, man, I'm glad that thing happened. I didn't know how fucked the Indians were. Did you know how fucked they are? I didn't know that. I thought like after like the Trail of Tears, I went to school in Arkansas, you know. This is what happened to the Indians, okay? It's like after the Trail of Tears, I guess I thought everything just worked out.
Another third riding order was Michael McGee's and he put 7 times. And we haven't put a dog on it. You see the 3 nephews, like his original Rothschild remains. These are clear out of sort of stay Rothschild on the salted olive. The salted olive has a lot of they have no rise to the north of Iraq. Made it happen before. Tomorrow, we go to the storm of the morrow, but it's storm of the morrow, or you settle the morrow, it's not like the morrow. Why? Because the morrow is leaving its morrow later. And it's wonderful.
It was crazy, very funny, and very low-key. You don't make no drama. You don't make people walk in. You know what I'm saying?
So what about Rager? Was it Rager?
Rager wasn't there. Rager at that time was 11. At that time, this was the
Rothschild got on the best. He was a story that was 8, a very salty olive. The question is, how did you make it Rothschild? Where did you make it Rothschild? You have to eat a shear of an olive sauce. Every olive has a pit. And therefore, that olive that he ate was less than a shear. Talking about very large olive. Shear of the precise medium olive. So even with my pit, it's still not a shear of the medium olive. If you have two foods of holy work, one is the Hadana, and one is the Shahaka. Make it Rafa and Hadana first. Let's say the both are Hadana first. If you like one of them more than the other, you must use the Rafa and the one you like basketball. Say first one, I know it's from either. I was seeing it from the back of the first. Run out in front of them. And now we had the whole discussion yesterday. What's the Rafa was started? Is it Shahaka or Hadana? You run in front of them. Which is Harvard's bird, and also Nebraska, which is Melvin's fish. Go ahead and if you make it, you went ahead, jumped ahead, got us some questions, and made it drop on the beach. Fred, laughed at him, but the bird was very clever. Instead of you laughing at your friend did it because he likes music more than anything else. Another question. What could these two not Kanoim was when you have a situation, you have two foods of protein. One, you both have the same problem. It's cabbage and the meat have the same problem. But one you like more, you like the meat more. But one is more filling, cabbage is more filling. Therefore, you make the rough on. One makes the rough on the meat, the other makes the rough on the other one. The other one makes the rough on the one. Whether we make the things that are uncooked. That's
what this became.
It's just weird. Very thinly. But it's form and Shahaka. I was going
to ask you, they actually survived 20 years.
No cases is Shahaka. But Ghana says if you have the fish made out of onions, and it has less than that make it ourselves. What about
the tolerance to the weight? Okay.
You don't make it a
you gotta be. Have you been a good weight driver yet?
No.
me a clue every once in a while. You never fucking brought it around me. No. Right. But nothing disrespectful. You know, like if like when I first got introduced, you get put out cold right there. Oh, God. But you were always a gentleman. I wasn't even talking about that. I was just talking about like him torturing you like that. Oh my God, the torture. Okay, all right, Lee. I broke my fucking hand. I hit a guy at the fucking at the post office because he pushed an old lady down because she couldn't hear the Asian lady. She was an old Russian lady, right? And he couldn't hear the next go date. Okay, and so the Russian lady was standing there, and this douchebag pushed her, and she fucking snapped her fucking arm. Right in front of me. So I turned around and hit the guy, and it fucking broke my hand. Okay, and so I go home. I'm fucking calling Joey, and I'm shook up, man. Like Coco is like a shark. If he smells blood in the water, if you're upset about something, that's what he's going for. All right, and so he called me up. And goes, get out of there. Get out of there right now. The police are coming right now because you knocked the guy out. Go out the back door. I'm outside in El Compadre. Alright, go out the back door right now. Alright, and I ran out the back door thinking they did, and I didn't have my key. So I walked myself out of the back of Gardner, so I had to walk all the way out. And you're fat, you're mad. Okay, you're mad. Like, now I gotta walk up the front. I'm thinking about going down to John Wall's house, okay? You know what I mean? It's crazy. I think most of them together. Big one. And it's crazy. Some political shit. I think I'm in that group. Where's this space of a broken girl and a white girl? That's similar. What I love is that you have a large snap of onion. It's better. Yeah. Everybody else, the biggest is that it takes my shoe photo on. That's it. I put aside the half onion to get away. So all I know right now set aside whole onion. I always separate it. Better ones are more comfortable, even if it's local. I get up and have coffee. And I thought you were going to be in the house. I thought, got tea, just come in, put the weight up, go to bed, and then take a shower and go to sleep. Alright, we didn't give a shit. Alright, and Joey wasn't there. It was about 10 o'clock. And I made breakfast, and no Coco. What happened? So I go over to gather the boy, and there's the king of the zombie, and Bolivian flu like a motherfucker. And then you're sitting up just to talk to each other, and you smell like pussy, coke, and booze. Oh my God. A lot of people usually have broken bread. And you know, boy, like that, and little shit dogs ran up to you. Pissed on your head. That little shit dog. Yeah. Motherfucking asshole. They're both dead now. I know. That's a big move. Nobody mentions Freddie Soto. Nobody mentions Mitch Mulaney. Nobody mentions Mitch Hedberg, except for fucking Davis Jones. Nobody remembers nobody. You know, it's like they pay no respect.
Rothschild's staff meant that a person talks right after he says Hawaii before he must repeat the bracha, unless he says things that are important to the bracha, like he tells someone in his family, here, take a piece of olive from the bracha. Or if he says, pass me the salt, that's my flake, and the judgment says, that's not. Shimon said, even if you say, we must make it for our animal, it's also not enough, because part of the bracha is also being used before you feed your own animal. You didn't prepare yourself before you make choices. In other words, make sure that everybody has their salt and everything's made with bread. Otherwise, it can be excellent. Unless you're eating mostly a very good piece of bread that doesn't need salt, doesn't need any sugar. After every meal, some salt. After drinking beverages, you should have a little bit of water that prevents bad breath and aspiration from the words that people come to term at night. A lot of water, a whole flask of water for every bread. In other words, put it in your stomach first. That prevents diseases of this type. Blood pressure once every 30 days. That's really good. Prevent stroke. And if you eat it every day, that prevents bad breath. If you eat mustard once every 30 days, that in general, if you eat it every day, it's not very good. It weakens the heart. Small fish like sardines, which is the same show, and it causes the blood up in the environment, and it heals the entire body. It's wonderful. Like I wanted Freddy to spell, but he like his child was called. Alright, I would have that on the show. And then have Shady Grady come in. You do a lot of that. I know, man. Shady Grady, whatever. That smell is really bad. It's considered one of the 60 sound levels. One of the 60 poison. And that's the thing where you wouldn't put push it into you and it can cause death. Or it does this. Human mother was making death with heads up, and she removed it because of the bad odor. What is that? We learned that through the holes that when it comes to vegetables, you have to narrow it down a little bit more. So you have to say, very immediately to the shop. Where did you get this from? But the Holy says, Baruch Hashem, young. You don't have to bless Hashem at night. The answer is that every day, depending on the day, if you have to work with God, Shabbos, Shabbos, special Yom, so too. Different. In the same category, you have to narrow it down. The vegetables, there's 3 categories. There's Ha'adama, there's Shoyim for green, and the Rayim for seeds. One says, what was the next group? Humans, when their vessels full, they can't fill it up anymore. So we start forgiving often. We learn Torah. The more we learn, the more pain. Because the country they live in, so another shot is, if you further, because learning and learning, you will be able to retain more. So the mission, if you say Ha'adama, or if you Ha'adama, on fruit, you are good. If you say the opposite, if you are on a vegetable, you're not good. The apple is mighty everything. Your point is, when you bring the fruit back, you're supposed to say, Hello, Eretz, Hashem, the land that you gave, what happens if you had a disaster in your land, your tree was chopped down, your stream disappeared? You still say, yes, you still say, because the main part is the actual land, not so much tree. The whole is the land that you grew up on. Yeah, I mean, and like, the whole 20 years, what exactly, what layer you should be? And he said, really good. Your layer is like, you know, one thing, it's very last night. I was scared. Let me say, the thing, last night, the thing is, so afterwards, other people want to give him any of these. The thing that try to compensate on that error that he did. Finally, review the whole tree of wheat. In other words, wheat is a tree. He ate the dates of that. Dude, gave him safely. Do a bunch of gigs in China. Child and French is from his mother and mother fighting each other. After it's like, it's got to be that's how he had stuff. Yeah. And I was thinking, take what he out of meat. That's real. Meat, though it might be a tree, it doesn't grow. What you think is, that's it.
saw that. That pissed a lot of people off. She fucking rock that spot. I slept that night.
So it's just crazy. Like,
I bet you, instead of fetching, he said,
I got this one at 10:30 in the store. I'll run the mine.
blessed is
And
Hashem,
years later,
the master of
I'm
his
still doing
rest.
a Sunday night spot.
And Rob said to go to
And now,
the first part of the
20 years from now,
was,
20 years
we
goes
know
forward,
that
I'm
this is
60
only
people.
one of 5 things
Last.
to say in
It's a
English.
great room, don't get me
Yeah.
wrong.
Parish of Soito, be a nicer,
Dude, that's how we get on. Because we get bogged down, you know. First of all, you hear Andrew's coming. Okay, and Eddie's coming.
I would,
I'm
nobody
not
said,
sure that 2 things.
but this
Number one
place
is
that I don't
different
want to
language,
do
number
it.
two, things even
Okay,
bigger,
my
language
nephew
that
knows
come
that
up,
anyway.
but nevertheless,
This place
it's
is
different.
You want to
Rob
learn
said
the
the most important thing is to drop
God,
off
but here's
mention
a
Hashem's
great
name.
Jewish
Rebbe
name.
says he wants to mention Hashem's name.
And if there was a way to make money on this store, there's a couple angles to make money at the store.
Rebbe says anything
The
that
main
doesn't
room, which I
grow
never got,
the ground,
not
the
because
drop
of
is shaham.
work.
Rebbe says
Maybe
it's
went to
something
lunch,
that
she gave me a Saturday night,
we're going to
and
describe
then
it
put
today.
an extra money
Don't
in
bet
my
your life, it's the
pocket. But you can
He
get
also
rich.
says to you that if
You
you
get rich B-O-R-E, you get
the running of
$15
this
a spot.
shit is a minute, you
But she
must
got me a
make it
deal
over
with
to the
it.
community. First,
It
it's
took
only
me 1 hour.
it doesn't matter.
And she knows how
So
much
here's the list.
the work to do.
You have meat,
From
fish,
7 to 10,
chicken,
give me 25
eggs,
bucks.
cheese,
And
and food that are ruined, like
from 10 to
bread
12,
that's
I give
moldy,
her 25
wine
bucks.
that's no good anymore,
And
or
I was
anything
like,
special that's no good, salt, and water, and
so I got an idea. I took care of
noodles.
this whole
What is noodles? So
I
we
took
must say in our Mishnah that noodles means
and I took
dates
Joe Rogan's
that
number
were
down.
somewhere.
Okay?
They
I
were
took
definitely
his
some
number and what we privileged his number down.
first.
Whoever was
First,
pulling
different
away,
like at all. There's a country called the
Yes.
Arabic Mark, and that is when it comes to the
I
halachic
can go to the
mice.
store
I
on
don't know,
Sunday.
I'm not
I
sure
was
whether
so
or not it's mice or not. You
So
don't have to,
basically,
you don't have to be marketing the
I'm
mice or
here
again.
on
It's
stage.
really
Right time.
like days. That was good. The halachic weather means things that are good.
And that's
Things
an hour.
develop easy. They develop for free. Should be pretty hard at first. Here, it's only that here. I love that here. There is zero in your abundance.
Guess what? I'll use the rest of the night. So, I give the microphone. I have it in my 11:15 with a package. I picked up this half a yard. I hosted it. Commented my job for the night. Shot. I was my speaking with her in the store was Sunday nights. As I close to 11:30.
Dude, I used to love Sundays because we would, I'd always have cookouts behind the apartment. You know, even though I had a studio, and it was, I mean, it was a murderer's row of comedians in those fucking apartments.
You make a bracha
Right?
first.
And
Is the shit is hamina first, or is it shoving first? The one like says you don't have to look on the right and explain people.
One night we
But
went over
Vegas
to
is
money.
only when the brachas are the same. Both of them are right. You have an apple and an olive. The olive is just hamina. The apple is right next to it. Which one do you make first?
yeah,
Both are different. You have an adoma and clay. You have carrot.
Foxy white chicks. Foxy. They like somebody girls that stab somebody.
Then you eat an olive.
10 o'clock.
You turn it, the adoma, and the turn is when you see the olive that's right.
Oh, yeah, fuck yeah.
Very sharp.
Yeah,
The one
the street after
the
the
olive
sun, it starts.
It's when it starts.
very sharp. In other words, the olive
Or right.
couple
To
the turn. Here's the big difference. Even though you're doing that couple, you're not together with
There's
the
a top there. You will get pulled over.
You gotta take it, dude. It's like $200 ticket. I did that.
Don't make a bracha.
Because I was fucking going to see Doug, and the turn around, so I fucking turned. Doug Carson, I'm like, you would.
When the
You go to
brachas
Doug's
are not
apartment, and motherfucker,
when you have a
it's like,
replacement
boom, we
system,
pull over, and then he's laughing at me. He walks the 2 blocks down to his fucking apartment.
there is
Oh, you look at the coach and orange, you can just shit it.
yes,
Wanted to ride. Motherfucker.
they sell
How they get shit?
Classic.
goes in a very specific way.
Years.
The
2005.
brother comes to Sahara Garden. Just go down the council, whatever stirs the puzzle, the brother comes to that's in there.
Those days.
I will tell you, anything that's not puzzle,
I did.
or other vegetables,
It'd be 2 fights.
That's how you had to do it those days.
Mullen said,
Me too.
that these food affairs as well, all
There's always
the
something.
sponsorship says it has to be a special shear that's easy to eat. It has to be made out of wheat. So here you have the shear of wheat. If you eat it, you have to have wheat. The next shear is cellular. A bone the size of a violet is the top of a person touch it, and if you look, then there's not a bone the white. Get that? Why? The shear is mother eats her son, so heel goes into the grape, a shear of the wheat. How do you measure wheat? Wine is thicker than water, therefore more than fits in the cup. They know that this big, that's how much you have to take out the read by the pomegranate, it's bone complete, not cellular complete, because the seeds wouldn't become tummy. So the big tool, even if it has a hole in it, you don't want to get rid of it until it has a giant hole the size of a pomegranate. Then it's the hole in the an olive, a stone monkey shoe, and a fire chain us down to the light side, finally to mash, which is steak. That's the milk you have to eat on your thick roast. Rabbi is full of, he said, those screws are not real. Question. I remember you, right? Yeah, right. Which one do you remember? Right. Forever. First arrow, second arrow. The second one to the second arrow. The second one comes before the second one to the first arrow. There's a pretty good showing inside the church. I should have metal feet that will serve you. The first thing I was, they go to the daughter. They and first they're going to level. brought out statistics. He said, what they noise that I hear. In other words, we heard people say, I'm making seeds. And he wasn't happy with that. Shmuel said he used Lachmaniyot, which are sonim, who were neighbors of David. And the question is, why is that real bread? And the answer is, yes, you got it. It was real bread. Now, what that bread is, for a long time. Where's your bread? Does that make a difference? I was like, so what do you make according to Rashi? Especially if there are places in Salamanca. Well, there are not mentioned other people established a meal in it, and you make a Birkas Hamburger. The place of the Pesach Hadas, one decides to no longer eat the meal, even if we didn't make Birkas Hamburger, if you don't put out, you have to make a new bracha. What Pesach Hadas is important. One thing is when you decide the meal is over. Something is no. That means all the people at the table are actually moving things out of the way, according to another. Rabbi was one from the Rothschild'S, even though the meal was over, they classified. He understood that the Rothschild'S might bring out more food, and therefore he lowered the back and didn't make a bracha on the additional food that came out afterwards. But my opinion is that if you wash your hands with oil, sanitize your hands, that signifies that it's good for you. Anything that after that point doesn't make any bracha. If I know the word of people, that's not halacha. That it's my mind that establishes that it is wash your hands with oil. The other meals are something you bench, you can wash food after that point. You have to make a new bracha. The first thing is there are four things that must happen immediately after you do the first thing. The first one is you lean your hands on the animal's belly. You must do the shita that comes right after immediately. You move out to the tefillah. You say, God, you take out the first way when you wash your hands. This is why you make a bracha. And finally, a guy says, if you invite someone to talk about your house, immediately have a bracha. Says the Mishnah, guard during your meal, and one was before the meal started. One was before the meal started during the sacrifices. One during the meal, and that was during the soaked in stomach. And the third one was after the meal before the meal started. The Mishnah said if you make a bracha on the wine that comes during the appetizer before the meal, that's enough to pass through the wine that comes after the meal before drinking the wine. The same thing as make a bracha on some sort of appetizer. That's enough for the appetizer during the meal as well. The drink is called a bake. One says that one cup of wine, a bracha on a cup of wine, might be the second of wine, provided that there's a few in it. In other words, in Shabbos, Yom Tov, after bloodletting, after coming out of the bath, during the week, one cup of wine on top of the other cup of wine is to make a bracha on the in fact, if you have a person that doesn't really drink a bunch of wine, doesn't drink one, like a baya, then you would have to make a bracha on Shabbos also on the second cup of wine. If you don't have a mind when you drink the first cup, it's actually going to have some cup, therefore you have to make a bracha on the second cup as well. The concept of making a bracha on the liquor and you're making the couple. So if you make a bracha on bread, you're making the prepared, which is like cake or snack, but not that. You make the bracha on the prepared, you're not making the bread. By bread, in the time of the Gemara, they ate the meal like there's a seder, they used to lay down on their beds and their couches. If they were in a living position, then one person would be with their meal. Not meaning they weren't against pizza, then one person would not be with their people on their day. So that basically was sitting. During the Suda, why? So that has less of a hashida than drinking wine to short. Therefore, my brother making a bracha on the wine that's different.
My nephew has it now.
The more important one,
it's fucking great. Still running. 400 and something thousand.
when wine comes,
400
the
and Toyota. You listen to me.
everyone should make their own
I had a 4runner that I was a comedian in 1996. Okay, Toyota 4runner. It's 21 years old. It's got over about 500,000 miles on it, and it's still going, Jack.
The Mishnah says
Still going.
that only when they're all leaning, one can be with everybody else.
My nephew had it repainted because I had shined it up so much that I created swirls in it. shining so much with fucking not the right stuff. And so he had it painted, and it fucking looks great. He takes it to the Razorback games. He's happy as shit. He's got a little boy, one. It's like that car, you know, the fucking Wesley, the fans, white man, fucking like Conor rappers all over the place. You know, that same car my nephew's got. When I had a good parking spot too. Good parking spot. I was gonna walk right in. I had a showcase for CBS. They were all on my ass. And you're like, Rabbi, go get the fucking car. And I'm like, this is serious. Okay, and I was halfway in the middle of the street. And I'm so fat that I can't hug it on my warm-ups. So I'm always trying to fuck. Everybody thought I was trying to be black. That's the only thing that fit. Alright, and I got him for free.
Big Daddy.
Big Daddy.
We all want Big Daddy. I told
Big Tit.
Big for a year and a half, that's all I want.
Without a doubt.
I just want it out.
Everywhere.
I don't want it everywhere.
Why don't they give me free outfits? Because they wanted promotion. Yeah. And then I got everybody in on it. I got everybody in I could.
Shirts,
Sure. They were super high quality.
I had that shit.
Yeah.
Big Daddy jersey. Once a year, once a week, fucking 3 years. They give you $50,000 for a shirt.
Wow.
That's a Big Daddy, but it's not.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah. Man, I still got it. Yeah. And you know what? It's still some of my favorite shit to wear. I fucking love that shit. It's great. I don't know what happened to them. They were so good to them, so many of them. I wore it on TV, all over the place. Yeah, they were great. And I did that. I wore them, and I got Big Daddy to sponsor a bunch of. I was doing those Lowrider magazine car shows around the country, and I got them to sponsor that. So I was getting my airfare paid. Okay, wearing Big Daddy at all these places, and they were selling them out. I put them in my video when I went to Iraq. I wore Big Daddy. All right, and it was phenomenal. They made shirts that could breathe so much. It was 135 degrees, and my titties didn't smell like vinegar. You know what I mean? That's pretty fucking impressive. It fucking was great shit.
I probably have Big Daddy clothing merch from about 2008. Hollywood, that was Big Daddy had a couple t-shirts. I had a sweat jackets for them.
Yeah.
I didn't know if they were around, but nobody had them. I took West went to the World Cup, and it was over with.
Yeah.
West went to the World Cup, so that was the end of that. We don't have the rest of the shit. Everybody leave.
Yeah, so nice.
See, in those days, a lot of people started those companies. They were all really tough.
Yeah.
Somebody else.
They was all it up.
They come up with like 3 or 4 t-shirt companies. And now combine them and do
Now,
something.
if you got in contact with this Winston company, it's a designer. He's an actor. He's a fat actor. And he sent me a link to it. Dude, I just got this shit. It's fucking amazing. Every bit of it is fucking phenomenal. I'll get you linked into it. Man, flavor, it's so great. It's like really super high quality stuff that I can't find anywhere else. Yeah.
Jesus, if you're fat, you're good.
Lord Jesus, I know.
You know what, man? It's such a shame that they played on stage last week in Texas for like 2 weeks. In Texas, I'm an extra hard. So if I might go to Texas, I got extra hard. Jesus Christ, I lost weight.
You feel good about yourself? Time to eat.
They don't fuck around. They send you away. So you go to Texas, Despite this bad beer I
Or
have.
actually, is everybody loving food?
No, I got it.
Listen to this. You don't get it down there. Or about this.
Come on, man. What's the jokes? That's what I like that. I did. It was great. It was great. It's gonna be great. Well, hey, we're gonna go. We're gonna make gifts of this. Harris, Las Vegas. This Thursday, Friday, Saturday at 10 o'clock. And then next Thursday, Friday, Saturday at 10 o'clock. Then I'm in San Antonio at LOL. And I can't remember. That's like the next 3 weeks. But like I'm gonna be also coming back here next Sunday and Monday and Tuesday, hang out with kids and do some meetings. And then the next week is Father's Day, so I'm gonna be around. Maybe I don't know, maybe you and your family, maybe Sunday dinner someplace. You know, maybe go back to that Italian place I told you about. Like it's old school Italian. That Tony's Italiano or Magnolia.
First of all,
That's it. I just hope
the public should not go out into the marketplace.
you don't want my
Play
team.
good, especially in places with
I was
China
fighting
and
for never ending.
And Morrison should put on his clothing, put on his body as his deodorant, whereas China Pagan would have to put on his ears. Clothing or clothing.
I know, baby.
The public should not go out and sell
That was the worst
but
feeling in the
people
world.
will make rumors about it.
But also the best
Unless he
feeling
has
in
it.
the world.
So learning, people know that he's already there, so that's why I'm having.
Enjoying leaving
The public should not
That was where I was. That was a really great time.
That's it.
And I was really learning.
Only if you're in a place that
I saw my desirable and that it
every day,
I figured it
the
out.
mode outside,
I
raining
gotta
outside.
some way away to do a lot of
Public should not be causing
take my time.
the
Just
women
give me
and
time.
all the things that
And
want
I can do something. Discover down this shit. Yeah, doing it in New York. It's been worth it. Anywhere I go, it's always been receptive to come back. So if there's something, I don't know what it is. One time I played a fool. I don't know what it is, but let's stick this out. I got no money. I got no job.
And if he does, then it should be finished by the time. Finally,
Every night I bump into somebody and give me a pill. We do a bump. I drink 2 cocktails and they give me 2 free tickets. I'm having the time of my fucking life. I wanted a family. I wanted to be married. That's what I wanted. Once I got on that stage and I got hooked, it was all over with the show. I walked in one day. She said she doesn't want to be married no more. It was like God said, "Here you go, cocksucker. This is what you want. You fucking."
roughly Dr. Medallion,
And I
which
went
tells us
around
that
you
we
give
need
some
to make
fucks.
food and the secondary food as well. To make one broth on the main food and the secondary food is called from a broth. 99% of the time when we make bread is the main food.
See that
Which
video?
tells us that the exception to the word foods that are found in empty straw. So when you do that,
2 days.
you have to
Yeah,
add
but it
salt
was like Wednesday and
and
Saturday.
bread with it.
And then like 12 hours apart, you had to put yourself up for 2
We'll make it
days.
breakfast on the bread. Mary tells us there's
Or you know what you would do is you would stay in your car late, okay, and sleep in your car until like 2:30, 3 o'clock, alright, and then take the hotel room, okay, and you would stay there at that one for a full 24 hours, alright, which basically maybe you got 2 days for the one day, because you went there breakfast. I fuck them up on the free breakfast. Oh my God, I make BLTs left and right because I stole a fucking pound of bacon. You think I'm lying to you? I ain't lying. Now what? BLTs, fruits, but fuck you on the cantaloupe. I don't like that. Alright, and it's staying there, and then they had afternoon thing, and then they get them in the morning, fucking eat a bunch, and then go, dude. So you only had to do one night, actually pay for it, but you go pick it down and do a spot, you know, like Dallas, or Oklahoma City, Denver, Austin, you know, you fuck around on something. And pick up about $50 or something. Might cover a hotel room, might not. You might not. I went for Shirley Bynum too. I don't know. She was great. And, but man, those triple nuts. Fucking bananas. Fucking bananas. Oh man. And I remember one time he put me in the headline. And you know, so fucked. Chris Albine the headline. And Chris Albine was so mad. He's like, I want to go Labs. And I'm like, well, let's have I'm a filthy, dirty motherfucker. And if it means for a second, this guy's not going to make me headline back. Fuck you. You won't be able to follow me. And he went up, and I didn't give a shit. I didn't stay there to listen. And y'all got all mad about that. And he was all clean. And I just went up and just trashed him for the first 15, 20 minutes. Triple got lit up on that one. And then Chris Alpine's manager was another woman that booked gigs up there. I'm like, well, and she blackballed me because I was dirty. Okay. Yeah, she blackballed me. And she managed to rip it up. And you got blowed up. it's like, wow, these are things that but it was all of like, hey, I need help getting this thing, so if you wanted to be in the Zanies, you had to tell people that you were doing creative gigs in the southeast. Hey, I'm gonna be there, give me a spot, right? Boom, hey, can I stay at your condo for extra?
Well, education was a feature. Yeah, no, one, that is actually good for you. That's why when we're selling service, and you had to have all these gigs. Don't ever ask me to buy it. I would like to do it. Maybe it costs what you pay, but you don't accept it. You figure out a way to make it work. You know what? That bedroom in the back is an office. That's what become a bedroom. This is way before you made on. With a BlackBerry, a piece of paper, bedroom from it, split the utilities and shit. And these guys, you learn how.
Rothschild'S that way, hey, you guys are playing relationship with discussing three people get together, when one of them leaves, the other is evil. How do we know this from the Bible? Person says, God knows Hashem eats you two, my friend, should bless Hashem, eat together with me, with a total of 3, 4. Shame Hashem, I said, how do you call Hashem? You guys, how do you together with together?
That's why I see
that there are some people that cannot be part of the group. These are people that are eating food that choose the mice to take us away. Or you want to show the mice to change us. Or the waiter, he doesn't survive. Or a dog, but it's easy in this time. Women, halakhically, make it both clear. None of above make their own choice. But I'm sorry to get with men. How much does a person have to eat in order to heal in the system and have a level of heal from deep to deep? Like I said, desires and human cells just need to make them. You never the same part of Galilee, but the person that answers coming shouldn't answer louder than the family itself. But it says, Moshe is out of the sit over that person in the window. In the way your waiter is sitting over the house, very learn. Why is marriage about the waiter? And in an argument, the person who uses the words and translating them to the local language. It's true, but that waiter takes the same noise level. One should not be louder than the other. And another flavor is the one. Musa says that demons are 3 people. How about 2 people? And they elect to do demons. The river says no, and Rab says yes, they could do demons. Rabbi says within a goal, because when people know how to read, people, each one mentions individuals themselves. You have to be shy, you had to be one, and Rosemont, okay, and Jackson Hall, okay, you had to go through 3 foot of snow, so you do take twice as much time, and if you're lucky, you find a guy shoveling, and you get behind him, so now you're going 25 miles an hour, and so you just double the time so you don't sleep. You just take no-nos, drink Mountain Dew, and get a Gatorade, and piss in the Gatorade bottle. Destroying that view. Very simple. That's what you imagine. People eating together, having conversation, sharing the word. And the way that's going to mention when we sit down to eat, it's not considered diet, it's okay. Supposed to be people around them to sit there so that they have a few minutes to eat. Wow, 2 is enough. I tell you, I got one just like that. Yeah, man, I sleep in that Toyota. Yeah, I slept in my car so much. Yeah, easy. And no, man, I don't know. Wake up anyway, get to bed in the fucking night. I was falling asleep. I was falling asleep. I hit the wind, okay? And I'm in the coast of Mount Shasta. Okay, there's scenic overlook. I'm fully dead. Okay, I go to sleep in the wake up and there's 8 inches of goddamn snow. And it's now like 16 degrees. And I'm blue. My face is fucking blue. Alright? I don't know where the fuck, I don't know how to get out of there. The road is completely fucked. Alright? And I gotta be in Wenatchee, Washington. Okay? And 14 hours. Okay? You know? And I don't know where the fucking roads are closed. Not closed, okay? Or, I even cut through fucking White's Pass. Okay? God damn, fuck that White's Pass. Alright? You drive up, you're like 9,000, 10,000 feet, something like that. And there's no weather at the bottom. Up there, it's a fucking blizzard. Okay? And so you have to fight going to sleep. Because I had to shut my car off because I'm going to get carbon monoxide poisoning. Okay?
I have to write a suicide note. I just won't go into the fucking cockpit.
Yeah.
I would get a headache 5 minutes after the pull over. Get on the golf course. I wish this was a joke. It would take me from Portland to Seattle. It's supposed to take me 2 hours. It would take me 5 hours. Because I had to stop every 20 minutes and get out of the fucking contacts. But I did for $100. And I'm driving to Seattle to a Mexican restaurant in Portland. I stopped on a Tuesday. And I would do something $25 gig just back to fucking Seattle. Crazy.
Man, how many radio call gigs did you do with the female comedian that wore a wedding dress, his wife, or his ex-wife?
I think one and all.
Oh, really? Oh my God. I got on a string. And man, wow, that was an extreme show.
I think what you do is about sometimes things happen. You scratch your head for 5 fucking years. I was just talking to you. I think it used to be another company. Used to kind of the store. Davis, you got it wrong. Phenomenal. I said everything. They made me a call at work. I couldn't even see it. They said we love your stage presence. They got me in because I'm thinking it was paying like $145. And I went up there and again, this is when I needed every dime. After the gig, I got out of there. It was that I didn't drink. I said, I'm not going to drink because I got to sleep on the street. They paid me cash. So it cost me $22 to get home. Made me $5 for a Subway. Grilled cheese with a soda. I'm getting home $110. I need every fucking dime. There's no hotel in my fucking region. I got a truck in there. And there was everything to do. From basketball to weddings, football, fucking snow, rain shoes, hiking, explosives, guaranteed to go to war, you fucking name it. And it was in there. One of them, Tuesday, I had to get Scott's fucking tight. And I had to stick it across the back. Going to hang the hose back there so I can hide back there. I had to sleep in the car. I figured out a way to keep the front seat and push it forward. I had it tightened up though. Every time I did the thing, my buddy was half the fag into the impulse. He was a genius. He made me feel like the blue bottom. So waiting to put your feet down wasn't there. I came loaded with lemons. I had a little cargo bed. Got unloaded in both places I slept. I would walk in hotels and they would like brush my teeth.
Fuck yes,
Wash my
exactly.
face. Walk past the front guard. Walk into the hotel lane. Take 2 minutes to shit. Piss. Wipe my ass really good. I've got dirty overnight. I fucking dog. I would brush my teeth, wash my hands, push my eyebrows back. Guard would have everything in my jacket. And then I'd walk like that all the time.
Yeah.
With the breakfast hands. I could stay in the hotel and stay here all alone. Sleep doing it. Lisa, yeah.
Same thing with when the three people are adventuring together, and they ask one of them to stop eating, you have to go. The one that stopped eating and is eating later on by himself, he's not plugging. Where did he start? He started from plugging. You have to go back for the whole time. You start from one because he go by himself. There's Rabbi, he goes back and says, look. You guys, nobody says that someone was mentioning the second person says someone mentioned three problems and those are not really workers, they say Yerushalayim as part of our earth.
I'm going to be in Harris at the beautiful casino Harris. You know, I like about it. I got to be honest. The most thing I really like about it is there's no shiny shirt, half effects over there. Okay. It's like a bunch of real people. Okay. It's $15. Fucking blackjack. You can have a good time. Drink pretty good booze. Okay. Great restaurants. There's a real crazy going steak meat. I mean, come on, who's better than that? And it's easy. Man, Lee, I want you to come out. Okay, listen, Hercules. I got a 5-bedroom house and I'm renting it. So there's cool and everything. He's got a scam problem. Okay, all right, done. I'll put him at the beautiful Caesar Palace. No, good. No. I don't need it. Hey, women, what are you drinking? Champagne? Champagne cocktail? Champagne cocktail?
They sent us a bunch of stuff. Until today, I still use their products, okay? So this is how much I always give their raises. I always give the main staff. I think they said this point, they said 93 main staff over the years. And I still have a fucking backup, okay? I don't know how they do it. But as far as razors and fucking the whole package, they're the best of business. And what makes them even better is they deliver it right to your house. You made the smart choice by switching to Dollar Shave Club. That's the smartest choice right now. Dollar Shave Club always made the smarter choice. Why? Because you have great shave at a great price. Because you're immediately delivered right to your door. It's an awesome right-hand, no-brainer choice. You no longer have to step to the store and buy a cheap disposable razor that gave you a cheap shave or spend a fortune on razors with gimmicks and shaving thing you don't really need. When I use the DSN executive razor with the Dr. Carver shave butter, I use that stuff in the shower. I follow my sideburns, I follow my razor, Dr. Thing. I give it like a minute of milk. Guys, I start shaving before I go in. I make everything over here with my sideburns. And I shave it off. You actually see the hair sticking to the fucking shaving ring. Yeah. The Dr. Carver's one of the best products we use in the family. The Dr. Carver's shave butter is transparent from oversized shave, and it has helped override ingrown hairs, and it brings razor bumps. You can make the smarter choice by joining Dollar Shave Club and for a limited time for members. Get their first month with the executive razor with the two flavors of Dr. Carver's shave butter. Only the middle room for $5 with free shipping. You're not gonna beat that nowhere. After that, razors are just a few bucks a month. That's a $15 value for $5 in your first month box. You're gonna get an awesome weight hand, which I'm telling you, I still got mine after 3 years. You're gonna get a full cassette of 4 cartridges, which will last you. These things are fucking tremendous. They're sharp, they get right to the point, and you're gonna get a tube of the shave butter. After your first month, replacement cartridges ship automatically at their regular price. There's no hidden fees and no commitments. Cancel at any time. You can only get this one from us at DollarShaveClub.com/church. Again, 1 month for $5. That's DollarShaveClub.com/church. Again, make the smarter choice. Find out. DollarShaveClub.com/church. Number 2, we talk about something. These days, there is nothing else. You take this podcast. So why the hell you still want to post office? Dealing with limited hours, standing online like a fool. Where you can get postage on demand with Stamps.com. Same thing you can do at the post office, you can do right now from your desk with Stamps.com. Buy and print official postage in any letter or package using your own computer and printer. And unlike the post office, Stamps.com never closes. Listen, you get a little couple cocktails in you, you're in the mood to work, you got a couple things to ship out. Who needs sleep? Get the postage whenever you need it, 24/7. Whenever my wife gets Stamps.com, she loves it. You know why? She puts it out there. The mailman comes and picks it up. That's how good convenience is working. You still got the Stamps.com.
I do. I still have the scale. It works great.
Tremendous. So what we're gonna do is this. Right now, you're gonna use my name, Joey, for the special offer. I'm gonna give you a 4-week trial. This should go explosive today. Listen, your digital scale. Don't wait for the Stamps.com before you do anything else. Click on the radio microphone at the top of the homepage and type in Joey. Listen, you're a small business. You're trying to get a small business started. This is the travel way to go. You're one man army. You don't need to hire somebody to go to the post office. It takes too much time out of your day. If you're trying to do business, this is the smart way to do it. Stamps.com right now at the Joey. Stamps.com right now at the Joey. You never go to the post office again. Your time is more valuable than that. I'll see you motherfuckers Thursday night. The Brian Improv. We'll see you motherfuckers Friday after the show. And Saturday night.
Halacha,
Either be
if you have
there
7 people
or
that
be square.
people,
Thursday night if they come,
you have
tell your boss you're not going to work for them.
there is a super. What about 6 people that you
Tell
know,
them copies, make the last month
you
come
got to
back.
cheer as well.
Get the boss,
Four days.
put your roller biscuits in your
There's all
pocket.
those. And after that, I know all the time, we realized that he doesn't
Stamps.com.
want to do
Again, don't forget stamps.com.
So he asked his wife,
And Joey, I want to thank Dollar Shave Club.
you happen to be well,
And the church.
promise.
And I always want to thank
I'll pull him out and we'll help him. So she brought him to the table, and now I gave him a lot of honor, and he sat him himself and his wife. He said, look at all this honor I'm giving you. So he looked at him and said, no, it's the prayer that gives me honor. And he said, look at him. Where's the mouth? Okay, thanks. He says, how would I have done? I didn't need to go with the cancer so therefore, he took a cup of wine and drank it in order to be satisfied with it. And then we gave him another cup of wine. The Lord says that never Allah.
I've been trying to get it together that week for like 20 minutes. What y'all didn't see is my hair was over here just screaming and trying to pop.
One of the three
And I smoked my hair.
so the tomorrow, I'm not sure if they do it. The one that so they did that when Council was using them. They were sure that the little place is wrong, they made the left hand side.
July. No, August, but then I'm back in the fall, and they give me the summer off. God bless. I'm going way too well. It's just that I'm in the grease, fucked out like a bubble. Okay, I couldn't take it. But I'm in Harris Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Come on. You guys are great. I love you. You're coming out to Vegas. I'll make you laugh hard, I promise. Okay, I'm on fire.
Anywhere you want, as long as you don't insert it, you can eventually put it wrong. That's the thing. Say, when in July, according to the Daikama, you could look Akila, you should say it in Rachim. However, if you forget to say your say Rachim, you can say it later on in the according to the comment, once you forget to say Mil Rachim, you must repeat the entire Rikazam Azor. Says the Gemara according to Woman Omar. So Hamza the Savot teaches us that you have to be Mizamin, and that's the right thing. As Hashem Leikacha is the source for the first bracha of Hazan. Allah Haaretz is the bracha of Eretz. HaToiva is Boin Yerushalayim. Asher Nas Allah is a source for HaToiva HaMeitzah. The Gemara says, how do I know they have to make a bracha before you eat? If you make a bracha when you're satiated, certainly when you are starving. But Rabbi says you don't need to have a appointment. You actually learn how to live because the concept of simon, I don't need to use the word V'chadam Savata. That I can learn from God Hashem Miti, therefore it's an extra. V'chadam Savata will teach us the first bracha has done. That native is only the Rabbano. How do I know beforehand, the bracha beforehand? Hashem Allah means when I put the bracha gives you the food before you eat it, you should already mention Hashem to make a bracha. The reason it says I can learn that from another source. It says Uveirach is lachem. That the Baruch Hu bless your bread. Don't read it you bless, but you should read it Uvarei, and you shall bless your bread. What is your bread? Before you chew it and destroy it. In other words, in the bread state, you should make a bracha. The one tells us the story that Shaul went to look for his father's donkey, and he couldn't find him, so he asked for Shmuel. He figured maybe Shmuel can help him out. So he asked some young girls, where's Shmuel? And the Torah tells us a very long arifos. It said, you better go quickly, he's at the outskirts of the city, he's a town between Shlomim and Obama, and before he brings it, he says a bracha, there's a machta, then he gives it out, on and on. So the first thing we see for our sugya is that you have to make a bracha before you eat. But why did they talk so much? He asked him a simple question, which Shmuel was, and the Gemara says 3 answers. Either because women like to talk a lot, or because Shaul says, he was taller than everybody, he was more beautiful than everybody. And the women, the girls, wanted to gaze at his beauty, so they spoke to him. And the third Shai Rabbi says, said the Kavachomer, if you make a bracha on food, which gives you sustenance in this world, so certainly you should make a bracha on Torah, which gives you sustenance in Olam Haba. Shmuel says it's actually possible. It says, Allah Haaretz Hashem Hashem Allah. And in Torah it also says the concept of Nasan Nisino, but Etna Lafaz Lukas Heaven. So therefore, I learned the concept of bracha, to make a bracha when we learn Torah. Rabbi says, Asher Nasalon, I learned from there, it's just like I make a bracha on the good, whatever Hakadosh Baruch Hu throws my way, Asher Nasalon, even if it's bad, I have to make a bracha. And another chat, Tat Toiva, broken down to two words, Toiva and Tat Toiva. The word Toiva, Toiva means Torah. Tat Toiva is the rebuilding of Yerushalayim, wonderful things. Rabbi Zappan stands for continuing the Shulchan Rebbe Hamazon. There are certain words that must be inserted in Rebbe Hamazon, otherwise you're not getting to Rebbe Hamazon. According to the legend, you must say Eretz Chemda Toiva, and you must say Umachas L'David. If you don't, you're not going to according to the David. You must say the word Brit. According to Rabbi, you must say the word Torah. Lamy says, and by the way, you must say Brit before Torah, because in the third concept of Brit, it mentions the word Brit 13 times, whereas Torah only 3 times. The Bible says that the bracha al haaretz starts with Hashem. We thank you, Hashem. You must insert that, and in addition to that, you must say Oidu Anachullah. But if the person doesn't even say one Eidah, he's one of. But like in the Gemara, when you say Rachim Yisrael Amechol, like Yerushalayim Yerechol, how do you finish off the bracha? You finish it off. Koinei Yerushalayim. What if a person wants to finish it off like he started? Koinei Yerushalayim U'Shia Yisrael. According to one man, the Omar, that's considered an Haaretz before. It's where you do, but actually finish it off. Koinei Yerushalayim U'Shia Yisrael. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Rav would start one out of the two. You wouldn't say Al Yisrael Amechol by Yerushalayim. You would say either Al Yisrael or Al Yerushalayim. However, in the Chassima, when you say Koinei Yerushalayim, you say Koinei Yerushalayim U'Shia Yisrael. You say two. Or it says the Rabbi holds that when you finish a bracha, you never talk about two things. Because it shows he's trying to get rid of 2 mitzvahs in one shot. Or it says, but what do you do with Ala Haaretz Ala Teretz? I'll explain. It's the land that brings out fruit. Ala Haaretz Ala Mazon. The land that brings out sustenance. What about Shmoneh? You say, it's Haggish Yisrael, God's money. So there, it's not Yisrael, but money. Why Yisrael is not part of Haggish money? Why Yisrael is the Haggish money? The whole issue that the Gemara has is what we do when Shabbos is in the fall out of the same thing. To say, we Haggish for Shabbos, Yisrael has money. How do you explain that? The Gemara, that must be written as it's followed to Haggish both with Haggish Shabbos, Yisrael, and Shabbos. Rav Shitzik is the Haggish. If you start rapping, just talking about Yisrael, then you can finish it off with Yisrael. Otherwise, you finish it off with Yisrael. The Nachman says, regardless how you start with rapping, you always finish it out only with ordinary language. One tells a very interesting story where there comes a Pizda. Come, let's learn. Teach us some Gemara. How can I teach you Gemara when I don't even know how to fence? What do you mean? He says, I was in the Rothschild'S house, and I benched, and Rav Shit'S jumped up with the snake, wanted to attack me. He was really upset. Why? Because I forgot to say Gris, Torah, and Malchus. He says, why? Why did you do that? He says, because Rav says you don't have to say it. If you don't say it, you're Yotze. Gemara, but all the time I'm around saying sushi, you should say Gris, Malchus, Torah. Why constantly like Rav? The Gemara tells us, if you hold that the fourth bracha mentioning, I think I made this is right, so there's no need to mention Malchus kingdom. You don't have to say Baruch Hashem the king Melech. You don't have to. If you hold that Rabbanon, you have to insert the word Melech. Says with Zera, since you're already inserting the word Melech, which is the fourth bracha, you might as well say it twice, the fourth bracha. Once for Koinei Yerushalayim, that's not mentioned. And why do you have to say it? Because Koinei Yerushalayim comes out to Malchus and David, the kingdom of David, and there's no mention at all of the Malchus and David. It's not appropriate. So say it twice in the fourth bracha to make up for the third. You don't have to keep what the reason. Because when I estimate, you must say for an estimate, everybody has to say for an estimate. But in respect, you don't have to eat a meal. You don't have to eat bread. There's no meal, and they're not. The hard day, you are the quick eater. Those things, they got to be over 3 benches, like 3 benches. What's that? Shoshana. That was 15 minutes. She listens to the Scott and Shoshana. Everyone can get that with the other Shoshana. You don't have to repeat. Like it's discussing, what about child children? It's not a game. Said the Mishnah, we learned in the Mishnah that in the Queen and Demon, the Beast Demon, much like the Premier says, you have to use the Zeit and review the whole of the Mishnah. So if you find the exact reverse, or Mayor holds the big song, or review the whole of the Zeit, when it comes to somebody with the Yad, and he brought a part of Shalom outside of his lion, and didn't cast hard plate from this, it must be cured, because they something just to burn it in his Avida, you question how much. And the Mayor says the big thing, he says the Zeit. Why is it different? So one shot is that you have to look at the frequency right, the Mayor says exactly the frequency right, or the shot is that the place is the possible. The Mayor learns the word of how to come with, so how to come with drinking. How much is that actually usually? It's the Zeit. Where he says, no, how does it still about them? You have to be satiated, that's the base. But when it comes to touching, the place is, we compare, come up. But going back to the base of the and Kuma's always the basis, you have to go back to the base of the basis of war, you compare the history, go back to the basis of always, said the Mishnah. You have 3 people by doing the same in Baruch Shulchan Shalom. If you have 4 people, you can say, Baruch, you tell the 3, you shall bench Hashem. You have 10, so Baruch Elohim Shulchan Shalom. You have 11, you tell the other 10, Baruch Elohim Shulchan Shalom. So what you're doing is 6 times, you always say, Baruch Elohim. What could be inside meaning, it says the Baruch is not the Elohim. We'll discuss tomorrow. It's a difference between numbers. If it's 100 people, you're saying the Baruch Hashem Elohim. If it's 1,000 people, you say, we're Baruch Hashem Elohim. Elohim has spoken. So I should have spoken about our mother. Mother social. Probably this afternoon, as we discussed yesterday, there are 3 people that are examined. You say, the Baruch Shulchan Shalom. You have 4 people, and the 4th person tells the 3, Baruch Shulchan Shalom. You make the bracha. But it tells us it's preferable if everybody says the same thing, and the 4th person doesn't do something. They'll say, the Baruch Shulchan Shalom. Or it goes from the Mishnah later on today's dot. 3 people that are eating, it's possible for them to split up. That means the thing. But if you have 6 people, you can break it into 2 groups of 3. The question is, by breaking it into 2 groups of 3, you know, little people say, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Shulchan. You have to say, Baruch Shulchan. You see from here that Baruch Shulchan will be better than Baruch Shulchan. The Gemara tells us that the way a person says, bench, he was not also not hard. Don't forget in those days, it was also for them to say from the city, they want to say by heart. Different people said different things. But on the top of the Gemara says, we'll say, prove it to God, the word is goodness, but not meet to God with the man, because the man means to lessen what the Lord was giving us. It's only some partial goodness of the Lord. What about the fact that we say, also you are it, so the man, from your problem, you know, the answer is, that's when it comes to feel when you ask it, because you for something, don't ask it last. Ask for the minimum. What about the fact that we say, how can people on the level, the person says, open up your mouth, down to me, for anything, and I'll give it to you. That's what you're doing. So you can ask for a lot. The Lord continues, and our Prophet says, our life. The Lord says, your life. So Paul says in the verse, Sha'achalnu v'shalom. And not like in our verse, who says, me Sha'achalnu v'shalom, referring to the host, the heaven. When you see on Pesach, in Haggadah, the me Sha'achalnu v'shalom, you see in a little time, the Haggadah is obviously going through the question. So the Paul says, Baruch Sha'achalnu v'shalom. Now the verse says, Muslim Sha'achalnu v'shalom, almost making a bracha on the food rather than Baruch. But when 10 people you like to say on a Muslim, because everybody understands the Baruch is just mentioned his name. Yesterday we described the basic mention the word of God, that's the 10. How many people are being Now people say that. If he says we're all the same, everybody says divorce, but the king shall come to life. So what does it give you the word makilos? Learn that even the babies in the mother's stomach says shira and kriyas yamsa. Basically, you're right. I learned that from the word mikvar. Rav Chama was in the Rosh Chod's house and tried to find 100 people. Finally, he had to say a special table for 100 people. And they said, no. Rabbi said that I'm making a table that doesn't matter 110. You only say Navar Elohim Shemai Yeshua. Says Rabbi in the Rosh Chod's house. There's a lot of people there. The only thing to mention, we split up and make small groups of 3 groups because the Rosh Chod's was very macro. We made a group of simple groups. We three could get away with it. Why not listen to the Rosh Chod's? Because it was so loud there. It's hard to concentrate. The main people that were eating, and one of them benched on his own. The two that didn't bench, they could force the third one and start from the demon, but he is not young. One knows the Rabbi Bar Papa, that was a children, and he said, Baruch was Hashem, and he never finished off the word Hamavarah, which is my voice, he said Hamavarah for now. And the congregation, they answered, Baruch Hashem, and Hamavarah, Rabbi said, Passing of months, like a black dog, like a Muhammad that doesn't change his clothing during clothing. Why are you getting involved in a machlokes? When the halacha is like from Shmuel, you don't say Hamavarah, you say Hamavarah, and everybody agrees that Hamavarah is better. Why are you getting something? Says the Mishnah that if there are 2 groups in a house, and some of the groups see the other group, so the Mitzvah is one, they do one zero. Another halacha, if you have a cup of wine that's not diluted, in those days the wine was very strong and it was diluted with water, you don't make Borei Agafim. What does it? What's the finish in our Mishnah? That the 3 of Mazami we already discussed this. Number of Jerusalem. One shot is that even if they just sat down to the 3, they never ate anything. They didn't even exercise, they didn't eat at home. They could not get up. It's considered that if you got them up, they can't get up. Or they all were eating, and they were eating from their own bread. Because less just can't get up at least. The shot is you had 9 people, 3 groups of 3. And one person from each group went to the center and they made the new group. That new group cannot separate. Rabbi says that's only if the original group didn't see it, and then the one original group see them, their view of human disappears, dissipates, and it can no longer be done. And they bring the raya from a bed. The bed that was coming, and somebody stole half the bed, the rest of the bed becomes false. And even though you found the part that was stolen, you reattached it, the human never comes back. And so too over here, once the original group says, even for you, that heel makes the feet feel, the human yours even dissipate, and that heel never comes back. If there are 2 groups, far from each other, but there's a waiter in between, that waiter is the time to 2 groups, and you can do things together. When we're discussing wine, but what do they do is, all roughly you make on one kind of wine, like, according to religion, you make boyfriend, and you can wash your hands with it. But I'm say no, regardless if they do it or not, you make boyfriend goggles. What can you do with wine that's not diluted? You make medicine out of it. And you should not wash your hands with it because that's disrespectful to the food. Hummus myth, come to fish and broccoli, make special kiddush or simon on a cup of wine. That wine should be diluted because it's a mitzvah and a mitzvah. You know, it's better wine. It's a mitzvah, makes the best. There's 4 halachas that are set by bread. You should not eat raw bread. You shouldn't make the bread disgusting to a point where you can't eat it, such as putting raw meat on it or bringing a cup of wine over it. The wine might drip on the bread, you won't be able to eat it. Or leaning a dish on the bread, if the dish spills on the bread, you won't eat it. But citrus, you can tell that this halacha of not throwing bread is only by bread, not by food. It's only by food. If it falls on the floor, you won't eat it. It'll be disgusting. You won't eat it. Or tells us so at my wedding, you let to pour wine into different pipes as long as it doesn't get destroyed. They have to put it in the have to put it not in the as long as they're not destroyed or they don't become disgusting. And finally, if you're eating food and you realize you didn't make a bracha, what do you do? Well, it depends. If you're thinking, you just swallow the food. If you're eating food that is disgusting, take out of your mouth, put it inside of your mouth, you make a bracha. If you take it out of your mouth without making it disgusting, take it out of your mouth, make the bracha, or different things. Probably that now the saying, if somebody has bad breath because he ate a lot of garlic, you should eat more garlic. This is Rav. If somebody forgot to say bracha and is in the middle of eating, you shouldn't continue eating, you should stop and make a bracha. This is Rabbi. So, even if you finish your meal completely, you should make a bracha after the meal, and it brings a rhyme for a person who cannot make a bracha before he's dug in a mikvah, he's on Terry or let's say Ger. You should make the bracha afterwards, so you should make a bracha after you finish eating. The Gemara says, there's no raya from there, because a person who's a Ger cannot make a bracha. The only time he can make a bracha is afterwards, but a person who's eating could have made a bracha beforehand, and since he didn't, he lost his opportunity. The Gemara discusses this very interesting thing called escargot. It's made out of wine and cabbage, and it's extremely dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. There's two types, two varieties. One is made out of wine, one is made out of beer. The one that's made out of wine is very good for glass and very bad for your mouth. It's good for your heart, eyes, and spleen. Very bad for your head, intestines, and everywhere. If the wine is old, 2 years old, then it is good for your intestines. If you drink the wine variety, you should eat immediately afterwards. Red. If you drink the beer variety, you should eat immediately afterwards. Whatever that beer is made out of dates, eat a date. If you're used to drinking this, it's really good for your body, but if you get drunk from it, it's terrible on your body. If you drink the wine variety, do not spit afterwards because that can cause a lot of damage to the body. The beer variety, you should spit and you have to spit. Therefore, if you're in front of the king, you should spit in front of the king. The Gemara tells us, Shmuel ben Elisha was talking to a Surreal, a very prominent Malach, and Surreal said you should be careful with 3 things. First of all, don't allow someone else to dress you in the morning. Don't allow anybody that didn't wash their own hands to wash your hands in the morning. And when you finish drinking asparagus, give the cup over to the person who gave it to you, otherwise it will be extremely dangerous. There are gangs of shaitan that are waiting to attack humans, and they're just waiting to mess up one of these 3 things, and then they'll attack you. Or there's a gang of Malach and Kabbalah. Either way, it's very dangerous. Shmuel Levi was told by the Malach Kabbalah the same exact thing. But the third thing about asparagus was switched. Malach Kabbalah didn't tell him about asparagus, but he told him that be very careful, don't bump into women who are coming back from a funeral, because I myself, Malach Kabbalah, sit between them, dancing with my sword, waiting for somebody to come by. If you see women coming back from a funeral, you should jump 4 hours, 8 feet away from them, run across a river, do whatever you have to do to get out of there, hide behind the wall. If you can't, you should at least say the positive Vayim Hashem al Asata, you grab the cup. There are 10 halachas that are said by a official bracha. You should wash the inside, you should wash the outside, you should use undiluted wine and only later on diluted. You should have a full cup. If you do, you'll have naflo b'livin tzara. Another pshat is you'll have oil mazeh. But you should do itur around your cup, either with talmidim or other cups. Fill those cups with wine. According to one pshat, itur means in addition to your head covering, you should wear a special head covering just for Birkas Hamazon and Kiddush. You should bring la'alavim. That's what you should do. Some sort of hat, or some are even makbid on wearing a jacket. You should lift up the cup of wine with 2 hands, or have somebody else lift it up with 2 hands and put it into your right hand. It should be above the ground, at least the teva, and above the table, usually the table, 1 teva. Gaze into the wine so that you can concentrate on the bracha, on the kiddush, on the mother. The Rebbe was only not going to 4 out of the 10 on washing the inside and out. That should be full, and it should be undiluted. Please point out that Rebbe was also not going to the 5th one, that should be in your right hand. And the Amirayim were very makin on all 10. Therefore, we should also, if we can, be makin on all 10. So what it discusses is that it becomes too heavy, or if it's Shabbos or Shmeidish Hanukkah, essentially really long, it becomes heavy, then you use your left hand to help you out. And since we don't have any conclusion, you should be machmir to not use your left hand at all. You should try to send your wife wine from the special bracha. The Gemara tells the story. Rav Nachman had Ula as a guest, and he honored him with the simon, and then he told Ula, give some to my wife. Ula said, I don't have to, because you drink from the special bracha. That's enough for your wife. Yalta, Rav Nachman's wife, was very upset, and she went ahead and she brought 400 barrels of wine. Rav Nachman tried to calm her down. He said, look, just take a little bit of wine from the barrel. The special bracha goes from the barrel. She doesn't really have to. You're talking silly talk like a peddler that just talks here. Another 2 halachas, the Gemara says, once you look at the question bracha, you're not allowed to talk anymore. And if you drink a full cup of wine during the meal, do not drink the second cup that's full. 2 guys should not make sure it's more than the second cup. It's dangerous to drink here. Anything in here is dangerous. sugyas one by one. We mentioned them briefly here. And all of them, I love it like this. Reb Machlokes between Sham and Silo, if you make, according to the Silo, you make the bracha on the wine, then you make kiddush. First you make kiddush according to the Silo, then you wash your hands. You wipe your hands on a towel, you put a towel on your cushion, not on the table, like the shamas. First you wash your hands on the then you sweep up the floor from crumbs, the table from crumbs. You only have one cup of wine. And that cup, you want to use it for a bottle of every person. I wasn't voting in water. According to the Silo, you take Ner, the candle, then Besamim, then Birkus Hamazon, then Abdallah, and Silo say, you say the words, not the different colors in the fire. If a person forgot the bench or if he walked away, he should just do Birkus Hamazon wherever he is. On a weekday, if they gave him a cup of wine, according to the Hillel, you make a bracha on the Birkus Hamazon, so then you make the bracha on the wine. And the Mishnah says, in general, you don't make a bracha on a candle in the summon of a goy, who is a person, and that of having a zor. Birkus Hamazon can't be said until the food is digested in the body, so that's what exactly shear is. If you hear a half a bracha from a Jew, you know what bracha he's referring to. We're allowed to answer amen. But if you see says half a bracha, you don't know if he says bracha to his God, to the powerful, therefore you don't say amen at all. The first machlokes from Yisham and Sil is what comes first, kiddush or yayin. It still says you say bracha on breakfast and then on kiddush. The reason is because the wine is what causes the kiddush. Without wine and power, you cannot do kiddush. And wine is other wine or Abdallah, which is Hamazon, kiddush. Therefore, wine comes first. It's two reasons against Yisham is two reasons. And Allah makes it so. What's the big reason that Allah makes it so? We know. Abbas came and said that Allah is always like this. It's very possible that this is before the heavenly voice came out, and it's possible that we don't go by Abbas. Yeshua said when it came to Lezer, he said Allah is Lezer. We don't listen to Abbas, and a wonderful. Rabbi is not in base. If a person only has one cup of wine and he has to do Abdullah, and he wants to eat a meal and do Zimun, what should he do? Says the Gemara that he could eat a full meal before Abdullah and use the one cup of wine for both Birkus Hamazon and Abdullah. Well, what is the order? Says the Gemara, what he does is he first does Birkus Hamazon, then he does Ner, then he does Summon, and finally he does Abdullah. Who does this go according to? This goes according to the Shabbat. How do we know? Because there's a big machlokes between the Rabbi. What is the machlokes between Silo and Bisham? Not to be too confusing, everybody agrees that Abdullah is all the way at the end, and in Rabbi, everybody agrees that Ner is first. The machlokes between Bisham and Silo is in the middle. Do you say Birkus Hamazon and then Besamim, or do you say Besamim then Birkus Hamazon? And in Rabbi Yehuda, everybody agrees that Birkus Hamazon is first. Machlokes is Ner before Besamim or Besamim before Ner. Now, if you look at this list over here, where do we see that Birkus Hamazon comes first, then comes Ner, then comes Besamim, then Abdullah? Like we said in the Brisa. The only one that says that it's Bishamai, according to Rabbi Yehuda. The issue is that you see Abdullah is all the way at the end. Abdullah is equal to Kiddush. And in the Mishnah of Bishamai holds that first you do Kiddush on Friday night, and then on the wine. And over here is the opposite. First the wine, then Kiddush, Abdullah. The answer is there's a difference between bringing in Shabbos and letting Shabbos out. When you accept Shabbos, you want to make it as early as possible, so you make Kiddush first, and then by your prayer God. But when Shabbos goes out, you want to prolong Shabbos, so you make your prayer God first, and only afterwards you do Havdalah. Are you required to have a cup of wine for Zimun? They still say yes. Shammai is a machlokes, it's a two-way machlokes. What Shammai holds? The Brisa says specifically that according to Shammai, you don't need a cup of wine because the Brisa says that if a person was about to finish his meal and he brought a cup of wine, he should make the bracha and drink the cup of wine before he benches. So you see that according to Shammai, you don't need to. But in the Mishnah, there's no heifer. It's possible that he actually keeps the cup of wine before benching. But it says in the Mishnah that he makes a bracha on the cup of wine. It's possible that he just tastes it a little bit, he put it in his hand without touching it, without taking the rest of the cup, and he tasted it, and then he refilled the cup, and therefore he's able to be yotze both. Now we're going to go into a sugya of Tumah and Tahara. Very interesting sugya. You know that a corpse is a person that touches that corpse becomes an Adat Tumah, one step lower. Adat Tumah, who touches food or family, they become a Rishon. A Rishon touches another food, becomes a Sheni. And that's pretty much it for Pula. Unless you're Tumah, which becomes a Shlish. It's one exception to the rule. Usually you go down one madriga, one class of Tumah every time you touch it. But when it comes to mashkin, the 7 liquids, let's say water, wine, a person who's a sheni touches that liquid goes up the level, it becomes a rishon, and it has the power only with Rabbana to be mitama something else and make that a sheni. Therefore, we have a click in our Mishnah. What comes first? Do you wash your hands on the Tilas Yadayim and then pour the cup of wine? Or do you pour the cup of wine and then you wash your hands? What's the matter? According to the Shammai, we're concerned that the cup will become tummy. Shammai hold that you're not allowed to use a cup that the outside of it is tummy, outside is only tummy. I'm concerned that if your hands are tummy, not washed, then perhaps they will touch the cup. And your hands have liquid on it that touch, or the cup has made surface, it has wine that came off the top. Your hand, it's a sheni, touches that wine. That wine in return becomes a rishon, which has the power to be the top of the cup. And I'm not allowed to use a cup that's tummy, but we still say you're allowed to use a cup that the outside is tummy. My concern is, says they still, that your hands are going to become tummy. You're not allowed to eat with tummy hands. That's why we wash the Tilas Yadayim. So if the cup is tummy, you wash your hands, you have moisture on your hands, you didn't wipe your hands perfectly. So that moisture, by touching the cup, will become a rishon, and that rishon will make your hands a sheni, and that's a problem. Now, we're not concerned that your hands are going to touch a tummy cup, because the cup cannot make hands tummy. You need the water in between, you need the moisture. And hands without water cannot make a cup tummy either, because the sheni doesn't make a shlish. Another machlokes we learned from the Mishnah. When you wipe your hands on a towel, what do you do with the towel? You put it on the table, or do you put it next to you on the couch, on a cushion? What's the difference? According to Beis Hillel, the table is a sheni, and the cushion is a sheni. So there shouldn't be a difference, but there is a difference. If you put it on the table, I'm concerned, say, Beis Hillel, that the moisture in the towel will make other foods, the combination will make other foods on the table tummy. I'm not concerned that my hands will become tummy, because that is not something that we find in the Torah, that just the hands become tummy, when the rest of the body doesn't become tummy. Where food becomes a shame, that's in the Torah. Yeshai say differently. I'm concerned that your hands will become tummy. Therefore, put the towel on the table. The table cannot be a sheni according to Yeshai. You're not allowed to use a table that's a sheni according to Yeshai. And therefore, put your towel on the table, not on your cushion. Another machlokes you find in the Mishnah is, do you have to sweep the floor before you wash my machron? Or do you have to clear the table of crumbs? According to Yeshai, machlokes is, are you allowed to use a shamish, a waiter who's an amaris and doesn't know the halacha, and doesn't pick up the larger pieces of bread? According to Yeshai, you are allowed to, because you're allowed to use a shamish that's amaris, and therefore have to be concerned that you might use larger pieces, and the water from your machron will drip on it and ruin those pieces. So say, I'm not concerned, because you're only allowed to use a chacham, and he'll remove those pieces. The halacha in this case is like the shaman. Unless you switch the shitos, you say that what the shaman said is what the still said, and therefore the entire Mishnah, the entire parak, all the halachas will be like Beis Hillel. There's a machlokes between Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel. Do we use, according to Rabbi, do we use the word boirei? Bara means in the past. Hashem created life in the past. Boirei means right now he's creating, or perhaps it also means in the past. And that's machlokes Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel. According to Rabbi Yosef, that can be. We say Yotzar boirei choshev. Doesn't mean he's creating like now. It means he created Shishis Me'Bereshis. Therefore, says everybody holds the same Ma'ir. Machlokes is the word Ma'ir. Does Ma'ir mean that light? How many different colors does fire have? According to the Shaman, one. According to the Silla, it has Ma'ir red. You don't say Ma'ir, you say Ma'ir red because it has red, yellow, and green, or whatever that other third color is. The halacha is that a candle of a goy, you're not allowed to use the light from it for Havdalah because he did it this with it during Shabbos. Rashi says amazing that he did it from Allah on Shabbos, he used it from Allah. The some of the goy, you're not allowed to use if they're coming off of some sort of big party, because most of the parties are having Zorah, have a wonderful day. Rabbi is from Gimel. Today we're going to be discussing mainly the Havdalah candle and the summit. A candle that was lit on Shabbos, but beheter, for a woman who was giving birth, or a sick person, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah. A candle that was lit before Shabbos and burned through Shabbos, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah. But a candle that was lit before Shabbos by a guy and used on Shabbos for Isurim for the guy, you're not allowed to use it after Shabbos. A candle has a combination of a flame that existed beforehand, an old flame, and every second it regenerates and becomes a brand new flame. Therefore, if after Shabbos a guy lights a candle from a Jew, or a Jew lights a candle from a guy, we're allowed to use it for Havdalah because it has a brand new flame in it. On the other side, if you take a candle on Shabbos from one domain and place it in another domain, you are chayiv because you're taking the old flame and moving the old flame into the new domain. So why is it that it's also to use the flame that a guy lit from another guy's candle? That's just the xera that you might use the original guy's candle right after Shabbos. There's a concept that the flame must be for light and not for any other purpose such as heat and cooking. Therefore, if one sees a very large flame coming out of a furnace, well, it depends. If it's the beginning of the process of heating up the stones for lime, then you don't make a bracha on it. But if it's at the end of the process and they're using that light, that fire for light, then it's mutter. What about the light in a shul? It very much depends. If they lit up a candle in honor of an important person, then you can't use it for Havdalah. If it's there for the caretaker, even though there's an important person there, but the caretaker needs his own light, you could make a bracha on it. And if there's a full moon that the caretaker doesn't need light, so even if the caretaker is there, you cannot use it for Havdalah. If they brought a candle to be spent for Havdalah, Rabbi says everyone should say the bracha to themselves. Because if one person makes the bracha for everybody, that can cause a big difficulty. Just like if somebody sneezes in the middle of a you don't say, bless you, because that's difficult. It's a little argument. They say that one person should make the bracha for everybody because of the concept the Rabbi had to smell it. Like one person makes kiddush for everybody, Hamaiti for everybody. It's better that one person should be mighty everybody. A candle that was lit before the dead depends. If they would light that candle during the day in his honor, then you cannot use it for Havdalah. But if you're lighting it to see the way, then you do make a bracha on it. Perfume, fragrance for the dead to counteract the bad smell, or for the bathroom, or for your hands, you do not make a bracha on it. But if a person has perfume in his store because he wants to attract customers, then you do make a bracha on it. A city that is mostly light and a nice fragrance comes out of that city, you cannot make a bracha on it. It's probably desert. Therefore, if you have a city and the minority of the women that are Jewish use the fragrance for sorcery, for tissue, and a minority of the Jewish women use it to put fragrance into their clothing, which doesn't count for Havdalah, and you have a minority that are goyim, the total amount could be a majority of smell that's not for Havdalah. If a person smelled a nice fragrance that comes from Avodah Zarah, and he decided in his mind that he wants to benefit from it, that is an Havdalah. There's two conditions when it comes to the flame of Havdalah. First, you must see the flame, and you must benefit from the flame. Seeing the flame means it cannot be behind a bend, behind a corner. And benefiting is machlokes. Rabbi says you don't have to physically benefit from it. You can stand at a distance as long as you could possibly benefit from it, and it's not dimming out. With the aleph. But Rabbi says no, you must stand right next to it, and you should be able to differentiate from the light different points. Rav says then you don't have to search for a candle on the Shabbos, like you would search for esrog and other mitzvahs. If it comes to you, easy, great. If not, not. We learned in the mission that if a person forgot to say Birkas Hamazon, and he walked away from the place that he ate, according to Beisil, he doesn't have to go back. According to Bishami, he does have to go back. But Beisil admit to Bishami that if he did it on purpose, he walked away, the amazing, he must go back. The Lord tells us. What you tell me? One was Makil like Bishami. He forgot, he walked away, but he came back. He was awarded with a pocket full of golden coins. Beis Hillel, the other Talmud on the other hand, did like Beis Hillel, but on the Mazid part. He walked away on purpose and benched far away. He was eaten by a lion. The Gemara tells us an amazing story about Rabbi. He was on a trip and he stopped to eat and he ate, but he forgot to bench and he got back on and he continued on. He said to himself, if I tell them that I forgot to bench, they'll laugh at me and they'll say, bench right here. Hashem is everywhere. So he lied to them and he said, hey, I forgot at the rest stop a golden dove. Please go back. So he went back and he benched. And Gemara says that he found a golden dove. The reason why he used a dove is because Klai Yisrael is neutral to a dove. What saves a dove? Its wings. The mitzvah saved Klai Yisrael. The Mishnah tells us that as long as the food wasn't digested, you can still say Birkas Hamazon. What does that mean? It says, as long as you're not hungry from that meal, you can still bench. Rothschild'S says it depends. If you walk 4 parcel, it's the time of 4 parcel, 72 minutes away, then you can still bench. It's more than that you can. And that's if you ate a very large meal. But if you ate a small meal, then it depends if you're still thirsty from that meal. If you're still thirsty, then you can bench. The Mishnah tells us that if a person heard a part of a bracha, you can answer Amen. So the Gemara obviously is not trying to be Yaitse, Birkas Hamaitzi, or Kiddush, or whatever it is. Because if you only heard part of it, that's not enough. What it's saying is that since you heard part of it, you're allowed to say Amen. Because typically you're not allowed to say Amen if you don't hear a bracha. But since you heard part of it, so you know what bracha they're referring to, you can say Amen. The machlokes, what is better? Is it preferable to lead zingum, or is it preferable to answer the zingum? One of Manoma says it's preferable to lead. In fact, the Brisa says you get zachar before the person that says. Amen. And the other Manoma says no. It's like a war. You send in the lesser soldiers first, and then you send in the elite group to clean up. So the Amen is more important. Children that are taught to say a bracha, so they repeat the bracha over and over, do not say Amen to that bracha. But a child who's learning or reading that Torah, you could say Amen to his bracha. The Gemara tells us very interesting names. Rabbi Ziloi, he says that a person that's used to washing his hands should not bench until he washes his hands. Says Rabbi Ziloi, that's not true. You don't have to be careful with that. Comes along Rabbi Zuhumai and says that hands that are mezuam, meaning they are dirty hands, one should wash them, otherwise he cannot bench. Says Rabbi Nachman in this lashon. I don't know Ziloi, Zuhumai, I don't know who these people are. All I know about is the Bryce. In the Bryce it says, the Yisem Kedoshin. From here I learned that you should do Mayim Rishonim, you should wash the clothes and Mayim Achroim. And then when the pasuk continues, it says Ki Kadosh is referring to oil. You should use oil on your hands. Ani Hashem teaches us we should bench Birkas Hamazon. Have a wonderful day. Rabbi is passing down in a bread and Paris territory, which discusses many different types of brachas in the same different situations. The first one is if a person sees a place where a miracle and mace having his forefathers, he says, Baruch, Sha'asa, Nisim, Avisim, the woman was there, this points out. The entire paragraph is saying, Baruch, it means Baruch Hashem Hashem. And this we learn from Yisrael. If a person sees an actual place where they uproot a Zara, the family is brought down, it's a higher area of Israel, and it's a special culture. The person bad, just like you're making it good. They finish my everything. But on the top line, the story is to tell you, it's a little notch, but you know, the smoke takes away your neshama. The moment definitely chugs it. Even if it's broken into your money, or with definitely a notion of measure. All measures that people gives you are for your good and you die for them. There's an insert to act lightheadedly in front of the eastern gate. The Mikdash, you're not allowed to walk into the Mikdash with your walking stick and with your money belt and with dust on your shoes. You shouldn't use the Mikdash as a country as the Torah will explain, and certainly shouldn't spit in the Mikdash. In the first Beit HaMikdash, they would say, every bracha should answer these two. They're very interesting questions. Baruch atah Hashem, Elokei Yisrael, Adon Olam, Baruch, for instance, atah Hashem Kohen. We can believe that there's only one world, there's no world to fuck, so therefore they instituted the same Olam from this world, Adon Olam to the next world. When you ask a friend and you say, hi, how are you doing? Good morning, you use Hashem's name. Here's the reason why you're consuming one million, one consuming this. Taste lasting Hashem appeared to yourself. In certain situations, you break the rules of the Torah in order to make peace with your friend. A miracle that occurs in the congregation, everybody's included to say the bracha that would happen to an individual or in case in somebody says from a lion, or the Ramari that was saved from a wild camel, and also in a nace who's very thirsty in a river who underneath the sea. Every time you catch that place, we mention both things that happen here. We say the bracha Baruch Sha'asa, Islam is saying, where you come to the place where Kriyas Yamsuf occurs, or Eber Yarden, or the Yericha, the Nesa Yericha, where the wall of Yericha was swallowed by the ground. Why is this called? Because the width of the wall was the same as the height of the wall, because it was possible to come over. Irodine, one does the story that there's a nace that flies were walking in the desert, and the Urim wanted to kill them, and they hid in caves. They dug holes in the walls of the mountains and hid there. And the Parim flattened out all the mountains and destroyed the Urim. There were two people, Ace and Boy. They were behind Flagsville, at the end. And when Flagsville passed and the mountains went back to normal, they realized what happened when they were in. And from Flagsville said Shiva. El Govesh means Al Yav Ish, on top of the back of the man who refers to Mishra Hayden, who was one of the Adam. In his merit, Barad, the Makkah Barad stopped in midair. And later on, when Yeshua needed the Barad to kill the enemies, it came back to them. The stone of Oigal Havashim, made some sort of calculation. The time shows 3 parts by 3 parts. He lifted up a mountain of that size and was about to kill them. He put it on his head and carried it. So the Gemara that eventually made a mace that the ants dug a hole in the mountain, and the mountain it slipped right over his head and he got stuck on his neck. He tried to lift it up, but he couldn't, because it says in the Pasuk, teeth came out and shaved Ribavto. They came out long and crooked, and he couldn't get the mountain off. At this point, he was already weakened. Moshe Rabbeinu was 10 hours high, had an axe that was 10 hours long, and he jumped up 10 hours. And all he was able to reach was the big Hashem's ankle, and he hit his ankle and was able to topple and kill him. When you see the mountain of salt from Lloyd's wife, that's a disaster, so you don't say a nice Rabbi, you say Torah Nina. When you see Lloyd, when you say it's part of Lloyd versus even if was upset, mad, angry. He was able to remember that they can save life before they were running. So this morning there are 4 people that must say God. The Rothschild'S Gemara is Goyim l'chasadim Taish. We, based on the Rishonim, the Rif, we say Hagoyim l'chasadim Taish. That is the people that cross the desert, the ocean, or a sick person who is healed, or somebody came out of jail. They say God will need 10 people, and 2 out of 10 must be Rabbi. Rabbi Yehuda says the Gemara was sick and he was healed. Rav Chana and 9 other come to visit him, and they told him, eventually Baruch will be giving you to us instead of giving you to the ground. And he said, Amen, and he said, because he said, Amen, he no longer leaving Bible. There are 3 that need special protection, and they are people that have bad mazel, a sick person, a woman who just gave birth, and some say even somebody that's mourning love. And there are 3 people that have, because of jealousy of davening, or they have a very long meal. They have a lot of company, a lot of poor people in the company, or they spend a lot of time in the bathroom, or for medicinal reasons have one or two things. Prophet Dr. Hay, the Gemara tells us that there are things that you do that opens up your file and unlock the Torah for no reason. If you put yourself in a danger, you sit underneath a leaning wall. If you tell the Gemara, look at my friend that's to me, take care of him. In other words, telling the Gemara, I'm perfect. Take care of that guy. And if you tell the Gemara, my tefillah was so great, why don't you set my tefillah that's in tefillah and should have come on it, should have me davening, and perhaps the davening will be accepted. I don't think the Midrash existed. The Mizbeach gave us a kafara brought from other things. Today we don't have a Midrash, so our table, when we bring 4 people to our table and feed them, the Gemara tells us a list of 10 things that we would have right. One of them is sitting in the bathroom in a squatting position. But we said that going to the bathroom is a really good thing for medicinal reasons. So the Gemara, yes, if you sit on a toilet like we have today, that's good. A lengthy stay is good, but squatting is not good. The Gemara tells us that there's a Matanisa, a noble woman who told her to very light. It seems like you're making a lot of money, you're so happy, you're probably selling pigs, you're probably a loan shark. He says, no, I swear that I don't do this. But in my house, till it's a register, 24 bathrooms, and make a stop in each one to check my body. In other words, it's a good thing to go to the bathroom. There are 3 things that shorten a person's life. If a person refuses to read the Torah, clears Hayenu their life, so if you don't do it, you get to this person. A person who refuses to leave a Zimon when he has to leave, but should talk about the rabbi. And a person who uses his position as a rabbi and uses it in the wrong way, like Yosef Tzaddik, was punished for about 10 years of his life for every time that his brother said the word, Adel Falabino, your servant, our father, and he didn't protest. There are 3 that mean Rachamim, a good king, a good year, and a good dream, which we will discuss soon. There are 3 that Baruch himself decrees that is famine for the absolute famine, plentiful, a lot of food, and the leader of the community, the Rosh Hashanah. Baruch doesn't put somebody in a position to lead the community unless the community agrees that Baruch comes for a maiden. Do you agree that I should put the salad in place? Mr. Ray said, if it's good for you, it's certainly good for me. Hashem said it's not enough. So ask Yisrael. So he asked Yisrael, and Yisrael said the same thing. If he's good, by the way, if the salad is only 15 years old, that's good for you, Mr. Ray. If Baruch is certainly good for us. Moshe Rabbeinu, some say he was actually testing the sound. He reversed the words of the Baruch. He said, the sound first made the Aron, then the Caleb, and then the Mishra. The sound said, Moshe Rabbeinu, he used those words. He called him by his name, Moshe Rabbeinu. Are you sure that's what Hashem said? First, you have to build a house, then you put the vessels in there. And Moshe told him, are you sure you're not in Sel, Kel? Are you sure you weren't in the shadow of Hashem when you heard this? How did you come up with this yourself? It sounded like tremendous talking. He knew how to take the letters that the Baruch used to create the world. The Tzivur Oisias. Baruch the Gemara says, only gives wisdom to people that have wisdom. And here comes an amazing sugya of dream, a very lengthy sugya. Rabbi said numerous quotes regarding dreams. First of all, the worst dream a person can have is dreaming that he's in a fast. He's fasting. A dream that nobody deciphered is great. It's like a letter that hasn't been opened. Once you open it, then the problem starts. Good dreams, bad dreams, they don't happen 100% as you dream them. A bad dream is better than a good dream. When a person has a bad dream and he's sad about it, that sadness is actually the kapara. It does away with the dreams. On the reverse side, a person has a good dream and feels good about himself, that actually takes away from his sachar. A bad dream is worse than getting malchus. We learn from Yosef Tzaddik that not everything in his dreams comes true, because he's talking in his dream about his mother family, and his mother wasn't alive anymore. And we learn from Yosef Tzaddik that sometimes it takes 22 years for a good dream to come true. A tzaddik such as David Miller never dreams of a dream, and a Russian like Atibaiko never dreams of some bad dreams. It says in the puzzle, we learn from this puzzle that even if a tzaddik dreams of a dream, he'll forget about the time he wakes up, and therefore passes through the dream. And when the puzzle says, the negative, which refers to when a person comes back from a long trip, saw really good dream. And they tell him, Hallelujah, it's heavy, it's a great dream, it should be good. And the Baruch should seal it with seven zeros that is good. And they should say three psukim that are in the reverse, three about redemption, three shtumas that we say can be used. Or tell us, three friends, Amimar, my sister, and Rashi, still together. He said, why don't we each say a statement that the others have never heard? So the first one kind of what he said, if you don't know what he means, if you're worried about the so you should talk about, you should say the Ratzin on the Kahanim, that's what we do today, or nothing. The Ratzin that says, I'm yours, my dreams are yours, etc. Very long Ratzin, and you're supposed to finish off that Ratzin with everybody as you're saying Amen. But if you miss the boat, and they don't say Amen on your Ratzin, then you're supposed to say, the second one gets in the sense that whoever is afraid of an ayin hara should take his thumb and go so, grab the thumb of the other hand, and then he should say, I'm so and so. I'm a descendant of Yosef. Even if you're not the direct descendant, you probably have some Yosef blood in you, and therefore Yosef Tzaddik, his descendants don't have ayin hara. If you're worried about your own ayin hara, try to steer at your left nostril. And then the third one gets up and says, a sick person should not announce and tell everybody about the disease on the first day. But after that, it shows that people should die for him, and he feels even doubting as Rabbi was once sick, and he told his Rabbi, don't tell anybody the first day. But after that, he said, tell everybody, whoever loves Rabbi should die for Rabbi, and whoever hates Rabbi should be happy that Rabbi is sick, because when an enemy is happy that someone is sick, that disease disappears. Shmuel says, so when he had a bad dream, he would say to something, they're nothing. On the other hand, when he had a good dream, he would say, in question, these are everyone. Halalas are nothing. And in fact, it says in the positive, halalas are everybody. Should he consider a dream? Rabbi had the contradiction. He considered dreams of halalas shutting averu. He said, well, if the dream comes from a mala, then you know it's true. If it comes from a shade, you know it's false. Rabbi says, Yerushalayim, there were 24 people that knew how to place your halalas. They knew how to decipher dreams, and he went to them, and each one gave different opinions about the dream, 21 different ones. And all 24 came true, or became a dream from our position. It was a wonderful day. Rachai's Davening Vav will continue with an amazing sugi of dreams. Behind me is a mural that a Rabbi Rabbi Yeshua Pesach drew himself and gave me as a gift. Fix all the dreams of today and tomorrow's daf. Lord tells us, whatever you think during the day, that's what you dream at night. Lord tells us two stories where God came to Jews and said, if you're so smart, what are you going to dream tonight? The Jews inserted something in their mind during the day so that they think about it and they dreamt about it. For instance, they said, you're going to be captured by the Persians and you're going to use a golden staff to graze the sheep. That's what happened. Or you're going to use a golden grinder to grind big things. Lord tells us about Bar Hedi. Hedi was a dream interpreter. Depending, if you paid him, he gave you a good interpretation. And if you didn't pay him, he gave you a bad interpretation. Bayan Rava had 22 dreams. We're not going to go into all of them. But the bottom line is that whatever he interpreted to Rava in the negative, he interpreted Habai in the positive. Oh, Rava, your wife is going to die, your children will die, your business is going to do terrible. The king is going to accuse you of breaking into this palace. In fact, the king did accuse Rava of breaking into this palace. Then he told him, you're going to get whacked on the head by two clubs. In fact, Rava walked into the shul and saw two blind people fighting and trying to break the fight and got hit twice. We're about to hit him again. Rava said, stop. I only dreamt I was going to get hit twice. He interpreted Rava's dream that he's going to divorce his wife. Two pigeons flying away is a symbol of divorcing a wife. And finally, when Rava paid him, he told Rava that the fact that the wall is falling down means that you're going to have unlimited amount of property. Abai's household down. Now all of a sudden he throws Abai under the bus. Even though Abai paid him, he said Abai's going to die. You're going to take all of Abai's Talmidim. My house is falling. You're Hallel of Mitzrayim, meaning the regular Hallel. So he tells him that means you're going to have Nisim. Gemara says both Karhedi and Rabbi were about to embark on a ship, and Karhedi remembered that Rabbi was going to have an ace. He said, why should I be on a boat with Rabbi if the boat sinks? He'll have an ace. I'll die. So he jumps off the boat. In his hurry to jump off, the book dropped, and Rabbi peeked in his book and saw it says, all dreams are interpreted based on the interpretation. Rabbi looks at Karhedi and says, Rasha, why do you interpret my dreams that way? Look what you did to me. You killed my wife and my children and my business. I forgive you for everything. I cannot forgive you for killing the daughter of Rothschild'S, my wife. And I gives him a verse that his head should split open and his brain should fall out. Now, that's a very difficult thing to happen. Our head just said, if Robert cursed me, I better do tshuva. Let me go to Golos. Goes to Rome, and he opened up shop in Rome. And sure enough, a customer comes to the head of the treasury and says, I dreamt that a needle is in my finger. Says, Barhead, you pay me and I'll tell you the interpretation. Says the treasurer, no. Says, I won't interpret. The next day he comes in and says, I dreamt that I have worms through my fingers. Pay me. No. Following day he says, my entire hand is worming. Says Barhead, you don't have to pay me. I'll tell you what's going on. The king's clothing are worming. You're in charge of watching it. You should know they're worming. In fact, that's what happened. They took the treasurer out to kill him. And the treasurer says, well, Barhead knew about this and he didn't tell me. They took Barhead, they tied his two legs, the two cedars. He bent the cedars down, tied his legs, let the cedars go, and Barhead's body was split in half, his brain came flying out, and that was the end of him. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Shmuel also knew how to interpret dreams. Kardoma came to him and said, my two jaws fell. Says Shmuel, don't worry. That means that the two Romans that were after you, they died. My nose fell off. So that means that the anger of the Baruch fell away. My hands fell off. Says Rabbi Shmuel, that means you're not going to need parnas anymore. My 2 feet fell off. You're not going to need to walk anymore. You're going to have a luxury horse. I dreamt that I'm going to die in honor, and I'm not going to make it to Nissan. He says, no, that means you're going to die with honor, and you're not going to have Messiah, the Russian of Nissan. Messiah. The Gemara tells us about probably the worst character in all of Shas, Suki the king. Rabbi Shmuel says, I dreamt that I was pouring oil on top of olives. Says Rabbi Shmuel, that means that you had relations with your own mother. I dreamt that I grabbed a star, and that means that you kidnapped a Jew, and I swallowed a star, that means you sold a Jew, and you're ready to use the woman. My eyes are touching one another, that means you had relations with your sister. I kissed the moon, that means you had relations with your sister. I stepped on the side of a shadow of a hadas, that means you had relations with a naira and a I saw a shadow above me, but it was under me. That means that you had relations the wrong way. I saw ravens around my bed. That means you were the top of many women. I grabbed the 2 pigeons. They flew away. You sent away your 2 wives without giving them a gift. I peeled an egg. That means you steal from the dead body. Says this Duki. Unbelievable. I agreed to everything. I did all of those things that you mentioned. But I did not steal from the dead. At that moment, a woman comes and says, that coat that you're wearing, you stole off the dead. Finally, this is incredible. Why would Rabbi Shmuel help him? I'm not sure. But he does Rabbi Shmuel, I dreamt when my father said, he left me money for food. So that means that he left me money that means you're stealing, in fact, his money. If a person dreams about a well, that's a sign of either peace or of Torah, and Rabbi says, of life. If a person dreams of a river, a bird, or a pot, it's a sign of peace, as long as it's happens in half, and he needed it. There are 11 things that the Gemara brings down. We can't get into it, it's very lengthy, but each one you have to say a specific puzzle, and not a different puzzle that could be detrimental to the dream. If a person dreams about a river, about a bird, about a pot, about grapes, supposed to say special psukim, about a shoy for a dog, a lion, if you're shaving, a well, a reed, or not. If a person dreams about a reed, he should anticipate Chachma. If he dreams about reed, plural, he should anticipate Bina, to understand. If a person dreams about gourds, hard to pond, and wax, it's a different dream. Gourds are dreamt only by people that have Kibur Shemai. There are 5 things that are said about an ox. If you eat its meat, you become wealthy. If it bores you, your kids will be great in learning. If it bites you, you'll have Yisurim. If it kicks you, that means you have a very long journey Then you'll have a nice song. If it's called in your city Shimra with a yud, then you'll have something bad will change. If you dream about white grapes, it's a good sign. Black grapes, it's the right time, it's a great sign. If it's not in the right time, not in the season, it's a bad sign. If you dream about a white horse, that's a great sign. A red horse, depends if it's moving nicely, that's a great sign. If it's galloping, that's a bad sign. And finally, if you see a Yishmaeli, an Arab, that's the son of Avram, Shmuel, then you should know that your tefillah will be niskabel. If you see a camel in your dream, that's a really bad sign. I mean, wonderful. Rabbi Zakum Zai, we're continuing with dreams. Since we have over 150 dreams of turbot, we are going to go over the 8-minute allocation. If a person sees a camel, that means he's supposed to die, but he's going to live. If a person sees an elephant with a saddle, that's a great thing. If he sees 12, that's even better. If a person dreams the name written down, with one nun, they'll see him that. So if he sees names with two nuns, like Hanif and Yochanan, they'll have multiple nisim. If a person sees the word Hesped, that means he will have Rahmanas on him, and they will redeem him from Shemayim. If a person sees that himself saying, Yehi Shmei Rabba, he's promised to have Olam Haba. If a person sees himself saying Shema, that means that he's Roi to have the Shekhinah on him, but his generation is a cause that it's not. If a person sees Tefillin, then that means he'll grow in godless. If a person sees that he's davening and he didn't finish the davening, that's a great sign that there's certain illicit relations that a person dreams of on condition that he didn't think about these people beforehand, didn't know these people, or in the case of his sister or his mother, he knew them, but he never thought about them, he dreamed about them. His sister is Chachma, his mother is Bina, Naira, Marasa, his Torah, Patience Ish, will be a Ben Olam Haba. If a person dreams of the Shivas Aminim, he dreams of wheat, peace, barley, is won't have any Averis. The person dreams of grapes, that means his wife won't miscarry. Grape branch is Mashiach. A fig means that his Torah will be kept. A pomegranate depends if it's small or big, his business will expand or multiply or grow. If it's split, then he's Tam Chacham. It's a sign of Torah, and he's Amar, it's a sign of mitzvahs. If he sees olives, then his business will get better. If he sees olive tree, he'll have many children. And if he sees olive oil, that's the light of Torah. If a person sees a fig, the Tam Chacham, he won't have any Averis. If a person dreams of a goat, he'll have a great year. 2 goats will have 2 good years or more. If he sees a Hadas, that means his business will be successful. If he doesn't have a business, he'll inherit one. If a person sees an Esrig, I'm going to the Arba Minim. If a person sees an Esrig, that means that Kodesh Baruch Hu thinks he has he's beautiful in front of Kodesh Baruch Hu. If a person sees a Lulav, that means he's one heart with Kodesh Baruch Hu. If a person sees a goose, that's a sign of Chachma. And if he has relations with the goose, that's a sign that will become a Rosh Hashiva, like Rashi said he dreamt. If a person sees a chicken, it's a sign of having a Ben Zachar, multiple chickens, multiple Ben Zachar. If he sees a female chicken, that means they'll have a beautiful garden and simcha in his life. If a person sees eggs, or any round thing that's closed, like a nut, or a glass